You ever notice? Some people bring you flowers, but the roses smell like shit. They smiling in your face while calculating your energy, money, loyalty. Neo-X don't fall for that. They threw a shit, rose love, I done chain my soul up. Sweet words dripping honey, but the thorns finna show up. Say we family loud till you finally say no. Been in love, turn venom, yeah, the real face show. I don't owe you my life, I don't owe you my peace. If your love got a price, then your love ain't free. Shit, rose love bomb, yeah, the mask gon' fall. I protect my energy, I ain't answering the call. They started off sweet like syrup and tea, calling me sister, you royalty. Posting my name, fake loyalty talk, but the whole time they measuring what they can take from me. Love bombing heavy with praise and applause. Soon as you question it, suddenly claws. Group mentality, moo like a cold. Everybody smiling, but somebody bald. Possessive energy, watching my moves. Why you ain't answer? Who you talking to? Try to buy access with favors and cash. Now they mad cause I told them I'm good. See, I peeped the pattern, seen the trap before. Every fake bouquet, had a rotten core. They threw a shit, rose love, I done chain my soul up. Sweet words dripping honey, but the thorns finna show up. Say we family loud till you finally say no. Then the love turn venom, yeah, the real face show. I don't owe you my life, I don't owe you my peace. If your love got a price, then your love ain't free. Shit, rose love bomb, yeah, the mask gon' fall. I protect my energy, I ain't answering the call. Possessive voice talking slick on the phone. You ain't loyal if you moving alone. Trying to guilt trip, flexing their cash like the money mean they own your soul. The gift ain't love if it come with chains, and the favor ain't real if it come with claims. Soon as boundaries pop up strong, they turn a crowd and start throwing names. Mob mentality circling fast, trying to bully me back in the pack. But Neo-X, built for the storm, I don't bow when they tighten the track. No, watch the mask drop, say no. Watch the love stop, that's how you know it was never real from the start. Shit, rose love bomb, yeah, I seen that trick. They throw petals on lies, tryna bury you quick. But I guard my peace, I protect my space. If the love feel forced, I'ma walk away. You ever notice? Some people bring you flowers, but the roses smell like shit. They smiling in your face while calculating your energy, money, loyalty. Neo-X don't fall for that. They threw a shit, rose love, I done chain my soul up. Sweet words dripping honey, but the thorns finna show up. Say we family loud till you finally say no. Been in love, turn venom, yeah, the real face show. I don't owe you my life, I don't owe you my peace. If your love got a price, then your love ain't free. Shit, rose love bomb, yeah, the mask gon' fall. I protect my energy, I ain't answering the call. They started off sweet like syrup and tea, calling me sister, you royalty. Posting my name, fake loyalty talk, but the whole time they measuring what they can take from me. Love bombing heavy with praise and applause. Soon as you question it, suddenly claws. Group mentality, moo like a cold. Everybody smiling, but somebody bald. Possessive energy, watching my moves. Why you ain't answer? Who you talking to? Try to buy access with favors and cash. Now they mad cause I told them I'm good. See, I peeped the pattern, seen the trap before. Every fake bouquet, had a rotten core. They threw a shit, rose love, I done chain my soul up. Sweet words dripping honey, but the thorns finna show up. Say we family loud till you finally say no. Then the love turn venom, yeah, the real face show. I don't owe you my life, I don't owe you my peace. If your love got a price, then your love ain't free. Shit, rose love bomb, yeah, the mask gon' fall. I protect my energy, I ain't answering the call. Possessive voice talking slick on the phone. You ain't loyal if you moving alone. Trying to guilt trip, flexing their cash like the money mean they own your soul. The gift ain't love if it come with chains, and the favor ain't real if it come with claims. Soon as boundaries pop up strong, they turn a crowd and start throwing names. Mob mentality circling fast, trying to bully me back in the pack. But Neo-X, built for the storm, I don't bow when they tighten the track. No, watch the mask drop, say no. Watch the love stop, that's how you know it was never real from the start. Shit, rose love bomb, yeah, I seen that trick. They throw petals on lies, tryna bury you quick. But I guard my peace, I protect my space. If the love feel forced, I'ma walk away. Wesley, wake up. There's blood everywhere. You laughed while I was bleeding inside. Now the shadows won't let you hide. You built this storm, now I feel that rain. Every joke carved in my brain. Tick tock. Karma at your door. You don't hear them footsteps on the floor. You made a monster out my pain. Now you living in the saga's nightmare. Hallway whispers, phones recording, group chat laughing, trauma stored in every screenshot cut like blades. Smiling faces, double face. You thought it's funny, thought it's cloud. Didn't see what you put out. Sleepless nights, voices loud, pressure built beneath that crowd. Humiliation on replay, every day a dark cliche. Mind cracking like thin glass, pain don't die, it's just a mess. Now you hear that heavy breath, regret creeping like silent death. You fed the fire, watched it grow, now you scared of what you sow. You laughed while I was bleeding inside. Now the shadows won't let you hide. You built this storm, now I feel that rain. Every joke carved in my brain. Tick tock. Karma at your door. You don't hear them footsteps on the floor. You made a monster out my pain. Now you living in the saga's nightmare. Mirror cracking, red reflection, guilt becoming your infection. Whispers crawling through your sleep, memories you tried to keep. Basement silence, candle glow, you don't know how far I'd go. Broken minds don't break alone, they echo through a microphone. Now the city feel colder, weight of laughter on your shoulder. All that cruelty you disguised, now it's staring through your eyes. This ain't glory, this ain't fame, it's the cost of playing games. Every bully thinks it's light, till the dark fights back at night. You laughed while I was bleeding inside. Now the shadows won't let you hide. You built this storm, now I feel that rain. Every joke out in my brain. Tick-tock. Karma at your door. You don't hear them footsteps on the floor. You made a monster out my pain. Now you living in the saga's nightmare. Wake up, Ashley. Static. Silence. Rain grows alone in the dark. Something waking. Hands on the keys, they move on their own. Cursor crawling up my arm. Face in the glass, stretches and warps. Pixels biting through my car. Room bends sideways, walls bleed chrome. Every shadow wears my name. Bars like fingers curl around me. Something hungry in the frame. Voice on the line, sounds just like mine. Laughs and echoes out of sync. Every heartbeat stutters, doubles like the circuit caught my fear. Eyes in the code, blinking patterns. Every warning comes too late. Teeth made of teeth, but made of data. Every exit shuts like gates. Help me, I'm on a ride. Help me,
All right, hopefully we scared them out of here, y'all. Since I'm so evil, hope I scared the damn hypocrites out of here. So, so all right, so let's go ahead and get into the live. I just laugh every time I watch those videos now. Now that the narrative is being pushed that that they didn't, they didn't like the videos, or it was demonic and it was this and that. Even though I'm telling y'all, maybe some of the girls felt that way, like Flo, the one who named Beautiful, maybe her, or maybe M3. But I'm telling you, Tinkers and Tinkers and Break Room and did not have even Tamit laughed at one at the video. I think Tamit laughed at the last video. So now that the narrative is being pushed that I'm demonic and stuff. Before these ladies were upset with me, they enjoyed the content, y'all. Like even Tinkers was giving me props on how good the editing was getting. So, but that's besides the point. That's going to be the last that I mention names now. I just wanted to just go ahead and put that because I thought that was comical. Like I was like, wow, people. The way it's crazy when people act crazy. I mean, act different when the camera is on versus when the camera's off. That's why I always turn my camera on, y'all. Like I tell y'all, I do that just so I can show people I have nothing to hide. Very transparent. People can read my body language. Whatever. I have nothing. And then I brush my teeth. Right? You feel me? So, but I turn the camera on because that's how open I am. Very transparent. But I want to go ahead and get into what this live really is about. So I decided I'm not, again, like I said in my last live, if you came over here, it's only a few people in here anyway. But if you came over here because you think I'm finna respond to Break Room with the dragon and all that shit, I'm not doing that. Even though I could, right? I have enough hurt inside of me to do the same thing to her. And then y'all know me, I can do it in a cold breaker way because there's so much information and material out there where I know that I can break Room down, right? Psychologically or whatever. But I'm just not gonna do that. Like I'm telling you, y'all, and it's not because I don't want anybody to think it's because she got this reputation of being queen of the roast. And it's none of that, because even though she is good with what she does in the roasting and stuff like that, she's great. I'm not gonna act like she's not talented. When I told her that she was funny and she's talented and she should, take it on the road to be a comedian, I meant that, right? Because I don't do that fake love and get fake praise and stuff. If you really good at something you do, I'm gonna give you credit for it, right? But the thing is, me being a code breaker, I also know where the Achilles heel of material like that, when somebody is using a talent to cause harm and bully, I know how to stop her superpowers from affecting me. I know that as long as my ears do not hear it or my eyes does not read it or observe it, her words have no power. Right? She's talking to herself and the people who tune in to watch her. You go in and, majority of the people don't like me anyway. And we know what it is. It's two reasons why majority of the people, regardless if they team Brianna or team Robert or whatever, Holly or Ramika, we know that majority of the people who don't like Neo, we know that most of them don't like me, number one, because I'm a proud lesbian woman, right? Because I'm gay as hell, right? And then number two, I am very open about my personal belief about God, or what we call the Christianity God or the Abrahamic religion, right? My platform, or even how I even got discovered over time, is because of my personal feelings about it and how I've been advocating against freedom from I don't want to say freedom from religion because I'm an omnist. So I respect why people have religions because I understand why they exist and how they came into existence. I'm a person that I feel like freedom from what's the word I want to say, I don't know, freedom from just being group thinking, or freedom from bondage, from being subjected to one religion. I feel like people have the right to express themselves the way they feel. I've had a lot of time. You about to walk past? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, babe. Over time, I've had I've told my audience that me concluding that I no longer want to subscribe to any Abrahamic religion, specifically be a Hebrew Israelite when I was in a cult, or a Christian. I made it clear to my audience that this did not. My package should be coming soon. Make sure you look out for that for the camera. That I made it clear that I did not conclude this overnight, right? That I've been open about how they found a direct link to my personal psychological connection that I had to specifically Christianity. Believing in the stuff that people teach you about the Bible and my understanding of the Bible, it led to me having temporary psychosis, right? So I'm very open to how that happened, to the point that even once I got better, I went through the phase, and I went to church, and I didn't date women, and I was celibate, and I wound up preaching and teaching and doing a lot, working in the homeless ministry. It was a lot of things I did around the time when I was practicing Christianity / Black Hebrew Israelite to the best of my ability, because I was doing everything I could to get closer to God. Because I was dealing with a lot of trauma, a lot of hurt. Dealing with what happened to me as a child, dealing with things like growing pains, growing life, people stabbing me in my back. For some reason, I appear to be the world's biggest loser to a lot of people, so they find a way to easily discard me. And then once they lost access to me, they feel bad, and they try to find a way to wheel me back in. But I choose to say no. Some things, when friends fall out, we know that happens. I have forgiven friends over time where we fell out, and there was some type of misunderstanding, pride and ego got in the way. But there's some things that you just can't come back from, right? For as when I go back and forth with a friend, or we have disagreement, even with the things of me dealing with friends, stabbing me in the back, because mind you, I never stabbed nobody in the back, never did that. But dealing with that hurt and pain, I was seeking a spiritual connection with God. And at that time, I only used the knowledge that I had available to me at that time, being that I'm a black woman, a black American woman, African American woman in America. And then the culture of where I was born into, the religion that we subscribe to is Christianity. So I turned to Christianity when I was trying to help get through life challenges, right? Even though I was losing my mental because of the teachings. So now that I'm older, I'm wiser, right? I understand that there's plenty of information out there. I do understand how some people like to demonize things that our ancestors did to keep themselves healthy and alive and prosperous years before any Abrahamic religion came into their culture and colonized them or enslaved them or anything like that. I've just learned that when I was losing my shit or going through life challenges, Christianity was the only thing I knew. So that's why I turned to it to help me overcome it, right? Until I realized it was that was making me, seem like my brain just could not really accept what it says. Because I keep telling people, I'm telling y'all, majority of Christians have not read the Bible. Right, because if they have, they won't be doing this shit that they doing in the saga, right? A lot of people do not know that bullying is a sin. I don't know why no one's pastor or anybody from their church said anything. That is a sin. I don't know why people don't know that, right? Anytime where you when you do something, when you cause harm or attack someone or use language that offend your brother, right? It comes from according to the Bible, that comes from the spirit of pride, right? If you believe in that, and it's called plotting a wicked plan, and in the eyes of God, it's actually an abomination, right? According to the Bible. Now, again, I don't follow the teachings of the Bible. I use it as a tool because I know it seems like a lot of people still cannot comprehend why I often refer to the Bible when I teach people certain behaviors or tactics of anything. Number one, regardless of the people who watch me, that's what their religion is. And number two, there are some good things in it because I'm an omnist. I will pull out things that I know the Bible say to help people on their journey. But do I actually believe that a woman ate a piece of fruit because a talking snake told her to do it? No. Right? I don't believe that. Right? Do I believe that Jesus did all the things that people say he did in the miracles and walked on water? No, I don't believe that. Right? Because based off even what it teaches, the things that the Bible says believers should be able to do if they believe and follow the teachings of Christ, The Bible makes it clear that they supposed to be possessed by a spirit called the Holy Spirit, and they supposed to change, and they supposed to become a new creature in God, a new they become a second version of Jesus, right? And I've learned over time that that is not the case. The most fucked up people in the world are people who subscribe to this religion, and the reason why over time I've came to that realization is that baby girl. Hey, baby girl. All right, hold on. Hey, I'm doing the show. You can go to mommy room or you can go to your room, okay? Oh, mommy at work, so you gotta go to your room. Get your snack and grab the game, okay? Let it get a game. Did you charge up the game, baby? All right, well, grab your tablet, okay? And get mommy gonna give you a snack. All right, let me get back to the show. I'm just trying to make sure she ain't on the camera. All right. But all right, so yeah, so over time, I just realized that the certain things that people claim that the Bible does for people supernaturally, it just simply wasn't true, right? So when I went through my phase where before I came across Kevin Wesley and, you know, people like him, I began to question religion anyway, right? And I just knew that some things didn't make sense. When I came back into my right state of mind and I was able to realize, okay, what happened to me? What is this? What is anxiety? What is fear? You know, what is depression and all that stuff? Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to make sure baby girl don't. And if you walk past and you clearly got you. Stop putting stuff on the couch. Mommy gonna give you a snack. Okay, mommy gonna get you a snack. But, baby, please please be careful. I don't want them, you know, they doing too much. Thank y'all. Love y'all. All right, sorry, y'all. All right, sorry. I was just trying to let my family know. I just don't want them in the camera, like, because I'm telling you, I was just trying to protect them. It just get a little frustrating, y'all. Like, I just be wanting to protect my folks, right? But it is what it is. My family's strong. We good. So, baby girl, and but besides what the naysayers say, we good over here. So, everything gonna be all right. But anywho, all right, just make sure nobody else is in the camera because I see it keeps picking up the other side of my couch. Okay, so where was I? Like I said, over time, before I met Kevin Wesley or his teachings, I began to question the religion anyway because me going through the phase when I became an Israelite, I began to get into debates a lot with people from the conscious community or whatever, atheists and stuff. And I'm a pretty good debater. And I don't usually lose too many debates. But I noticed that when I was a believer, I was losing debates left and right. So I realized, I said, okay, well, maybe I need to just sharpen my information, know what I'm talking about so I can pull the sources and stuff right off top. Because only how I was debating these people, I kept just using Bible scriptures or the Bible teach this or the Bible. I kept using the Bible as like my source. Right, but they were debunking me with critical thinking and then common sense approaches, right? So I kept saying, well, maybe if I can prove that the Bible is true, let me go find some historical and archaeological evidence, sources where they can't debunk that this is correct, you know, they are in error or whatever. I'll be able to eat their ass up thinking that that's how it was going to work out. Little did I know when I went to go look and get that information, just like Kevin told y'all the same thing that happened to him, is when we went to go look for the information to defend the Bible, it simply was not there. And then one do come to a realization once they do the studying and the research and go find the information that is not hidden from y'all. This is not no agnostic teachings or no hidden things or the white man hiding it. You know how they used to tell us when we was young, if you want to hide information, especially from black people, go put the information in the book, right? Because these people know that we are 400 years behind on information. They know that. They know that they suppressed our identity, who we are, dealing with the slavery and the subjugation, and they know that we're 400 years behind. And a lot of us are just starting to catch up and new to the party, right? So there might be some different beefing and sectors, and I'm a Native American, and I'm a Moor, and I'm an Israelite. Some of that stuff might be, you know, over, you know, too much noise and people awakening, but slowly, some people are slowly backing out of it and they finding out what's true, right? So they didn't hide this information from us. They just knew that black people just at some point didn't have the desire to go seek it out, right? And then they know that we're indoctrinated, right? They know that we come from descendants of people who were punished for practicing their spirituality. That's why you have, I'm gonna refer to her now as Fake Room, because I'm not gonna say her name anymore just to give me no more power. And then I'm finna train my brain to see her in a different perspective, right? So I can do this lessons to y'all without making it personal, if that makes sense. So just like you can have someone like Fake Room who seen me teach certain lessons before, was a student of Kevin Wesley, turn around and now try to demonize something that we know that is natural, that my ancestors practice, or her believing that she's a Native American practice too. I gave y'all an example where a Christian woman tried to demonize Black people using sage, right, to ward out negative energy or what they call negative spirits of, whatever, that she was making fun of Black people who were promoting using sage. And I, once I seen she was mocking what people was doing, she was saying that we don't use sage, we use olive oil and the blood of Jesus and whatever. And I told her, I would say, well, since you feel that way, the reason why Native Americans and my people and my ancestors, right, who integrated with the Native American, the reason why they use sage, because it's a scientific fact that sage actually kills viruses, or what it's either viruses or bacteria. One of them it kills. It's a natural air sanitation, right? Sanitization. So a lot of times when people probably was dealing with pneumonia or some type of illness in the with breathing in the lungs, the sage, when they didn't have the medical medicine that we have today, the modern treatments that we go to now, they used to use sage to treat these elements. So if one doesn't understand exactly what the sage is doing scientifically, they might chuck it up to a supernatural element, saying that this relieves somebody of some type of negative or bad energy from a source outside of something that they can comprehend or understand. So there's nothing new under the sun. There's things in the Bible where there's crystals, people using crystals in the Bible. People are looking up at the stars, astrology, to determine times. Even allegedly when Jesus was born, there was a signal in the sky before. There was no Holy Spirit that entered people and told them that Jesus was born. According to the story, if you believe it, they saw the sign in the sky. So there's nothing new under the sun, but I noticed that people like to demonize things that they can't understand. I am not into black magic. I don't do that. Now, do I have my like to entertain spooky shit? I like scary movies. I like watching the podcast. I'm into thrillers and stuff like that. I truly don't believe in the hell and shit, and the concept of how these people believe in hell because of Dante's Inferno is the reason why you believe hell is what it is. It's not even biblical. If you study the Bible, the things that I put in my video, the one that scared everybody, none of that shit is in the Bible. But I know in your imagination, I put it in there because I already know it's already embedded in your imagination what hell is, because you don't see movies and cinemas and churches and stuff give this imagination expression of what hell is based off of another person's writing called Dante. That's where it come from, right? But being that I'm sitting up here like, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to read. That's not, see, and that's again, I'm finna go ahead and let you know, I don't know who you are, but I'm not finna go defend too much of omnism, because no matter how many times people try to make it a religion, it's not a religion. I can't say omnism is true. There is no true or false with omnism. Omnism is what somebody personally believes, right? Like if I believe, let me give an example. I believe when let's see. Can I give I believe that, I don't know, what can I example? I'm trying to give something I can believe right in front of y'all. I believe that my phone, I have a cell phone, right? I believe that my brother is gonna call me in a couple hours, right? Because I've been waiting on a phone call from him. He's supposed to be updating me on something. I believe he's gonna call. right? But I don't truly know if he's going to call because there's too many variables in between. Is he going to call? Because he might have to stay longer at work. My phone might die. I might miss his call. I might not hear it ring. I don't know exactly when he called, but I just believe. So omnism is not a religion to push. Omnism is a philosophy so people can coexist and understand why religions come into existence, right? But again, I'm very transparent and tell people, being an omnist, I don't have a better God to offer you, right? So part of my religion is me not telling people to discontinue this God and rock with this God, or don't believe in this God, discontinue. Just like when I was on the phone with one of my sisters, she was saying, and you know, Neo, you know how you don't believe in God? I corrected her real quick. I corrected her, hey, who said, why do you keep saying that? I said, I do believe in a God or a form of God. I just don't believe in the Bible God, but that's the God you believe in. So I understand what you're saying, but stop saying I don't believe in God, right? Because that's not true. But I'm an omnist. I just respect what people believe. But am I hard on Christianity and any Abrahamic religion? Absolutely. Why? If you turn on the news and if you turn off this little drama that y'all seem to be very obsessed with, if you actually turn off the this YouTube drama bullshit and turn on the news and see what's really going out there in the real world, countries are fighting each other because they believe a God promised them certain pieces of land and ordained them to be God's favorite people or chosen people, right? So I'm hard on the religion because Abrahamic religion has caused the most genocide and the most tragic events and things that's happening in the world because people truly believe in this religion. And the truth is so much evidence out there, way more evidence out there that all those religions that's connected to Abrahamics are false. And it's sad because the elites, they know that. Trump and his friends and the Israel president and the people in Iran, them elites, they know the shit is not real, right? But they need the little guys, the civilians, and the soldiers to believe that so they can fight this war and they get rich. So sad. So all right. So let me see. I just want to see. I know Adrian in here. So I'm sorry if I missed some of your comments because I know you in here tearing it up. Right. Let me just see. But y'all know Adrian being here on it. I know Queen Ye was in here earlier, but she can't stay in here because she's at work. All right, so I'm not trying to skip anybody's comments or anything like that. I gotta stay focused because I wanted this live to be more about teaching, and then we're just gonna break this down because Fake Room said that I'm bonkers, right? And she said the reason why I'm bonkers because I am mocking God, or if I'm wondering why I'm crazy because I do this demonic stuff and all that. And I'm sitting up here like the Bible makes it clear. If you truly believe in that stuff, what demonic activities is and what it is when a person is demonic. A person commits sin, they be disobedient, they have kids out of wedlock. That's why their kids get cursed according to the Bible for 10 generations. The Bible tells you a person who's demonic or evil is they break the law, statutes, and commandments of the Abrahamic, the Israelite God, right? It actually tell you people who lie, gossip, sow discord, like that's an abomination. It's not just gay people. I know people focus on that, but it's a lot of things that I think when people try to say because I made imagination imagery that makes me demonic, but when their activities itself and how they displayed over this saga for the last couple of years shows that they the one who, if the Bible is true, they the one who's operating more in demonic activity than I am. I'm just lacking belief, right? You guys are actually suppressing. If the Holy Spirit is true, you're suppressing it because you're not obedient to the word of God, your religion, right? That's what you say, or Jesus, because if you did, the Bible says you're supposed to love each other. In this sector, what we do, we see these people do. Black women get online and try to tear people up, right? Y'all told me Fake Room was over there making a video about me. I know the weakness of her superpower is it can't hurt you if you don't hear it, right? I know hurt people. I know a person who's constantly is obvious that they self-medicate to deal with their own pain and stuff, and the things that they deal with, right, that they would get online and try to hurt other people for no apparent reasons, because we know she attacked people who never even said anything to her before. She did that to me, right? So I know that I'm not finna give into that trap. I know what it is. I'm not finna sit up there and do that, because I could do that all day, right? I can keep up with her. She know I think low-key she know I can. I'm just choosing not to, because I was like, this girl is already hurting enough. Especially the things that I wound up finding out about her. It makes sense why she's a complete asshole now. I get it now, why she turned on people and to do the things she get now that the things happen the way it happened with us, because regardless of the narrative of how they purposely trying to push over there to y'all that I'm some type of witchcraft, some witch doctor, fucking demonic or whatever, the narrative to get y'all too afraid to support me or watch me, right? It's obvious that the reason why they want to push that narrative is because she don't want you to see the true nature of herself. And then I'm not finna give in to something that I know y'all seen her do over time, right? I'm not gonna be the first person this girl fall out with, and I'm not gonna be I'm not the first, nor am I gonna be last. I'm just a part of the process. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna happen again, and y'all know that. But I'm not finna waste any energy tearing down a broken woman that's already broken, right? It's obvious. Self-medicating on a daily, that's all you kind of need to know. And then the things I know now, but I would never bring up because I would never do that. Even though she hates me, even though they hurt me, but she hates me for telling y'all that they hurt me, I still ain't gonna come out here and do that shit to nobody in the group, right? But they want y'all to really they want to put that stigma on me, and that's fine. That's cool. I'm not even gonna try to argue and debate it. You know, like I said, y'all know I have anxiety. I won't even say Candyman. I'm 40 years old, and my grown ass still won't go in that mirror and say Candyman, Candyman, even though it's most likely not real, just like the Bible. But I still won't. You know what I'm saying? Because I said, just in case it is true, right? So I'm not into that stuff. Me and Queen Ye is what we call a naturalist, spiritual. She just believe, like, you know, going back to the roots of the things that our ancestors used to do, right? Going outside, just to give you an example, going outside and walking in the grass. Right, letting your feet actually ground. Don't go out, walking not on the concrete, but actually go out in the middle of a field and connect yourself back to the environment. So when I say hocus pocus stuff, that was just me being funny, making, laughing at her. But it's more like that, but I don't know. I just don't get it, because I be like, how am I demonic, but y'all can't see the error of y'all ways all day? Y'all been doing this stuff for 3 years. But according to her, I'm bonkers. Because I mock, and I done this, and I done that. Well, I have a question that I wanted to ask believers, those who agree with her, because there were a lot of people that agreed with her, right? From what I hear. I don't know, I didn't listen. But from what I hear, my question is, my question would be, all these children in the world walking around here with mental health issues, right, illness, is God causing them to be bonkers? Right? All this going on in kids. Is God causing these kids to be bonkers? How did they offend God? Because y'all trying to say I offended God, so that's why I'm bonkers. Even though I am, I won't want to say I'm fine. I'm functional because I need to learn how to protect my energy, just like Ivan just said. And don't give in to my triggers that I know put me in those dark states. Right? So that's why, hence, I didn't answer the phone when she wanted to talk on the phone, because I just want to remind y'all, again, regardless of what they say about me, because they're going to tell y'all a lot. They told y'all I'm a devil worshiper and I do all this or whatever, regardless of what they tell y'all about me. I don't know when they discover allegedly I do all this shit, right? Before or after I refused to answer the phone. But all this happened because I was stressed and I did not want to talk. And I didn't answer the phone for her, but y'all saw me draw the receipt. I put the text messages out there, right? To show y'all I did not ignore her, right? And then I also want you to pay attention to this, because it was just in case I'm wrong. Now, I didn't hear her say this. Somebody told me she said this. Allegedly, she's trying to imply that another reason why she was constantly reaching out for me, because she known people who've committed suicide and they'll say they're okay and then they're not okay or whatever. If she genuinely, truly felt, and I want y'all to just think about this, before we get into the lesson. If that lady truly felt that I might have been so out of it that she was afraid of suicide and that was driven her, then why is it that she's now making content saying things and saying trying to say hurtful things or whatever? Because somebody said she came from a character, even though I was told everything she was saying about me can literally be applied to her. If it's genuinely true that she was trying to protect me from unaliving myself, then why is she pushing to try to make me unalive myself now? You won. Y'all won. Right? Fake room, you got majority of the people to side with you. I done lost a lot of support. Y'all don't push the narrative out there that I'm batshit crazy. You already won. Why are you trying to beat a dead horse? Why are you trying to push somebody who you and your friends got on the platform and told the world I am so crazy and I'm nuts? Why are y'all pushing me further to unalive myself? Saying all the things that y'all saying about me now. If you already proved that I'm crazy, why can't you leave it? Why are you instead of pushing? Right? Because I made the choice to say, hey, I'm not going to sit up here and tear down a woman who I already know is hurting. I know she's hurting, especially for what I done learned about her. I know that's why she's self-medicated. You'll be surprised why people do what they do or when they give into their nature, or why a lot of those girls got upset with me when I made that comment saying that they let Amora get away with this bullshit as long as they did, even though I wasn't talking about them. But now, hindsight 2020, I see how it kind of bothered them because they participated in it. I actually forgot, honestly. Right? But I just said I'm not going to be responsible just in case. I don't want my words to lead to somebody to OD or get so numb or whatever, because y'all know how I'm a code breaker. I'm not going to make up lies and repeat rumors about you. I'm going to examine what I actually saw and witnessed, and I can prove about your character. That's why my code breaker thing tends to penetrate people a lot further than the roasted and the humiliation and all of that, the jokes and the stuff. I don't heard it all before. I just know it can't hurt me if I don't listen. But I just want you to just pay attention. If it truly was about Neo's, if they was really worrying about Neo's well-being and stuff like that, well, the things you doing could push a weak motherfucker. Not weak mother, because they not weak. Let me take this back. People who unalive themselves are not weak. We know that people who unalive themselves, they do it because they simply just want the pain to stop. Right? The pain becomes so overbearing and they don't give up and they have no hope. They actually, to me, I think they are pretty brave because they risk going to the other side and don't know what is over there on the other side. They don't even care. They rather deal with what's on the other side than deal with what's in reality that they know exists. So, but if a person who could not give in to people turning on them, bullying them, group thinking, and the people, putting me through humiliation rituals because I spoke out against a group and they chose to protect the group over protecting the individual, right? You see, if it really was about we care for Neo and we love Neo, then why are they participating on trying to still tear my character down? Everybody believes, not everybody, a lot of people believe your narrative. Now, y'all lying, but a lot of people believe that narrative. So why? Well, who are you trying to convince? The audience that you were genuine, or yourself? Even though Stevie Wonder could see that you wasn't genuine, because the things that I heard she said about me, like somebody even laughed about, she was like, girl, she making fun of you for being late at work. And I said, I make fun of myself for being late. The reason why y'all know I'm late for work, because I tell y'all all the time, I'm bad. I definitely be on them color people time. And I got hired admitting to a group of people that I'm like that. And they hired me even though I told them I have a problem with being on time, especially that early. But I heard that was something that was made fun. And I was like, I made fun of myself about that, But anywho, I'm just saying, what's the push? What's the urge? You turned the people against me. You won. Fake room, you won. You won this battle. But you're not going to win what I call the spiritual war, because I know that you are nothing but a part of the system, right? A group of agents, right? Who is accepting the matrix, right? I understand that I'm not just fighting people, I'm fighting the system. So to me, in my mind, sis, I already done discarded you and put you to the side, and you ain't nothing else to me but another variable in the matrix, another tool in the matrix that's trying to distract me from my purpose and destiny. You just a distraction, right? So I'm just not going to give into that. And then I'm also not going to give into causing you more pain than the earth has already, I mean, the universe has already caused you, right? You know, I know you done been through a lot, girl. But am I gonna get up here and she did? No, I'm not even gonna do it. I'm taking a different path with you, right? Because I think people kind of just see it now. For if they not being biased and genuine, just don't hate me because I don't believe in a God. They see that what you're doing is too much, right? But I ain't gonna never hear it. So you can keep on saying whatever you want to hear. You see, it has to get back through me, through word of mouth. But I'm never gonna let your words ever penetrate my ears again. That's how you protect your energy. But I will speak on when people say foolish things like you're bonkers, right? Because of your lack of belief in God. So I will address that because it does not make sense. Because who does not? I think some people don't realize y'all know everybody has mental health. You know that, right? Everybody has mental health. All right, where it becomes a mental illness is whatever it is that psychologically is keeping you from acting functional in society. Like if a person becomes schizophrenic and they hear and see things or whatever, and they can't function, that's where it becomes illness, right? Me having anxiety where it becomes an illness. Once I used to have those panic attacks, what I used to tell y'all, I used to have panic attacks so bad, that shit felt like a heart attack, right? But guess what? I had those conditions when I was a believer, right? But according to Fake Room, that's the reason why I'm bonkers, because she really wants y'all to think that I'm into that type of stuff, even though I don't believe in it. But they really want to push that narrative. But they neglect that when I went through temporary psychosis, and when they think they know everything, they really don't. When I went through the temporary psychosis, I was a believer, right? So make that make sense. I wasn't, in your words, mocking God. Me putting Jesus on a turntable, DJing, how can that offend you if that's not even the real Jesus? If Jesus existed, he was not no white man with blue eyes or green eyes. That is a character that people have came up with to represent Jesus, right? But that's not even a real portrait of Jesus if he actually existed. He was part of my color. But saying little things, oh, you mock this and mock that, I'm not offending God the way y'all think it is if God is real. You guys are offending him by being disobedient to the word. You don't keep the Sabbath. You eat abominable food. You having bastard kids, right? I'm not offending God because y'all think it's more about just believing in God. If you truly want to go and subscribe to that religion, I advise y'all to go read it yourself. Just yourself, and you will find out it's not belief that saves you, it's obedience that saves you. And I keep telling y'all that. It's not God don't save people because you believe in according to the Bible. You get favor out of obedience. And majority of y'all don't. How many of y'all have bastard kids? And I say that in a way not to judge you on it. I'm saying it in a way that the Bible referred to it. Right? If you're going to say, I'm going to hell for being gay, well, technically, I can't offend God for me being gay because I'm not a man. Number one, right? Sin is the transgression against the law. There is no law against my behavior, right? At the most, maybe people can get me for lack of faith, right? Which I do. But according to the scripture, I don't see why God would be upset with me for lack of faith, because according to the scripture, he's the one responsible if somebody has faith or not. Regardless how demonic y'all think I am, I tend to know that word better than you. Now, me personally, I think that's because of purpose and destiny. That the reason why I went and studied that Bible in 3 different perspectives is now that I'm on the opposing side, and now I'm here to help people who are deconverting or questioning or trying to find other ways or avenues of functioning. That I know it so well, I can show them where the contradictions at, the things that's useful, the things that are a little where you can see the political play that happened. Maybe I'm just, so now we can properly analyze it and see what it says and how it's obviously this is not the word of God, but the word of man, right? But I see the narrative that they're trying to push. They saying that I'm bonkers, right? Even though I know why I have PTSD. I know why I have anxiety, and I know why I have depression. Childhood trauma. a woman that was raped at 4 by a trusted individual, not a stranger, right? And that even when I was indoctrinated to become a Christian and accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, because I had no problem doing that, when my great granddad introduced me to the religion, right? You know, regardless of people keep saying something about my granddad, R word, it was not my granddad. My granddad was an amazing man, both grandparents, even the one that's alive. It was my great granddad, for the person who's trying to push the story and said that my great granddad raped me. He actually did not rape me, right? But I was raped by another family member at 4. But what happened to me at 15 was not my granddad. That was my great granddad, right? And he was a person that was married into the family. Wasn't blood. So this to the individual who I heard what she put about me in her community post. And I said, it's crazy how they just make up stuff. But it was actually my great granddad, and it was the one who taught me Jesus. And I tell y'all that story to show y'all that regardless of how they try to push this religion and say that it's real and true, that whatever it is that man truly believed in, it didn't stop him for trying to attempt to sexually assault me at 15. Right? He did not rape me. He didn't actually even get a chance to actually put his hands on me, do anything, because I pushed away from him once I realized what he was trying to do. Right? And I told my mom, and my mom wound up locking him up, and he did time. Right? At that time, 15, I can fight now. I can get away. 4, and you can't really do much at 4. You know? But the point of me telling y'all that story, even though people are trying to weaponize it now to hurt me, is to say that this man had a position in the church, right? He had a position. It did not stop him from doing something that he knew was a sin. Number one, you was trying to get me to commit in fornication, defile my body. If I'm supposed to be a virgin according to the scriptures, right? So, but he didn't care anything about that. He was just ready to get off of his sexual gratification. And I told people his fear of God and his fear of hell didn't stop him from doing that because, they truly believe that God would forgive them for anything, and people fall weak and fall short of the glory and all, bullshit. That's another reason why Christianity is popular, because people realize that they're going to get away with their bad behavior if they just simply ask God to forgive them for their bad behavior. And if they believe in God, God is going to wash away their sins. I like the other religions that teach that you're going to be accountable for the bullshit you do down here. So tread lightly. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to fix my camera acting up again. It seems to always do that in the daytime. But I'd rather subscribe to those type of religions, or, the ones that's going to make you be accountable, because people who think they're going to get away with the bullshit they do, they do it. That's why a Christian could commit unaliving, and they'll say God forgive murderers because God forgave a murderer in the Bible, so they say. But God didn't say that. The person who committed the murder said that, but they ain't catching that tea. Right? They ain't catching that. That God never said he forgave nothing, but they say, God forgive murderers. But anywho, my question would be, if religion makes an individual bonkers, a lack of faith, if somebody makes them bunker, then how do you explain all these damn kids running around here that's insane? And then how do you explain one of your closest friends, who I ain't finna say her name because it's not even about her, right? She just doing what she do best, right? One of her kids is bunkers, in your words, right? Did he commit witchcraft or mock God, or did your friend? Did she do something to offend God to make her child bonkers, right? Because that's what you said. You said, now you wonder why I'm crazy because I'm bothering God. I'm not. What did I do to God for him to allow a grown man to do what he did to me at 4? My earliest memories, I was watching The Little Mermaid, drinking orange juice and eating my boogers and running around the house high off of the fucking orange juice, right? What did I do at 4? Right? If to offend God, because the reason why I have mental health now issues is because what happened to me at 4. The reason why I went through temporary psychosis is because my brain, that intelligent mind that y'all claim y'all adore so much, even though I'm so intelligent, I seen through the bullshit, y'all blaming me for it. Right? You remember, I got to remind, they got mad at me because I told the world, hey, They hurt me, and what did they do? They hopped on the panel and told y'all it was my fault that I got hurt. Instead of them taking accountability, they could have handled it better. Both sides. I admitted where I could have did better. I could have just been quiet, listened, and then said what I had to say and then quit the group. I could have not been emotional, but still got my point across. But when you're in fight and fight mode and having a panic attack, you're not thinking rational. The logic is still there because I was eating them up logically, wondering why they kept putting break rooms feelings over mine, right? But I definitely admitted I could have been more patient. But when a person fed up, they fed up. So hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see what baby girl about to do. Hey, baby girl. Baby girl. Babe, she in there with you? Baby girl, what's wrong? Why are you sad? All right, if you be good, I'll give you some chocolate pretzels. All right. You want what? I'll give you chocolate pretzel, but what did mommy ask you to do? Baby girl, go to your room and I will give you chocolate pretzels. Okay, thank you. It's fine. All right, sorry, my bad. I gotta make a deal with baby girl, offer her chocolate pretzels because she love that's me and her snacks. Okay, that's me and baby girl snack. But dang, where I was going with that? So again, I think I was just saying, like, again, where did this thing where they trying to connect this? Oh, you're going bonkers and stuff. No, I got triggered. I can say for what it is. I got triggered. Somebody's mocking me for what happened to me. Everybody knows my feelings about how I said I wanted to unalive the person who did it to me, right? And then somebody was calling themselves trying to bully me to the point that made me say that I would even go fuck her ass up too, right? She keep pushing me. Hold on, baby girl, please. You're gonna go to timeout if you don't start listening. Okay, you don't want timeout, then go back to your room. But somebody even trying to like make fun of me because she don't like me for whatever fucking reason or whatever, trying to push me and mock me for that, right? I'm sitting up here like, yeah, I'm hurting, I'm saying things, it's triggering me because it's not the words of them saying it, it's the PTSD and the flashbacks from it, right? So I'm sitting up here like, in my mind, I'm like, they saying that I'm bonkers, but if I am bonkers, it's not even my fault why I'm bonkers. Look what happened. Even though, how many people go through this, right? You said this is a very touchy subject. It is. Let me go through some of these comments because I see somebody say, "May I ask?" I'm not really sure of exactly what it is that you're trying to ask me, but before I answer any of your questions, because let me just figure out what I'm dealing with, because I haven't seen any of your comments, so I don't know where you're going with this. Before I answer any more of your questions, are you a Christian, an Israelite, or some Abraham? But before I go further, because that'll help me answer your questioning, right? Because you just throwing out stuff that and I don't. And one thing about me, I'm not afraid to. I ain't gonna never back down from a fight if somebody want to challenge. But just remind you, I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. Okay, so be careful before you. Hey, Choco Kitty, what's up, sis? So, but before because I see you made a comment saying you're not really sure what I'm speaking on. I'm putting everything into one. I don't recall seeing your name here before. I'm talking about an individual, a situation where I left a social group or whatever, and it got ugly. Things came out, and that one of the people who are now trying to demonize me, to turn people against me. They trying to convince people I'm just so evil and wicked, even though they had no problem when I was doing it, when I was making videos about people they don't like, right? But I'm addressing religious talk, philosophy talk, and then debunking the bullshit. What she said, that the reason why I'm allegedly is bonkers, right? From a person who self-medicate daily. that I'm bonkers because of my lack of belief in God and that I mock God. So that's where the confusion, if you're confused, that's what's going on. So, okay, then I can respect that. So then you add agnostic. So being that you are and I'm not going to dwell with you too long because I want to get to my lesson. Uh, being that you are agnostic, what is it about omnism that you specifically trying to challenge? Because and then I will address that because I see you comparing omnism of how your interpretation of omnism, because I don't recall, unless I don't forgot in this live that I even broke down my understanding of omnism or preparing it. I just know my audience knows I'm an omnist and they understand that's why I still entertain the ideal of there being a God. So, but not God in the way people feel like God is governing, keeping track of people right and wrong, and things like that. I see God more like the philosopher Spinoza sees God as a substance of a natural force of creation, right? And that it's not concerned with people's everyday humans affair, right? Its only purpose is to create and destroy and create and evolve, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna just entertain you just a little bit more because your comments keep catching my attention, and then I'm gonna get back to my lesson because I'm trying to see what is it that you're challenging because of omnis. Because I know people keep twisting when I say omnism, that I believe that all religions is true. That is more of a philosophy, but not for me to take the religion literally, right? So you can answer that, then I answer you, then if you would like, I would like to move on with my lesson. So while I wait for this person to respond to me, I'm gonna go grab a video real quick. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, that was a good one too, but that's not the video I'm looking for. Okay, I think I want it. Okay, that's one. All right, let me see if you answer my question. You said this is a very touchy subject, and I do believe people should have the right to believe in what they believe as long as they are good people. Yeah, but the thing is, Adrian, you know me. You know the reason why I understand. Like to me, like let's look at it like this. The Muslim man in Iran, to me, if he puts on a suicide vest and he runs into a building and um, you know commits a terrorist attack or whatever, even though what he did was is fucked up, you could say it's bad, whatever. I know that he most likely did that because of indoctrination, right? That someone taught this individual to think like this, and that the religion conditioned them, right? Now, do I wish his natural essence in his body to want to preserve life or to value life, or at least value his own life? Sometimes that's not written in the essence of people's souls, so that naturally does not kick in. But I can see how that can happen, right? Because it doesn't take much. Because for how long did they have my ancestors, right, sis? How long did they have us really believing that Jesus was a white man? Or God is white, right? Our God literally became the complexion of our oppressors, right? And there's going to be some people Like, that's why a lot of Christians got upset with me when I put Jesus DJing in the video with the Ashley, running to hell, right? And they do have a subconscious connection, a psychological connection to the imagery of worshiping the whiteness and seeing whiteness as superior. For a while, our ancestors didn't have a problem with once they took away our religion from us or our practices, took it away from us and gave us theirs. They had no problem accepting it because it was a part of white supremacy, right? So you can see over time, conditioning do have people believe in ridiculous things. The truth is the elites know that this shit is fake. The people who's going to capitalize and get rich off of these wars and everything that's going on, they know it's not real. They not afraid of no God punishing them or nothing like that. They just need the people to believe that it's real, right? So the people can do what they want them to do. So, all right, let me answer your question real quick, and then I'm gonna keep going. Which religion morally standard do you actually live by when they conflict? Omnism forces you to pick. No, you way off. Omnism forces you to pick and choose, which means you're no longer truly following all religions. Would you agree or no? No. And I'm pretty convinced that I don't think you know what omnism means, right? So first, let's start with that, and then I'm gonna answer your next question, and I'm finna move on. Omnism has nothing to do with picking a religion. And it's funny that being that you challenging omnism when a lot of people realize that agnostic and omnism actually can run hand in hand, because an agnostic person is not removing the ideal of God. They don't have a lack in belief in God. They just don't know which God it is, right? So, because I was going to rock with the agnostic, I was damn near close to being atheist. Then I kind of was like, nah, I know too much to be atheist. And then I was like, maybe agnostic, but I was like, nah, I kind of know too much to be agnostic. Even though I can, when people do try to label me as an agnostic, I'm okay with that. But I kind of lean back more to Spinoza's ideal of God, like the God, how Albert Einstein described God. And me being an omnist, I'm a natural, peaceful person, right? So I would rather subscribe to a faith that I know can help people coexist rather than divide them. And that's the whole mission of a person being an omnist, that we rather have people coexisting together. Because when people divide and you go your way and you believe in this and you go that way and believe in that, eventually conflict is going to happen and people are going to be at war with each other. And they're going to fight. And then somebody say they God, say conquer this person, and blah, they squad, say, So you said Nigerians are really bad with it? Really bad with what, sis? What I missed? So many religions claim exclusive truth or says that others are false, misleading. If all true are valid, does this mean that the exclusive claims are false? How do you reconcile that? Okay, so you one of the ones, so you must have been here before where people kept challenging me on the all religions are true. All right. Let me see if I remember this man's name. Was it Robert? Was it Robert Bailey? The first man who came up with that word. I think that's his name. Because I think I see where the confusion is with you. Okay. Was it? What was the name of that? That was not his name. I know his last name is Bailey. Let's see. Let me get it right. I haven't taught this shit in so long. All right, so I was trying to get the name of the man who coined the term, and then I'm gonna break this down again, but I'm not gonna hang on this too long, because that's not even what I'm challenging. I'm challenging the critical thinking, how when people want to pick and choose how to use their religion to tear down someone, but don't realize that they say something foolish, uh, and that they are assaulting their own friends when they say things like, the reason why I'm bonkers is because of my lack of belief in God. Oh, his Philip James Bailey, that was his name. All right. Lacking belief in God when one of their closest friend literally has a child that is bonkers, in her words, right? So that he doesn't even he can't even function in society. But anywho, okay, so let me just show you this real quick. And like again, I'm not gonna stand on this too long. Omnism is not a religion, right? It's actually, let me make sure I do it. Let me do it like this. It's a word that's not, according to them, he was one of the first people to use it. The word, word omni means all or whatever. Omnism was a okay. So omnism is a belief in all religion and faith as containing elements of truth. Was coined by English poet Philip James Bailey in 1839 in a poem called Fetus, right? Where he states, "I am an omnis," right, and I believe in all religions. It represents a form of philosophical oh no, shit, I'm fuck that word up. Focusing on a single shared truth across different spiritual paths, right? Now, that's where the word come from. We're gonna start there, right? And I want you to pay attention. He used the word and he said, I'm an omnis, and I believe in all religions, right? Omnism, the belief in all religions and faith as containing elements of truth, right? The way that Neo X understand omnism to be, hold on, let me make sure I pull out the right one. Let's see. All right. Is that the right one? No, that's not the one I was at. My bad, y'all keep pulling up. Why is this shit popping up? That's keep pulling up the wrong screen. Here we go. This should be the right one. Okay, omnism, right? All right. Omnism is the philosophical belief that all religions and belief system contains varying degrees of truth, but no single one holds the absolute truth. Right now, that's the universal understanding of people like myself who understand where the word was coined, right? Because you had a man who wrote a poem. The first time we seen the word being used in a poem called The Fetus. And in that poem, he expressed that he believes in all the religions. Now, this is where hey honey, thank you for coming back, sis. Here's where I think you might be confusing. I'm an omnis, and I do go back to the more extreme version of what Philip Bailey said when he first used the word, because I understood the way that he was using the word in the poem, even though I read you the modern understanding of onism. Yes. Do I, on the surface level, philosophically believe that all religions are true? Yes. But not to be taken literally. And this is where I think where the confusion is, because regardless of how many times I keep repeating this statement, not to take it literally, right? People are still going to hold on to the word that I said that is true. What I am saying that is true is that the religion comes from a divine, or if you want to say not divine or even intelligent source, original substance, giving people these religions, right? Why? Because all these gods come from the imagination of a man's mind. Everything that we bring into our imagination and make it tangible, it existed in our imagination in the unseen world, right? For instance, when Jesus was walking around, we did not have the cell phone, right? But over time, as human beings get smarter and as we evolve, there are new things that we wind up developing that was in our imagination that we create here on earth. And all these elements and stuff exist here on earth. It's no different when it comes down to us coming up with creative ways to express our psychological issues or our behavior, right? I believe that it's orchestrated on purpose for the world to have multiple religions, right? So that's the part that I'm saying is true. Is there something outside of ourselves giving us these imaginations to believe in these gods? Absolutely, right? I don't know if you ever went to sleep before and had a damn dream, right? You do not conjure up your dreams. That is something outside of your free will. You experience your dream, right? And then there's some people, once they realize they're dreaming, they can, what is called, baby, what is called when people realize they dreaming and they can start manipulating things in a dream? What is called when a person, lucid dreaming, lucid. Yeah, so there are some people who lucid dream because I do it all the time, right? But before you start lucid dreaming, before you gain control of your dream, your body already puts you in a subconscious state, right? Because you sleep, because you're not conscious, so you sleep subconscious. Put you where you're experiencing realities that's not true. They're happening in your mind, right? So with me, I believe when things like Buddha came into existence, the ideal of Krishna came into existence, Zeus came into existence, Jesus came into existence, because his savior complex is not even original. He's actually a prototype of another copy of another god, right? That the people do this stuff because it's going to help them evolve into a more intelligent being, right? People have to discredit or disprove these imagination gods to get to the bottom of why things move or act the way they do. For example, we discovered that Zeus, Thor, or the God of the Bible is not the one up there throwing lightning down at people and striking trees and striking people every now and again. We know what conduct things that attracts lightning. We know about the protons and electrons and the stuff in the sky. We know about the environment. We might not be able to write a book on it, but most of us have a basic understanding that it's no longer Zeus and God. Controlling the lightning. This is more of a environmental thing that's happening on Earth. It's the Earth that's doing that, right? But when people come up with these guys to give them meaning and stuff, part of the process is first teach them this stuff and then let it eliminate them so they have no other room to believe in another God again, right? For example, what's another thing? Like people who teach their kids Santa Claus. The reason why y'all teach y'all kids Santa Claus, right, is because you're trying to control your goddamn kids. If that makes sense, if you like, this is the best example I give you. We teach our kids Santa Claus because you want your kid to act right. You teach them that good behavior gives them good awards. You tell them that there's a white man in a red suit watching over them and he got them on the list. He's checking it twice, seeing who's naughty or nice, right? If they're bad, they get a lump of coal. If they're good, they get toys and stuff, what kids desire, right? The world does not function how we teach our kids Santa Claus. But at that moment, Santa Claus is what that child needed to help them know that good behavior will give you great awards. Now, there's some people who will not teach their kids Santa Claus and be like, your parents got this. But there's some people who don't. But to show you an example of how that works, because now that when that child becomes an adult, they discover that Santa Claus is not real, right? There was never a man coming down the chimney, keeping track of them right or wrong or whatever. But at that moment, that's what that child needed as a form of behavior. And I noticed that each time a religion, a popular religion comes and surface and go, and they come and go and come and go, we get smarter around whatever age that is going on. That's why I keep telling y'all, once these people can prove to y'all that it ain't no hell, Christianity is out the door. That religion is gone. Right? Because that's the main reason why people follow it. Number one is because they're afraid to go to hell. Number two is because it's a religion teaching them that they're going to get away with bad behavior and there's no consequences of their behaviors on the other side. Right? So that's the best way I can really explain that to you. When I say all the religions are true, I'm talking about the message behind the religion for us. What do you get out of it? Another example I like to give is the three little pigs. We know that pigs don't talk. Wolves do not go around blowing people's house down. We know pigs do not build houses and shit out of woods and sticks and stone and stuff. But everybody's familiar with that story, right? We don't use it as a religion, but everyone who's pretty much an American knows that story. And the true message behind that is not literally can pigs build houses and can wolves blow shit down. The message behind it is hard work pays off. So if you study the Bible and take away the literal shit, that's why I keep saying the religion is true, but don't take the shit in it literally. Like, I don't know, a snake talking and a girl eating a piece of fruit and people walking on water. Like, take that imagination shit out and listen to what the message is, that what is mankind been communicating to each other over years. And you can see what the messages are. That's why omnism teach that there are each religion have some element of truth. They don't say that religion is true or this religion is the only way. They don't believe that Jesus is the only way, right? Even though Christianity claims that. Well, it might be the only way to people who are chosen to follow that religion, right? Because we know for a fact there's things that existed outside before Jesus even said any of that stuff. There's groups of people who believe and doing just fine without that religion before they knew Christianity. So that's the point that I'm making. It's not a black and white thing. You have to be very spiritual and see things in multiple layers. And I ain't trying to be funny. You have to be able to critically think or just philosophy, just be able to think outside the norm. And the containment of what people try to explain to you was literal, right? Three little pigs. Pigs don't talk. Snakes don't talk. But what's the message? And the three little pig, hard work pays off. In the Christian Bible, depending on which version you're reading, right, we see that the Bible is communicating to people to be at more peace with each other, right? Treat each other better, right? What else I can say we can find in the Bible? It depends on which time period. Now, if you're talking about the Old Testament, God was just killing every goddamn body, right? So, but if you look at more of the New Testament, the main message in that New Testament, regardless of people want to believe it or not, Jesus is telling everybody that the kingdom of God is inside of you. He's telling you that you're a God, right? And telling you to treat people the way you want to be treated, because how would you treat God? Whatever way you would treat God, treat your neighbor that way. It's in there, right? But people just overlook it because they focus on the carnal things like bulldaggers, like myself. They worried about who I'm fucking, but don't think that there's anything wrong with them cyberbullying on the internet, but then the same breath say they love God. Or go around having bastard kids. Like, even though I'm not saying that to shade anyone, because I'm a bastard child. My mom was not married when she had me, right? But the example that I'm trying to tell people is that according to the Bible, when you do that, they curse, right? If you believe it. I don't truly believe it. It's not literal. But we know that whoever the people who made up those rules, they was doing that to keep people from having kids out of wedlock. Because you remember back then, women couldn't work, right? They needed men to be a part of the family to take care of kids. So that stopped men from humping on everything, getting women pregnant, and leaving them. And that made women more stronger to not allow men to have sex with them that they're not married to, right? So we know why it was said, but is it literally true? No. Who the hell believes that they were cursed? Who believes they were cursed? I don't. You know what I'm saying? Even though what happened to me at 4, I still don't believe I'm cursed. So that's what I mean. But so hopefully that helped you understand. I'm not finna, like I said, it's no point of arguing objective and subjective and contradictory, because you won't be able to debunk. For you to debunk me being omnis, you're gonna have to debunk that everything in the Bible is a lie. Everything in the Hindu books, I forgot the name of their books, I don't want to lie. Everything in Buddhism, you have to debunk everything that they teach is a lie. Because if I pick up one of those religions, one of them, and show you one thing in it that is true, my argument stands, because that's what omnists believe. They believe that each one of these religions have some type of element of truth. I just go, like I said, I just go back more extreme to the original person who coined the term, the Philip Bailey, and say, oh yeah, I definitely believe all these religions are true, because they come from the imagination of a man's mind. It's just the creator communicating through us in the way it's been communicating through us. It gave us it gave us imagination, right? Y'all see how I get with my imagination. I make awesome videos when I can, right? So, but that's all. That's it. But you said, ma'am, I'm not arguing if that God does exist. Instead, I'm just asking questions from the reliability of faith as a method of forming your belief. Well, I know I'm not going to disagree with people saying that you can't use faith, right? Because I play a video and I can show it for you. I can pull it up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I know where you're going with that, right? Faith versus knowing, right? And the trick with that is, if you being an omnist or an atheist never says that there is no God. They don't say that shit no more. If you look at how they preach and teach now, they tell you now they just lack a belief, right? Because they haven't disproved there is no God. Because you can't, I think what's you can't prove a negative or something like that. Atheism is a belief. They don't know that it's a God. They don't believe there's a God, and there's not enough evidence to convince them to believe, so they lack the belief. Any atheist ain't gonna say they know it ain't no God, right? And if they saying that, then they being disingenuous, because nobody knows nothing. Only people who know is the people who clock out and they go to the other side, and that's when the person is deceased, right? And from my understanding, ain't nobody coming back telling us it's lit in heaven, right? That's not there is no scientific document book of we documenting people coming back and saying, yeah, Jesus is a cool dude. Y'all might want to get it right down here. Being that we're so limited down here on earth, everything is a belief. But I do get what you're saying. That's why I told you what I said, omnism. Hey, I believe. I didn't say I know all religions are true. Or I know some. No, I will be honest and say it's belief. There's nothing wrong with believing in something if you don't know. Only time belief become a problem is when people weaponize those beliefs, right, and use it to cause harm and start bombing each other countries or enslaving my people, right? Or ex-friends of mine jumping online and trying to paint me as some type of antichrist person, even though she sat under my teachings plenty of times, Kevin's teachings. But all of a sudden, because I don't answer the phone for you, I'm the antichrist. But you understood me when I was doing this stuff before. I did not deviate from my script, right? I've been consistent in who I am, right? But I'm finna play, let me see if I can play this. I keep forgetting to save this video because I need to download it so I can go right to it, because I know where you're going with that. Because there's nothing wrong with, that's why I said me being an omnist, there's nothing wrong with somebody believing in something outside themselves. So if I go back to being a Christian and I believe that Jesus is the way, how is that being harmful to society if I'm not using that religion to cause harm? Now, if I ain't going around shooting people who don't believe, if I do that, then that religion is harmful. But if I personally believe that and decide that every night before I go to bed to pray for my family, pray for the world, pray before I go to sleep, pray over my food, how would that be harmful? It's not harmful. It's only harmful is once I start using that religion and say, okay, now you got to get out. I got to kill you. Got to die. I got to enslave you. God hates you. Like how they do with me. They say God hates me because I'm gay. So, and I'm like, God didn't hate you when he let you get herpes, but I digress. People pick and choose when they want to say God hates somebody. You know, me being a lesbian, I've been it reduces my chances of catching STDs. Can lesbians catch STDs? Yes, they can. But it's very hard, you know. It's very hard. Bisexual women catch STDs, but lesbians is rare as fuck. Damn near impossible, right? But anywho, let me see. I need to save this video because I played it. Because I love how this dude, hopefully it pops up. Boom, he popped right on up. Oh shit, they got music. Why somebody put music behind it? Now I gotta find the original video. Somebody else picked the video, but they got fucking music behind that shit. All right, let me see if I can find somebody else. Okay. All right, so here we go. All right, so check this out. You said my son, honey said her son is an atheist. Her son, good for your son. That's funny. Because I'm telling you, these babies are smart, bro. These babies waking the like except for my nieces and nephew. They you know, they believe in Jesus, honey. Cause my siblings indoctrinated the shit out of their kids, okay? But they know auntie be looking at them like, man, I don't believe that shit no more. But anyway, your son sound like he might be going on, heading in the right track, because they swear atheist means that a person gonna go out and commit crimes, and what's stopping them from raping people. And I'm like, do y'all know how many believers do that shit? Y'all better look at them. Most of the people in jail are Christians. What are you talking about? It's like they did a study and they found out like 0.000 like 2% of people who were in prison for violent crimes were atheists. Like I was like hardly none. It was probably one out of like thousands, right? That was an atheist, and they found that very unique. That damn, you people who actually believe in a governing God that's gonna judge them for their action. Majority of those type of people are in jail, but the person who don't believe that God is gonna do crap to them somehow don't commit these immoral crimes that y'all think is gonna happen if a person lacks belief. It's crazy to me. I don't know, to be honest with you, I'm gonna keep it G. I don't know any bad fucked up atheists. I don't know any that don't abused any kids or don't went to jail for abusing the kids or so I don't know. I'm talking about just off of me meeting. I don't know any bad men off the top of my dome that I can think of that is an atheist, right? I don't know any. I'm talking about a bad, like evil, bad individual. So not if I disagree with them or think they have bad character. But y'all listen to this person break down the difference between, because I got to get back to my lesson, y'all. I don't went way off topic. But I want y'all to listen to this, the difference between knowing and belief.
I think I'm a white man.
You think?
Yeah.
No. Do you believe?
I believe I am a white man.
Don't you know that belief is a doubt?
How is belief a doubt?
Eh?
How is belief
Because
a doubt?
you cannot believe something and know it. If you take
wait, my poor brain, wait.
Hang on.
I cannot believe it and know it.
No. And you can only believe in what you don't know.
I like that. You can only believe in what you don't know.
You don't know.
That's why you have to believe it.
Yes.
Ah.
Now, do you believe in your mother and father?
No, I know my mother and father.
Yeah. So, but you might believe in Jesus.
I might believe in Jesus.
Because you don't know Jesus.
I've never met him.
You can only believe in what you don't know.
True.
So know that belief is a doubt.
Once you get to a certain
All right, so belief is a doubt. You only can believe in what you don't know, right? I don't believe who my mother is. I know who my mother is. Number one, she raised me. Number two, I seen her name on a birth certificate, right? So that's where I think I know whoever the person was, they left. They said I wasn't understanding their question. I was trying to answer that question, like, what is the purpose of believing versus making your choices on what you believe based off of faith when there's no substantial evidence to back that up. I was going to get around to that. They claim I didn't understand. I did understand. I was just trying to hurry up and get to this point because I was going to show y'all that there's nothing wrong with belief, regardless of how some atheists or agnostic toot their heads up and think that y'all are cuckoo for having a form of faith, even though before they decide to be atheists or agnostic, whatever they was going through in their time, they had faith until they decided not to have faith anymore, right? But my point, what I was going to make, is that everybody has a form of belief. Atheists don't know that there is no God. They lack a belief in God. So you believe what you don't know, but they pretty sure majority of them know who their parents are, right? Except if they're in a situation where they've been adopted or was in some foster care and they never met their parents. But if there's some type of proof of their birth, it's probably somewhere in the document at least who the mother was, if they don't know who the father is, right? So there's things that we absolutely know. I know how old my baby girl is, right? Because she can tell me, her mother can tell me, and then I've seen her birth certificate and I've seen the year that it was documented that she was born, right? So I know, I don't believe my baby girl is a certain age. I know. So when it comes down to people challenging philosophy and religion and stuff like that, I don't even get too caught up in it. Atheists can't never debunk my stance of me being an omnist, because the only way they can debunk me is they have to prove that no matter what religion I decide to put in front of them, they have to prove that everything that religion said is completely false. Because I'm not arguing if that religion God exists. Right? All the gods function the same, right? They exist in functionality, but do they actually exist in being present and active in our life, and that we can go like this to Krishna and go say, Yahweh, what's up? And high five Yahweh? No. These guys are not interacting with us like that. But they do become symbols in our minds once they come out of our imagination. They become symbols. They become a representation. They become a stand-in until we discover, okay, this not God. Let me keep going further. Me being neo-X after going through my psychosis, right? When I was constantly praying, telling God that I wanted all of you and I want to worship you in spirit and truth, right? I feel like in a certain extent my prayers did get answered, because now instead of me believing in one God, I'm open to a buffet. And I can digest God however I choose to. That's why I'm even in this situation when a person who wants to beef with me and tear me down and all that, I'm easily going to choose to even how I respond to her and say, hey, guess what? I know you like you are how you are because of all the pain and trauma you yourself been through. But guess what? I'm not even going to be a part of any more of your hurt. I already removed myself out of your life, right? So I would no longer cause you any more pain. I'm not even available to you anymore, right? So I'm not going to be a part of that and hope you get the healing and the help that you need, right? But you don't have to worry about neo-X being a part of that. I'm not going to tear you down. I think the world already did enough. Because look at the product. Look at what you become, right? That's how I see it. You know, just because you have fans, and a lot of them, don't mean you're correct. Did you ever meet Nasty Nate? Oh, my bad. You didn't have a problem with her until she discarded you. Got it. My bad. That was a poor example for you. But there's Trump. You ever met Trump? There's plenty of fans Unfortunately, people are fans of assholes and evil and wicked people, usually because they resonate with them. Right? So that stuff exists. Just because you're more popular doesn't mean that you're correct. And then, and to be real, and I hope I don't offend anybody who's know me from over there or who's trying to secretly support me. I'm glad those people are kind of going, if that makes sense, because it was toxic, y'all. Regardless how they trying to paint the picture and want y'all to convince y'all that I'm the sick one, wisdom should show y'all that I'm not the sick one. The environment is sick. It's not me. The saga happened before I came through here. Now, did I have poor judgment and ignore red flags just so I can be a part of a community, a sense of community? Yes. I blame some of that on my bias of me wanting to support anything black or loving on black women. Y'all know I love black women. I date them. I'm in love with one. I love me some black women. Right? I love being a black woman myself, regardless if they keep telling y'all I'm a man. I just like dressing like this because I feel comfortable. But my fiance done came up here numerous of times and told y'all that I don't act like a guy. Right? But I love what I am, who I am, whatever. I just also like wearing this. I just like wearing clothes that I feel comfortable in, you know? So, and then I'd rather be a stepdad, what they keep calling me a stepdad, to bitches who ain't never even had a dad. You know, that is like, how you throwing a shot? You mad at because an autistic little girl got 3 parents? That's crazy. She got her mother, her father, and then there's an additional bonus parent in her life. But they mock my baby girl, saying that she deserved better. She has better than most of y'all have. Most of y'all grew up in single parent homes. But you making fun of because the universe blessed this baby with 3 parents. That she's being protected 3 different ways. They just say stuff, you know? Don't even know they daddy, but they make fun of baby girl because I'm in her life. So, but yeah, so again, I'm gonna just play this part again.
I think I'm
and then
a white
I'm gonna
man.
get into, I wanted to play a video of somebody breaking down trauma and how does it cause mental health. Hey, I thought you said you was gone now. Like, you said I didn't understand your question. Hey, what's up? What's up? Now I got to go back to see what you said because I don't stroll past. You said you left because I didn't understand your question, but I guess you didn't leave. You know what we can do? I'm going to do this for you because I don't even have no place to be. I just really want to go play my video game after this because I've been hooked to playing Fallout 4 right now. Because I've been discovering things that I never knew. That game is just like Skyrim for all my gamers out there. And if I would have known that, I would have been played Fallout because I love Skyrim. Is one of my favorite games. So, but if you want, here's the link, and we can get right to, just so I don't even have to read your comments. I'll let you come in and ask so we can just get straight to it. So I won't be misreading or not understanding what you're saying. If I can hear you actually say it, I can probably catch on what it is. So, but all right, I'm gonna play this one more time, and then I'm gonna move on if he don't hit the link.
You think?
Yeah.
No. Do you believe?
I believe I am a white man.
Don't you know that belief is a doubt?
How is belief a doubt?
Eh?
How is belief
Because
a
you
doubt?
cannot believe something and know it. If you
Wait,
take Allah,
in my poor brain, wait.
anger.
I cannot believe it and know it.
No. And you can only believe in what you don't know.
I like that. You can only believe in what you don't
You
know.
don't know.
That's why you have to believe it.
Yes.
Ah.
Now, do you believe in your mother and father?
No, I know my mother and father.
Yeah. So, but you might believe in Jesus.
I might believe in Jesus.
Because you don't know Jesus.
I've never met him.
You can only believe in what you don't know.
True.
So know that belief is a doubt.
Once you get to a certain level.
Right. So I just love like what they said. Belief. You know, you can't believe. Believe what you know. It's either one or the other. Like for instance, I don't believe the Bible is the word of God. I can say that I don't believe that. Right. I'm not convinced. Right. I don't know that it's not, but I believe that it's not. But you know what I do know? I do know, right, that there's no original manuscripts to those books and those writings. That is something that ain't a belief. That's something that theologians, whatever they call it, the people, theologists, people who study religious sector, the secular and the non-secular, they all admit that that is something is true out there. All the scholars say factually, there are no original manuscripts, none. Even the people who believe or know they believe the Bible is true, they will tell y'all that. That is something I do know. No, hey, there ain't no manuscripts. None. Not one original. Out of all those books, even the Ethiopia, even when people try to say, well, the Ethiopian have this. Yeah, and guess what? That's a copy. It's a copy. Right? I know that they don't have none. But I believe that the Bible is not the word of God. See the difference? So I know I have on a red hat. But I can believe Honey, even though she has a hat in her she has a hat on in her photo. You beautiful girl too, if that's really how you look. But her hat, I see her in the hat, so I can believe that she wears hats throughout the day sometimes, right? Y'all know I do it as for my trademark of my, my online presentation. My brand is the hats, right? And so when I get my hair done, I won't wear the hat, right? But I can believe just looking at, oh, look, she got on the hat too. So I believe she wear hats just like me. But do I actually know, does Honey wear hats as often as I do? No. Number one, I don't know her. She's just an avatar. That could not even be her, right? She could be a man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that. But I can believe based off the evidence. Oh, I seen her picture. She wears a hat. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's rumors that she wear hats all the time. Right? You give an example. So you said I reposted that man on one of my social media. I don't seen him before, but I just thought that was a good one. That the way he just simply broke that down. Like you only know you can't believe and know who your mother and father is, but you don't believe. And if you believe in a thing, it's a doubt because you don't know it. Agnostics belief. That's what I was trying to hope the person who hit the link would say. Agnostic, a belief. Atheism, a belief. Christianity, belief. Omnism, belief. Who's arguing that we believe an ocean exists? Baby, do you believe an ocean exists or do you know an ocean exists? How do you know that the ocean exists? Okay, right, and your ass don't swim in it. And they got some crabs and we don't went on cruises and shit like that, right? Right, so we know it exists. Nobody believes that there's an ocean. Like, we believe, now me personally, we believe there's a space. I don't know if there's space, right? But we believe it is because people come down and, with images and stuff. But I don't know. Them motherfuckers could be lying because I just seen a documentary. And there's a chance that these motherfucking people ain't even land on the moon. But that's a whole nother conspiracy in itself. America might be doing too much. What's up, babe? What you doing? Right. Faith is a belief with no evidence. I'm not gonna say that. I wouldn't say faith is a belief with no evidence. I'm not gonna say that because there is evidence. It might not be convincing evidence, if that makes sense. Like, Ivan, you're my boo, so I know you don't mind me challenging you a little bit. No, I don't know why you was doing that, babe. What? Yeah, you distracting. All right, babe. All right, so Ivan, I'm finna just push back on you just a little bit. Would you use in the court of law? Is witness testimony considered evidence? Just real quick. Is witness testimony considered evidence? The most arrogant and dismissive thing is to tell a person they lack a solid spiritual foundation because they don't subscribe to your religion. I have no debates for that kind of thinking. See me, however, real one, that's some real shit. I agree with that 100%. That's why I'm an omnis, sis. Right? That's why I keep telling y'all when Kevin Wesley inspired my ass. Because I keep telling y'all, when he was talking about something he made me, I had to correct him. Nah, you didn't make me, Kevin Wesley. I put in the work. But I ain't gonna lie and act like you did not inspire my ass. Right? He did. And I will always be grateful for what he did, you know. And I'm so proud of that man right now. I'm like, for real, 100. So, even Kevin Wesley, how he inspired me. Kevin inspired me because Kevin, when people with Christians was telling Kevin Wesley that God was gonna kill him, you know how the games they trying to play with me, all of a sudden God gonna get me and stuff. I'm like, God taking kids, God taking Christians, God taking everybody. For some reason, people think God gonna get me, and I'm sitting up here like, if it's written in the stars for me to leave before you do, right? For me to clock out and time for me to go on the other side, it ain't have nothing to do with how I believe God or perceive God. Clearly, it's about purpose and destiny. Everybody has their birth date and everybody has their death date, right? And some people, regardless of what religion you believe in, live longer than others. We have accidents that happen. We have diseases that happen, right? We have unseen events that happen where somebody might take somebody's life, right? We have genetic situations where people can have things going on in their body that they don't know because it's genetically in them. That's why you have young people who have heart conditions and don't know it until they collapse, right? So if I leave, it has nothing to do with y'all praying and hoping God get me for my lack of faith, right? That's not how that works. Death is not a punishment if everybody has to experience it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Babies die, unfortunately. So if I clock out before you do, how is that a punishment if somebody just lost their baby girl or their baby son before that baby can even walk? Or maybe, hell, I just covered a story where a man ran over his child. I think the baby's like 1 or 2 years old, just completely ran over the baby. They offended God too because they didn't live as long as you did. Because I have wisdom to know it's not a punishment. But when I heard Kevin give his testimony and how he kept saying people was wishing death for him, saying that God was going to kill him, God wasn't going to heal him while he was in the hospital, and he's going to believe in God once he's facing death and stuff, that man got up, unplugged himself from whatever the machines that he was plugged into. Now, mind you, he wasn't even out the winds yet, right? He was still dealing with the medical emergency he had going on, right? That man got up and told people that no God can kill him. He challenged every last one, even if they God ain't even the right God. He challenged all the gods that people believe in. And he said, no God can kill him. When he did that shit, when I tell y'all Neo X and my little beady eyes was looking at that screen like, that dude gonna die. I think he gonna die. Is he gonna die? Nah, he ain't gonna die. This shit ain't real. Maybe this shit ain't real. Right? And then I just start following his ass. And then I start researching and studying, and the rest is history. And I said, now I can always respect a man who challenged all the God. It remind me of the game God of War. Right? Kratos beating all the gods' asses, right, in the game. But when he said that, it's like once you get that psychological attachment out, that indoctrination and that fear, and I was like, this nigga brave as hell. He said, fuck them all, right? There ain't nothing happened to him, as you can see, because as you can see, Kevin West is still doing what he doing, right? And he did not die that day. Not saying that he's not going to, pass away in the future, but it ain't going to have nothing to do with the hell he said that day, because it didn't happen. Nothing happened to him, right? So it take bold thinking like that. But I'm telling you, when people say that God going to get you for mocking, why God ain't getting y'all for these bastard kids? Why he ain't getting y'all for eating these shrimps and pork chops and not keeping the Sabbath? You need to study the Bible. He don't be fucking with people who lack belief like that. He be fucking with people who disobedient. God be punishing people who know better, who claim to be his kids. Them the ones he fuck up the most if you study your book. Okay? Shit, the Bible say the people who don't believe ain't got nothing to do with them. Why they don't believe, he give people faith if you believe the book. But I don't believe the book, so that's the difference. So I listened to Kevin Wesley's first video because before him on YouTube was Ray Higgins. Yeah, I came across Ray Higgins was the one who made me do the research on the story of the flood when I realized all the contradictions and how much of water flooded the earth. Ray Higgins is the one who made me study the flood story, and that's when I realized that story was most likely false, right? Didn't happen. And then when I found out also that the story wasn't even original, sis. So it's a lot of flood stories out there. So I believe in African spirituality, and there's nothing wrong with that, but keep that to yourself, honey, because I swear if you bring up any type of thing pertaining to Africa, they gonna say you voodoo, you do witch doctor. They say I do dark magic. All these enemies I don't made online. If I truly believed and subscribed to dark magic and had that type of ability, if I really was dark and evil as they would, do you really think I'd be letting people just breathe? If I had that ability, a lot of you motherfuckers disgust me, right? A lot of people, I think the world's better off. I meant what I said to old girl when I said the wrong sibling passed away because you are terrible. You's a fucked up person. You just spin online tearing down other black people. You know, the world is not a good place with you in it. It's actually better off without you because when you're gone, you're not causing harm. Only people don't like me is because I'm going against the people they don't like. But they can't say I caused harm to anybody. I did not betray Fake Room. Fake Room got upset with me because I didn't give her complete access. And I have every right to do that. I have to protect my peace. And it wasn't even nothing personal. She just took it personal. But of course, I got punished and got a humiliation ritual from a same group of women who came out of the cult called the Sisterhood. So what they did was normal in their nature. That's what they've been doing the whole time for years. So I'm not shocked that that's how it happened to me. Just because 5 people got up there and told y'all an event the way that they said it did doesn't mean it's true, right? Even when people's mocking ChatGPT, ChatGPT point out the flaws and the logic and the lies which y'all refuse to acknowledge because you're biased. My receipt was a receipt. It was evidence. But people ignore shit when they don't like you, you know? But like I said, I'm glad those people are gone. There's some people I'm going to miss, and there's some I don't give a fuck if I ever see them again. So, let them go. They probably do. They already have it in another set. I don't post nothing bad, but I do post certain stuff, girl. Yeah. Well, if you burning sage, or if you got this tattoo, there's what they told y'all to do black magic. If you got this tattoo, girl, even though I got a cross on this hand showing you how much of an omnist I am, but if you had that, she the devil. I was like, you just can't make this shit up. When did I turn to the devil, though? Was it before I didn't answer the phone or after? You know, when I said y'all hurt me, man. Anyway. All right, so the person, what was it? I don't know if it's a male or female. The 3150 dude or she never hit the link, so I'm gonna keep going. They can judge. I don't care, girl. They ain't got no room to judge. They ain't got no room to judge. How they gonna judge you? They ain't got no room. That's why I said, well, they be saying, oh, you do better. Shit, if I had that type of ability, a lot of y'all would have been touched. You would have been touched by now. If I could do that. But fortunately for y'all, that's not my cup of tea. I actually believe in purpose and destiny, and I just let the ancestors handle you, if that makes sense. That's what I kind of low-key believe. I kind of let the universe decide, make a decision who was right and wrong in these certain situations. So, hell, I had somebody come after me, and I remember this person, a Christian, and she said, whatever you've been praying to, you can go ahead and stop from doing that. Because, just go ahead and stop, because whatever you did or doing is working. And I said, girl, all I did was told the universe to give you a dose of your own medicine. That's pretty much what I said, right? When in my prayer and meditation, I just basically asked for favor, and I asked them to work it out, and you see what happened. So, and in this situation, I'm asking for a judgment, and, so whatever happened, if they gonna call that black magic, that's fine. But I call it karma. Not black magic. I ain't nobody doing none of that shit in here y'all claiming I'm doing. So, all right. So I've been up here laughing. That's what I'm saying. Ivan, they must don't even know. If I did black magic, you think that man who did what he did to me at 4 years old, do y'all really think that nigga be out? I would have been telling y'all a different story, right? That I would have had him throwing and blood coming out his mouth. I would have had man going through all types of. If I had black magic, you think the man that did what he did to me at 4, do y'all really think he'll be breathing? He'll be touched, okay? I would have got some of y'all, Because a lot of y'all don't cause a lot of pain. Because I'm telling you, they got mad at me because I said I went into a women's group where that was supposed to be built around pain. Building around bonding, healing, trusting each other. I went into the group wounded just to come out with more wounds. Imagine that. But somehow, even though it's my fault, right? I came in broken. I don't know. I came in being who I've been the whole time. A person who's emotional and cut off people, and when I'm having a panic attack or having PTSD flashbacks and all I came in that person when the invitation was given to me. Came in as Neo. Now I left as Neo, but then I don't left as Neo another. If they don't evolve your girl to another level, now I ain't gonna lie. After all them that whole day when I was doing all that crying to Tinkers on that phone. When I tell y'all the next damn morning when I woke up, I don't know if it's because I looked at the picture of my ancestors. I had to remind me, girl, do you know who you come from? Okay, do you know who your folks is? Do you know you Angie's child, right? Do you know? You feel what I'm saying? Do you know? Okay. It's like something just like it's like some drums. Like I could literally feel the drums in my blood, if it makes sense. It's like a bitch was getting hyped up spiritually. It's like a warrior. Like, bitch, do you know? Like I was like, this is how I felt. Like I'm telling you, the next morning when I woke up, like after I realized what they did and that they didn't care for me the way they tried to make it seem like, it's like I woke up like this, y'all, for real.
Get up! Wipe the blood off your face. You're not done yet. Life hit you hard? Good. Now hit back harder. No one's coming to save you, and that's your power. You don't need saving. You need focus. You need fire. Let the pain sharpen you. Let the doubt feed you. And the next time they count you out, make sure they never forget who you are.
It was like, I'm telling you, I can't explain it, y'all. It's like something in the blood, bro. It's like you just, like, it's like, because I remember it was something that happened one day where everybody keeps saying that, not everybody, because one or two people heard it, but there was a drumming noise that kept coming through my microphone, or coming through my audio, and we could not explain, and I kept looking and examining. It was and only a few people heard it, because I remember I contacted somebody who I used to be cool with and asked her, did you hear that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, Did anybody hear them damn drums? That was me. It's like that warrior spirit woke up inside me and be like, man, fuck these bitches. Get distraction. Okay, that wasn't for you. I know you was excited. You was looking forward. Because I was excited to be in the group. But clearly, that ain't the plans we got for you. Dry your eyes with your big crybaby ass, right? And get the fuck up and let's get to work, So I ain't gonna never let nobody doubt me again. It ain't not it. I don't care if fake room flick that lighter 2 times every day for the rest of her life. She ain't gonna stop my purpose and destiny. She can't do it. She ain't gonna stop nothing. You're gonna have to put a bullet in my head, baby. The only way you're gonna have to stop this, you're gonna have to completely eliminate me from the matrix, because you ain't stopping what my purpose and destiny is. We just ain't meant, it's just been revealed that me and you ain't meant to go there together. That's it. But to wish you the best on your journey. So people be doing a lot of talking, but not knowing that they can get their mouth shut up when they can't stop talking. Everything will be shut down, the YouTube channel, everything. I seen that happen. Some people practice dark magic and work in the law firm. That's why you gotta stop judging people you cannot judge. Yeah, I know somebody. I actually know. I ain't gonna clock their tea. I ain't gonna tell y'all some business, but I do actually know somebody. A very popular person who I know practice hoodoo. And mind you, to show you how open-minded I am, one of my ex-girlfriends did voodoo, right? So, but Queen Ye, that's why I was telling you when they try to say things about me, I'm transparent. I would not been. If I practiced voodoo, I wouldn't be ashamed to say that to y'all. If that makes sense. If I practiced hoodoo, I would say that's what I was doing. Right, I told y'all my ex-girlfriend, not my ex-fiance, but the girl I dated before my ex-fiance. Queen Ye is my current fiance. But 4 years ago, before I met Queen Ye, a year before I met Queen Ye, I was engaged with another girl, right? And I told y'all that the reason why me and her didn't get married, because she was bipolar and she would not get help. She was a very beautiful girl. Right, I ain't gonna lie and act like that's part of another reason why I put up with the crazy shit as long as I did. Right, very beautiful. Y'all think Brianna's beautiful. My ex was very beautiful. Right, but she was nuts. But nuts. She was a functional nuts, but she would not get help. And I was trying to tell her I have family members that bipolar, and when they get on the medication and they get the treatment they need, these people are fine. One of my aunts own a home and a top in her employment and everything. It doesn't stop you from living. You just got to go get treated. But she refused to get treated. Very talented, very beautiful. But she said Jesus was going to help her. From what I heard, Jesus haven't helped her yet. So that's what happens when people are indoctrinated, right? She said Jesus is going to help us. I can't compete with Jesus. So I wind up cutting off the engagement and I wind up moving on, right? But my ex before her, the bipolar girl, she actually practiced voodoo. And we used to get in arguments about it. I didn't do it. I didn't engage in it. I just knew that was her practice. And one time when we got in an argument about it, and she low-key tried to threaten me with the shit, I told her, I said, your voodoo ain't heal your depression and whatever the fuck you got going on yet. How am I supposed to be afraid of something that I'm clearly see that it ain't the power that you're trying to act like you possess, you don't have, right? I know that the key behind that religion is actually giving it some validity and then believing in it, right? If you don't believe it, really can't fuck with you like that. It's a subconscious psychological thing, right? If somebody believe they curse, they would begin to act like they cursed, and every little misfortune in their life would seem like a damn curse, right? But not when, when I see people who allegedly do voodoo and all these sick people around them, and I was like, so voodoo only help you get your enemies back? Voodoo don't heal anybody, or is it only how does that work? Even though I don't demonize voodoo, I know people have demonized it because Hollywood done made it look more scary than what it actually is, right? So I've actually, like I said, I just thought about it. Another friend of mine, or a friend of mine who I know, she does voodoo too. I just realized, I think her voodoo or hoodoo, one of them. I think hers is hoodoo. But I also know somebody on the internet who does hoodoo, but it's not my business to clock their tea. because they haven't came out and told y'all. So I'm not finna do it. So y'all be surprised. People who do witchcraft every day and unaware, it can simply be through the power of the tongue. Yes, ma'am. But if you are aware, you can always return back to sender. Also, when they take medication, according to the Bible, they don't want to talk about that real one. Oh, they hate when I bring that up. Ooh, they hate it. Also, when they take medication, pharmaceutical medication, when they take a potion, a synthetic artificial potion, they are engaging in witchcraft. And I even tell them if they look up the word witchcraft, come back to the word pharmakia, where we get the word pharmacy, right? A potion. If you take a medicine that a doctor prescribed to you and you take your ass to Walgreens or CVS or to your local drugstore, aka pharmacy, and you purchase that medicine and you consume that, you just took a potion, according to the Bible. Pharmakia is witchcraft. The same word, just nothing new under the sun. It's just a lot of people are ignorant to that, and they don't know that it means that, but they've been demonized to think witchcraft is such a bad thing besides the spirit of rebellion, right? Ain't none of these people just sitting up here praying to God to lower their blood pressure. They taking blood pressure medication. I know plenty of Christians who have a regimen of medication. The one Christian that's harassing me right now, I'm waiting for her to give a testimony that God healed her of her herpes, right? Now, there's been testimonies that Dr. Sebi diets and treatments and stuff has cured herpes, right? But I'm waiting for a Christian. There's one that just keeps harassing me. I'm just waiting for her to give that testimony, right? Not going to happen yet, but they don't even know that. So that's why I said when they think they can just demonize me, shut me up, and scare people, deter people away from me, they can't debunk none of the stuff I say. Challenge me on the information, not how you personally feel about me. I'm not going to hell, but you will be, according to your religion. I'm not going. I'm going to be chilling with the ancestors, and I'm going to be a damn good ancestor because everybody know how much I love my nieces and nephews, okay? So I'm going to be a lit. So, if I need to be doing, and I'm going to be petty as hell too. If my nieces and nephew call on me to get somebody back, I might just do it, right? If it worked like that on the other end. Okay? If it really worked like that, shoot. My nieces and nephews going to have the most pettiest ancestor. Because I was petty while I was alive. I'm going to be 20 times petty on the other side. People fucking with my folks, okay? But anywho. But all right, so let me get back to the science, y'all. I know I'm entertaining the spiritual stuff, but y'all know the spiritual stuff is belief with me. The science stuff is more of logic. You know what I'm saying? I am a little bit, and I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all know I'm more logical than I am spiritual. I just do not completely dismiss spirituality because I think spirituality is something good. I think it gets the conversation going. I think it gets people to question and be open-minded and stuff like that. That's why I be laughing when they be saying she does dark magic. Y'all be gone. Trust me, I hate a lot of y'all, especially when you chose me as anybody. It's a lot of y'all out there I hate. I hate you, right? You'll be gone. Like, if I could, trust me, if I could, I would. I'm telling you that I would. You be out of here, and because I definitely get away with it because they can't convict me on maybe I did because I did some hocus pocus and you wind up, falling off a damn bridge or some shit. How they gonna convict somebody and say, oh, you did that in the power of dark magic? Ain't nobody ever been convicted of a crime because somebody said that they committed murder by tapping into dark magic. Them courts gonna kick you the fuck out if a prosecutor ever brought that up. Like, judge, we want to prosecute this individual because she used her dark magic voodoo to take somebody's life and shit like that. Please. That shit don't work like that, y'all. Cut it out. Hate is not an evil emotion, ma'am. And that so unfortunately you think that. Hate is not an evil emotion. Hate is a justified emotion. I hate child rapists. How is that evil to hate a child rapist, ma'am? I hate them because they rape kids. How is that evil? See, now I don't know if you're a Christian and maybe you, because your indoctrination, you was taught that hate is just as well as murdering somebody according to the religion, right? Then if that's the case, then why do God say he hate Esau in the Bible? How come he said he hate evil people? How come he said he hate people who eat pork and shrimp? The word hate, because I'm not a Christian, simply means a strong dislike. That's all it means. A very strong dislike. There's nothing wrong with hating. I hate the people who's causing these wars that's going on right now and the innocent kids are being bombed and targeted. Right? I hate liars. Hate them to the T. Because why? A liar destroyed my life. A liar trying to destroy my life right now, thinking I care if a bunch of women from the saga support me or not. I was making videos before them. And like I said, if I drop down to 8 people, I'll talk to my same 8 people. Been there, done that. Ain't nothing wrong with hate. It's a lot of bitches on the internet who don't cross me, right? Who don't did wrong, lie on me, mock me, tried to humiliate. It's a lot of motherfuckers I hate. I do. There's a strong dislike. And if I had the power, if this dark magic that they're accusing me, I would have been eliminated a lot of people on just being honest. Like if it's that serious, if you think I'm doing some shit like that. But no, ma'am, hate is not an evil emotion. Lying isn't an evil though. You know that? Lies, when I did a lesson, you should definitely check out my lesson when I did about liars. How in no matter what religion you believe in, lying is the worst thing now next to murder, after murder, in almost majority of all religions. That's probably why God said he gonna send liars to the lake of fire, right? If you believe in the Bible. That's evil. Getting on the internet and cyberbullying and tearing down a black woman and trying to push them to kill themselves and commit suicide and all that. That's evil. Collecting money and capitalizing on it. That's evil. Calling somebody's child, school and calling DCF and all of that's evil. I have every right to hate bullies, ma'am. What the fuck is you talking about? I ain't even trying to curse at you. But being that you felt itchy enough to even come in here and say that to me, I hate that fucking Romika was murdered the way she was murdered. I hate that happened to her. Hate ain't no evil emotion. When people try to, y'all get that bullshit from the Bible. If more people hate the way I did, the world would be a better place. If people hate child molesters would get more than 5 years in prison. They'll be getting their dicks cut off or killed. Baby girl, please go back to your room. She always come out at the wrong time. I'm glad she didn't really hear that. So, hey, no ma'am, no ma'am. No, I'm not going to let you do that. Nope, that is not true. Hate is the manifestation of death. So there is a proper place to use the word hate emotion. No ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am. The manifestation of death? No ma'am, I'm not going to let you run with that narrative. How? How? Do you believe in okay, watch it. Do you believe in the death penalty? Someone's being I said I didn't mean to curse at you. I did curse at you. Y'all that's why the world's fucked up right now. That's the problem. Y'all don't hate enough. How can me strongly having a dislike from somebody kill them? Because the motherfucker who raped me at 4, ma'am, I've been hating him ever since then. I've been hating him every day. He's alive and fucking well. So clearly, your little philosophy is not actually true. I have been hating him since he raped me, ma'am. He's alive and fucking well. Now, when I had life and death in the power of my hand, one day he was asleep and I was standing over his ass and I had a weapon that gave me power of life and death. That's the only manifestation that was about to happen, that at that moment I had to choose to either do what I wanted to do or realize that this world is, the country I live in is going to lock me up once they realize what the fuck I did to him. The reason why that man lived, because I'm the world's greatest auntie. I tell that story all the time, man. I simply did not take his life because I didn't want to go to jail, not because I thought it was wrong. I didn't, at that moment, because what he did to me, I didn't think it was wrong. Now, if you get into a fight with somebody and unalive them, yeah, that's wrong if I take that life. But how I felt about a child rapist at that moment wasn't wrong. In my eyes, didn't do it because I was the world's greatest auntie. I didn't want to be away from my damn babies. The only reason why he lived. And it ain't had nothing to do with that. So, ma'am, you incorrect. I hate these motherfucking bitches online who do the most. I do. They disgust me. I hate them. So, I don't have to hate. Who has to hate? You know you can hate evil, right? That's biblical. To show y'all how much, I know you don't believe in the Bible, but that's where you're getting it from. Because ain't nobody in voodoo, hoodoo, or any other religion outside of Christianity going to sit up here and say there's something wrong with hating evil. Ain't nobody going to say that except for somebody who's subscribed and has some residue of the Christian faith still resonating in them. Ain't nobody going to tell you there's anything wrong with hate. People that hate somebody so much they are unalive strangers before they let them come in their community. Don't even try it, sis. That ain't gonna work. Anywho, I hate these hoes, like I said. So, and they safe because I don't do dark magic. They lying on me. But no, ma'am, that ain't true, and you know it. That ain't true. I ain't even finna entertain that no further. I know it sound good, but that ain't true. But anyway. Quick question. You said quick question. Okay, so the yin and yang are about balance, and meaning one doesn't exist without the other. So love is balance, hate is according to your philosophy. Yeah, ma'am. Everything exists in duality. That's why I'm not studying what this lady's saying. I'm never gonna let nobody convince me that there's something wrong with hate. I know the world would be a better place if people hate righteously, right? And I'm talking about not hate without a cause. I ain't talking about prejudice, right? Or people hating somebody from a different religion. I'm talking about hating against people who cause harm, evil. I hate racists. I guess if I stop hating a racist person, the universe will finally stop motherfuckers from being racist. Anywho. I'm going to go ahead and let you rock with that, sis, because I don't know if you really genuinely trying to help me and mock me, and I'm not going to assume because I don't know you, so I ain't even going to do you like that. I will start off by saying this because I am a real one. I apologize for using a cuss word towards you, okay? Like, again, I don't know your intentions or not. I shouldn't have went that far, but when I get passionate, it happens, right? So I number one, I apologize for that. But number two, if you're trying to help, I appreciate you trying to help, but sis, I'm so beyond that, right? I believe in purpose and destiny anyway. It doesn't, to me, I know it doesn't work that way. Well, let me start. I believe it doesn't work that way. But I'm telling you, this emotional hate attempting to manifest death, I disagree with you on that. Because, and let me tell you, and let me just tell you why, and I'm going to explain myself real quick, and then I want to move on, sis. The reason why I'm strongly disagreeing with you, because I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and realize that you really don't know who I am. You don't know me. And if you did know me, you would have heard me repeatedly say over here that death is not a form of punishment, ma'am. Right? Like, I don't wish death on people because I look forward to, not, we all have to look forward to the day we die. Right, so in my mind, death is a part of, it's a process. It's part of the circle of life. So that's why I wanted to pump your brakes at, because at first I didn't know if you was fucking with me, because I don't recall you ever coming in my chat before, right? And as you can see, fake room got her people who keep coming in here and saying little slick shit to me and whatever. But I'm gonna take that back. But it's only because I just got to be honest with you and tell you my mindset. There is no such thing as manifesting of death when everything dies, ma'am. That is a function, right? I know people try to teach that life and death and shit like that, ma'am. Impossible. Children are being bombed. Okay? Hospitals are being bombed. Right? Churches I covered the story where them kids got shot up at a church, right? During the most intimate time with their creator, with God. I believe those kids are speaking a lot of life by even participating in a form of ritual of worshiping a God that's supposed to be protecting them, and the angel of death came right along and shot those kids up. I know it sounds good to try to chuck these things over to things and abilities outside ourselves. I know we try to justify that and make it make sense to us because we do this as a form of way to comfort, right? Even I do it when I talk about the universe siding with me or the universe. Like, I say that as a form of comfort, but I know that it really doesn't function like, well, not know, I believe that it really don't function like that because I believe in purpose and destiny. Ma'am, everything dies. I can't manifest death. When I die, when it's time for me to leave, even the bacteria, ma'am, that's going to come out of my stomach and start the decaying process when my body started returning back to dust, even the bacteria that's alive in my body right now, when it starts to eat my body away, ma'am, that bacteria is going to die. Okay? You understand that? The bacteria is going to die. Chomp is going to die, even though I spend a lot of money to try to keep him as healthy as possible. My dog got some medical conditions. He's going to have to die. And it's not because someone hated him enough to kill him. Purpose and destiny. Some people are destined to live 100. Some people only going to live for 100 seconds or 100 minutes. We are not all afforded the same time. Children die, ma'am. How can a child manifest death? Who manifested death on a child when the only thing it did was come into existence? Now, due to whatever issues that they have, or the development or whatever, the child no longer lives, right? So, ma'am, I know it sounds comforting to say that, but I know I can sit up here and hate the people that I hate every day, and I know me hating them is not going to cause death on them or myself, right? It's not. They're going to leave when it was their important time to leave. I'm going to check out of here when it's my time. The universe already have it established the day Neo X is out of here. Now, I'm being hopeful like most of us and hoping for longevity. We all hope for that. But I know in reality that I can hope all I want. I can hope all I want, right? But as you can see, you can hope and shit don't always go as planned. I hope for a good relationship with what happened with the GG sisters. As you can see, I got removed out of the group. So you can hope all day. I don't try to remove hope from people, but I accept that there are some things just outside of my control. That's why I don't believe in free will. I did not control free will. I don't control the day I was born. I didn't control my parents. I didn't control my genetics or why I look like my mom or, whoever I look like or, whatever. I'm the only kid out of all my mama kids, fat. Everybody else got the skinny gene. I got the fat gene, right? Didn't control that, right? I can't control my preference or anything, right? A lot about me I don't control. That's why I say I already know. I'm here for the ride, baby. I've accepted a long time there's a difference between you being you and yourself. I know that this vehicle is not me, ma'am. I know I'm the outside person, the conscious being. That's who truly Neo X is. I'm not this flesh, ma'am. This is just a vehicle. I'm clearly aware of that. But I know people try to push that because people don't want you to hate people and all that. Nah, if people actually hate bad things, the world would be a better place. If people hated war, there won't be no war. The problem is people hate the wrong shit. People hate when you tell the truth about their fans, the people they fans of. That's why people don't like me. Because I tell the truth. But I'm done with that, sis. I'm sorry, but I just had to go ahead and lay that on the table with you, man. Death is not a punishment. Even if every person in my mind that I hate drop dead tomorrow, I'm not going to chuck that to I did anything. I'm going to be like, that was a freak, phenomenal, coincidence, right? But I still won't even be convinced that it had anything with me not liking them. Because I've been hating a lot of people a long time, and while I'm hating them, they living their best life. They probably don't even know how much I just don't like them. But don't get it twisted. The people I hate is because they cause harm to myself or they have caused harm to others. I don't hate for no reason. I don't hate without a cause. But I know that hate just means a strong dislike, nothing more to it. It ain't nothing spiritual about it. Nothing spiritual about it. So, all right, I'm done. I just couldn't let you just get away with just saying that part. But I appreciate you trying to help me. But, I disagree with you, sis, respectfully. So, I hate the man that took my childhood at 4 years old. I hate him. Honey, tell me that ain't happening to you, sis. Please tell me. Tell me that you not. Tell me that did not happen to you, sis. This crazy how often this happened. Tell me that's not what you saying. That you was abused at 4'2". I used to always think that my case was so because of how young I was. You get what I'm saying? But tell me that didn't happen to you, sis. Nah, sis, I'm not manifesting no death. These hoes want me to kill myself. You know that? I pissed off a man so bad because I told the truth about his ass. As soon as they found out I had mental health, he kept making videos telling me to kill myself. These motherfuckers want me to kill myself so bad. And I feel like Fake Room want me to do that. As much as she trying to pretend that she loved me so much, why would you push a person that you think is mentally insane? Why would you push them and then start bullying them as a response? If there was simply a misunderstanding, even though it wasn't, you was just not genuine, you wasn't real, and you mad. But why? They trying to get me to take myself. I ain't going nowhere because I ain't even built that way. You feel what I'm saying? She talking about I worry about people committing suicide and take that. I'm actually the opposite. I would take, do the do before I do me. If somebody causing me that much pain, I ain't finna do me. I'ma do the do. That's just my brain. Give you the heads up right there. But ain't nobody on that type of time, really, sis. I'm really not. So, but honey, if that's what you're trying to say to me, sis, I'm sorry that happened. If that's what you're saying, I was trying to wait for you to clear it up. But you just got my stomach kind of in a knot with that, sis. I hope that's not what you're trying to say. But if that is what you're saying, man, I'm sorry that happened to you too. But when I can get to this video, I've been trying to play this video for the last hour or so. I'm gonna play to the video, and we gonna actually tell Fake Room how people go bonkers after trauma, and it has nothing to do with their lack or belief in God. So. But God gave man free will, Neil, even his son, so God ain't get. Look, so this the white dog. This the boink of it all, right? So let's say Neo X is 100% wrong, right? And that the Bible is the word of God. And that the God of Israel is the God of the world, and he's gonna judge the nations when people die. The crazy thing about all that, sis, if the story is real, it actually proves more that there is no free will. Because it's examples in the Bible where God made people do things. Some of it was a part of judgment. Some of it was to prove a point. Some of it was to prove that he was the better God. But even the Bible insinuates that Judas, the whole purpose of him even coming to existence was Jesus needed someone to betray him. Judas was the one written. So even with that, Judas gave into his nature because it was written for him to. I think Jesus said it was better for that man not to even be born, but he had to be born because somebody needed to portray Jesus to get the ball rolling. So, no, ma'am, Neo, you and Brett are just two strong-minded individuals who don't see eye to eye, in my opinion, and disagreement. No, ma'am, look, I get it. I'm not even trying to convince y'all to look at Brett Room in no other light. I promise y'all not now. While she's over there demonizing me and want y'all to look at me as demonic, I'm not telling y'all to do that at all. I'm telling y'all that your perception of what happened is y'all are incorrect. I'm telling y'all what happened. I know what happened. Break Room never liked me, ma'am. Not real one. You know I love you. It ain't we two strong-minded people. That ain't even what happened, sis. That lady, look, she was only acting like she liked me. Right, and that she fucked with me like that. She was only doing that because she felt obligated. Because you remember when Nasty Nate flipped on her, Neil S. I was the first person to stand with her. I was the first one. I wasn't the only one, but I was the first one. That was because that would look crazy for her to start fucking with me and flipping at me. Because we used to get in little jabs before that. A lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't even know that girl came for me first. See how y'all don't know that? Before me and her became cool. And I remember when she came into my space. She came into my space and wrote a message. It was like, hey, is it safe for me to come over here? And I'm looking at her like, what the hell is you talking about? I forgot about the things she was doing. She had to remind me that she came for me because that show you how much I pay attention to people who try to start shit with me that I don't know. Ma'am, if you want to continue, I told you I don't trip. Anybody want to continue to support her, do that. It's just know plenty of people know the truth. And I find it crazy that somebody who she used to be cool with, the way it was broke down, I mean, to the T, the way that shit happened the way it happened. It spooked me out a little bit, but then it didn't spook me out because I thought about it. I said, oh, you just clocking pattern. No, it ain't no strong-minded. Me and that girl, look me in my eye, look me. Me and her ain't gonna never be friends again, ma'am. Because it wasn't real and genuine in the first place. Okay? She did not like me, ma'am. It is what it is, and it's okay. It's okay. Let her have her fun or whatever. Let her do what she do. But we not doing this. She gonna do 40 nights by herself. We're not doing that. But it was never genuine. I'm telling you, my discernment and my wisdom don't kick in. Right? I see it for what it is. All you got to do is when the last time you been to a community post from what I hear? Go to her community post and go read what she said about me. Now, mind you, I ain't say nothing as harsh as she said about me. They say she was over there mocking my mental health again. And I told them I'm not responding. Tell her to take a drug test on live. I mean, that's the part of the most dig that I gave her. Go look at that wall, ma'am. It ain't no strong-minded. That was a motherfucker who was secretly pretending to like me. You know, you'll be surprised. You know people like that exist, ma'am. They call false lights. It was fake. So, but no, I appreciate you trying. But me and that lady ain't gonna never be friends again. That's done. There's some shit you just can't come back from. You know? And the one thing that'll make me stay away from you forever is the first thing you tried to do is when we having a disagreement. Because if it was simply a misunderstanding, why didn't the group come out and say it was a misunderstanding? We wasn't trying to hurt Neo. You know, I'm be sorry that she's going through this or whatever. How come they didn't acknowledge that? When they came out, sis, they wanted y'all to believe that I was crazy. And that I was just too much and I flipped out on them. But they neglect to tell you the part where I begged for space. Right? They neglected to tell y'all that part. Like, come on. They neglected to tell you that I did communicate with her. I didn't communicate the way she wanted me to. And then they forgot to mention that some of them people wasn't even on the call when it happened. And that the final straw why I decided to leave is when one person quit the group, her, and the other person said she didn't even want to be around me to the point that she wanted me to get my money refunded to be in a vacation. When that happened, when two females got that so upset with me while I'm having mental issues, I don't want to be around them. I don't feel safe or trust. I would never trust them. And then you got one who was supposed to be a leader wind up mocking me more than anybody else did. Right? So no, ma'am, that shit wasn't real. I'm okay. Look, y'all, I know y'all be wanting people to work out stuff. I'm telling you, that ain't gonna never happen again. I wish the ladies the best. I don't hate them. You remember, if you wondering if the person was speaking thinking I'm saying that I hate break room or I hate those girls in the GGs, I don't hate them. I would have said it by now. Y'all heard it. If I was really hurt to the point where I'm screaming I hate them like I said with Callie, it would have been said. I don't even hate them. Right? That's not even that. I didn't even hate them once I realized that they just was giving into their nature of what they conditioned and used to do. They used to this behavior, that toxic pattern. That's why they tried to gaslight me. And when I said, hey, you hurt me, and they said it's your fault. When I realized that was the mentality, I can't hate people who fucked up themselves. You know? So I don't hate them. I wish them the best. But it is what it is. And I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to keep talking about this, y'all. I know it keeps coming up because y'all keep saying stuff in the comment. But I wasn't even supposed to talk, but I don't. So if anybody wondering if I'm trying to manifest hate the Gigi's sister, I don't hate not one girl in that group at all. I just still feel hurt and let down. And do I ever want to be friends with a fake room again? Absolutely not. Go look at you just go to a community post, even though I didn't, because I got to protect my peace. Now I heard she went in to the point that she even made fun of how late I be. But from what I hear, go to the community post and you go look at that. I ain't even do that to Callie. When me and him fell out, at the most I mocked the things that the shit that ain't that much into. I made fun of him with the little boat thing because that's what triggered him. But for his deep stuff, I ain't never come up here and tell y'all this man business like that or nothing. I ain't go that far. And then I eventually left him alone. After I said I was gonna play and then leave him alone. When the last time y'all seen me throw a shot at him in the community post? But nah, don't do that. That friendship never happened again. There's nothing to bring back or reconnect because it was never real in the first place, man. So hey, let me just give you an example. Watch this now. Let me just show you. Let me show you this. Because it's crazy how these random, because it be the people who I'm beefing with who do this. This ain't no spectator. This somebody I'm beefing with. Now, let me show you. Now, this is how you get them. You said bump the sisterhood in Gigi. What about all these other people you fell out with? Do you take accountability or is it always other people? Name who else I fell out with. I'll wait. Go ahead. Because you said, all due respect, I'm just asking to strain. Okay, name them. Watch this. Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm waiting. Put my chair up. So. Queen Throne, Kevin. Do you even know? Watch this. Okay, let's start with Kevin. That's just that first one. What caused the disagreement between me and Kevin? Being that you put Sarnetta on the list mean that you damn sure full of shit. If you blaming me for Sarnetta. All right, but watch this. So Kevin, we're going to go down the list. Let's start with Kevin. Why did I fall out with Kevin? Because out of the three people you mentioned, the three people that you mentioned, I'm cool with Kevin now. And I don't have nothing to say about Queen Throne. Queen Throne was never my friend. Let's go ahead and clear that up too. But I was definitely a student of Kevin and I was a supporter of Sarnetta. I was cordial. I was advocating along with Queen Throne. But why did me and Kevin fall out? Because It's crazy when these identified things. 'Cause this somebody who Batman. Watch this. Why? No, you made a claim. Why? Why did I fall out with Kevin? Because it is other people to show you how toxic it is. But why did I fall out with Kevin? Watch this. Because I don't know if you heard, Kevin apologized and admitted that he was wrong first. And then I apologized for not ending it and letting it get out of hand. I responded to Kevin Wesley, sir. Ma'am. Well, why? Why? Okay, we go Queen Throne. Do you even know what happened with that? No, you ain't tell us. You're so, watch this. You put Kevin, Queen Throne, Sonetta, LGBT community, being that I can tell that clearly you probably heard me mention these things, right? But the thing is, I'm noticing you're not putting my friends on the list. When I fell out with a friend, I'm noticing that. None of those people you mentioned were my friend. The LGBT community thing, being that you being funny with that, that's a joke on my own wall where I say I got kicked out of the LGBT community. That's an inside joke. How the hell I'm going to get kicked out of my sexuality? I make a joke about being kicked out of the community because I said they don't agree. I don't agree with their stance about trans women being women, and I stand on that. Right? Trans women are not women. They're trans women. They are men, right, who given into the social construct of what society say women should and look and should act. Now, that was a joke because I used to be in a group of people, LGBT community, where, you know, a lot of us come together and talk, but I can still go back over there. I was just over there recently saying, hey, and talking to the host. It's just a joke. It didn't actually truly happen. But when I said that to a bunch of gay people, they got upset with me. So it was a joke. But being that you ain't mentioning friends, show me everything I need to know. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm finna go ahead and address this real quick. Kevin, the situation with Kevin, and just let you know that I'm good with the man and he apologized, right? The situation with Kevin got out of hand because when the drama with Callie and Kevin first came out, I sided with Kevin and thought Callie was doing too much, right? Realized Kevin was telling the truth the whole goddamn time. So I sided with the fucking liar, but I didn't know that he was a liar at the time. Right? So when Kevin found out that I was making fun of the Dwight Howard and the situation with him, I was making lighthearted jokes about Dwight Howard. And then Callie making jokes about Kevin. I made a comment that even if Kevin Wesley is gay, I wouldn't be surprised if he is gay because he, gives that vibe. He's giving that tea, right? That's the type of things that I'm picking up. Now, I did not know that would make Kevin get upset when I made that comment because the way I worded it, I was just wording it in a way that I wouldn't be surprised. But once Kevin expressed to me that he did not like that, I walked it back and I told Kevin that I'm going to stop calling him gay, right? Well, not calling him gay, saying that, he does give gay vibes. Where the things begin to get out of hand is once me and Callie began to cover the Dwight Howard situation and Kevin began to get aggressive with me and overtalk me and, doing too much, we began to snap and go back and forth with each other. So with the drama with Kevin being in proximity to Sonetta, a man who got a reputation of letting child rapists on his channel, you have an advocate like myself who got into it back and forth with Sonetta, right? Because we were disagreeing with the type of people he brought on his show. And then we was disagreeing with the way he was handling things when he let his narcissistic wife try to verbally abuse me, right? So am I wrong if I fell out with a nigga who has a community of pedophile friends all around him? Kevin Wesley, the only reason why he called Stray is because he was in proximity. But on top of how he felt with the whole gay situation, it got out of hand. What made me beef with Kevin is when Kevin got on the internet and told people I raped my brother. Day 2. Every person that you mention on here is a response, even if you want to go with Queen Throne. Now, I'm not trying to mention her name because I don't have nothing to say about Queen Throne. As I can tell, she still goes everywhere where she knows people hate me and talks about me, so she must still feel some type of way. I don't feel no type of way. I was just disappointed in Queen Throne because I felt like you dissed me over somebody who you didn't know. She didn't like how I publicly felt about something. So instead of us getting like 2 women on the internet and talking it out, she got on the internet and started cursing me the fuck out. And then ran and made a show about it. But you see, you saying I'm wrong. Everybody, even before I fell out with the sisterhood, everybody saw what happened with that. I wasn't wrong what happened with Queen Throne. Right? I didn't even attack her until she started attacking me. And then she let her best friend start making videos saying that I hit my baby girl. So again, I'm waiting for you to show me somebody of substance where I should take accountability for our disagreement. I'm waiting. Because every person you just named was a response. Who else? But it's always somebody and it's you. Place blame on them. What about, can you tell me what I did wrong? Day 2, I'm not going to. I'll drop the link, sis, for you. But I'm going to, this is my last thing, because I like to do this because I keep getting these random people keep telling me to take accountability for what? Show me out of anybody that I list where I did anything wrong. I can't help if I fall out with people with disagreements. Disagreements happens. It's the response that y'all should be paying attention to. I ain't going to no sector next. Bitch, I am the sector. Tell me, so what sector am I going to now? No, I'm finna be a whole sector, honestly. I ain't finna let you sit up here and try to troll me and make me feel bad because I recognize a toxic environment. Sarnetta community was toxic. Too many child rapists over there. The saga, this shit is toxic. Seeing a bunch of black women tear each other down and capitalize and cause harm and put each other in jail and attack each other's kids. You ain't gonna make me feel bad because I'm not prospering in toxic environment. You tried. What about you? Do you support any of those people that you mentioned? What part do you play on being a spectator and a viewer of people who you know probably don't deserve views? You ain't gonna make me feel bad. You ain't gonna be able to pull one person who they can say I did them wrong. Even Sarnetta can't say that. That man didn't like that I stood up to his ass. And he battled with me and lost. So who else? Go ahead, baby. Now, you definitely a CC. You definitely a CC. And I'm pretty sure I think I know who you is, but there's no point in putting names out there because I could tell by the way you're wording it. Hey, boo.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Oh, nothing much, a lot of your
You just dyed your hair?
I had on a scarf the other night.
Okay, you sure did. Okay, you did. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I gotta figure out where to move because my daughter, she just signaled me that I'm a little loud and she's working.
Your daughter at work, she work from home.
Uh-huh.
Take some accountability
Okay.
for not being evil.
Okay, she said I don't have to move. She said I just need to cut my phone down a little bit. So just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay, you go
Yeah,
ahead, sis. I'm just chilling. I'm just like, I just love when toxic people try to come up here and they just want me to be the bad guy so bad. But they can't. Everything is a response. They ain't gonna never show where I came after anybody one time. So good luck. So yeah.
Okay.
You can't get mad at me because I respond to somebody. Child. So, all right, take your ass on today. Today is a new day for you to find someone to fucking play with, because you ain't gonna play with me. You could try them games. I thought they really was gonna bring up friends. This motherfucker bringing up content creators who don't fell in content creators who don't fell out with all their friends and all of them don't lost viewers, right? Bringing up content creators, they literally trying to rebrand themselves. Man, please, all of them fell off. You try it.
To be honest, even if you was to respond to something like that, that would take a whole entire video. So
And we know it ain't true. That I thought they was gonna actually name friends. They want to bring content. They brought up the most controversial content creators, except for I ain't gonna say that about Queen Throne, but she definitely had a history of going. It's a lot of people she don't fell out with too. But I'm not finna go like it ain't no drama. I ain't got no drama. I ain't beefing with the Queen Throne. I ain't even been bothering her. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go ahead and just leave her out of it because I ain't got no problem with her. We just ain't friends. I ain't gonna say friends because we was never friends. We just don't. We don't support each other no more. But we was never friends. So
yeah. Well, the first thing I want to ask you is, do you know how I became familiar with your content?
I have no idea what I do. Was I yelling at somebody? Ah!
No, it's not that. I became so I'm gonna connect all the dots. So because you mentioned several people. I became familiar with Chief Cali because I was affiliated with Kevin Wesley. And at some point, Kevin Wesley and Chief Cali were friends.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
I was there.
Okay. And then at, some point, I was a little confused about, what was going on, with Kevin Wesley, for a short period of time. I felt some kind of way. But then, eventually I came on back around. You know what I'm saying? To the point in which I support him and Chief Cali. Okay, where you come in is I learned of you through Chief Cali. So how when people they be friends with other content creators and they say go and check out this person page or that person page or whatever. And you say, I'm gonna check the person out. So, I came on over, and I check you out. And, I was digging, some of the things, that you cover and talk about and stuff. And that's that. Um, as with this, new, situation, with the other content creator, how I am, somewhat familiar is with the Truth saga. When I say that I'm a day one of being familiar with that saga, I am a day one, just like I'm a day one. I mean, day one with Kevin Wesley. I'm a day one with the saga through Sweet Ma. Sweet Ma, she don't want nothing to. Everybody knows, so it ain't no secret. This ain't no tea or nothing. Sweet Ma don't want nothing to do with that saga. I ain't saying she not cool with nobody
Right.
in that saga because she might still talk to people on the back end. But far as covering the saga, she appears at least that she don't want no affiliation because as you can see, she don't even periodically,
I haven't
talk
seen her
about it.
content in a long time. I don't even know what she's doing.
Oh, she be
I have no. I used to watch her. I just stopped watching her for some reason I don't know. She don't like me no more, and I don't know why. I never said nothing bad
I didn't know
about her.
that.
Yeah, when the Queen Throne thing happened, one day I was just in the comment section and she was dissing me, and I was like, okay. And then I just left it
Yeah.
alone because I was like, do you want to talk about it? Because I actually was a fan of yours. But now I just stopped watching. I don't watch people who don't like me. So, so I don't even know what she's been up to. So she still makes content.
Oh.
Does she still
Oh
make
yeah, she
Oh,
covers a lot, and And I only watch a little bit here and there about, Clarissa Shields and Papoose,
Mm-hmm.
but, there's a lot of covering about Clarissa Shields and Papoose, Um, off and on, there's been some covering about Umar Johnson and his, daughter,
Yeah,
and her
we
crash out. And there's been,
I don't cover that, child. Ooh my.
yeah, there, there's been some different stories,
Girl.
in between that. But anything linked to the saga, no, she has not, because I have been subscribed to her for years, and I came through her through, guess what saga? I came through Sweet Mom from. You
Oh,
would the Nature Boy saga.
oh wow. So you're familiar with a lot of this stuff.
I'm
Girl.
day one. I'm familiar with Sinetter day one. I'm familiar with everybody. I
Did
even
you
talked
see
to
did you
Professor
see the
Griff
beef?
on the
Did you
phone 3 days.
Yeah, I like Professor Gift. Did you
I
see the
talked
beef
to him on the
between
phone 3 days and we fell out.
did you see the beef between me and Sarnetta? Just curious, being that whoever the person trolling me brought him up. Did you see
I
that?
I never saw that beef.
Okay, I was wondering. I'm just curious. All right, you can keep going. You don't have to go because I
No.
should have followed that question. Was everybody they named now name all the people they fell out because each one of those people he named fell out with more people than I fell out with people. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's
Mm-mm.
part of being a content creator. That's why I kind of wish I would have took the advice of one of my favorite content creators, Lovely T. When Lovely T was doing that, clicking up stuff and being cool with Tasha K and other content creators. After that fallout between her and Tasha K, I should have
Mm-hmm.
took Lovely T's advice when she said that it's better not to click up with any more content creators, and she hasn't. So I kind of wish I
Yeah.
would have took her advice, and I kind of said that I get it now that after all the shit I've been through, because as much as whoever that was trying to troll me, I know I'm not gonna let them make it seem like I'm the problem, because even the people they put in there, they don't fell out with multiple people, more people than I have. Each one of them don't turn on their friends, this, whatever. I haven't turned on any of my friends. If people choose to walk out of my life, I let them go. You know,
Well, one thing I will say about since you mentioned Lovely T and Tasha K,
yeah, because you remember they was
um,
cool. You remember when they was cool?
yeah, they were cool for a
Mm-hmm.
very short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Two very strong, minded individuals and everything. And I heard that falling out between them, and it was very, very intense.
It was.
But one thing I can say, it did not continue to just keep going and going
It
and
didn't.
going. Lovely T stayed focused and she got to the money, and
Yeah.
Tasha K stayed focused and got to the money. Now I know that um I do feel like a little on topic, off topic. I do feel like Tasha K took
It
it a
too
little
far.
too far messing
Yeah.
with Cardi B.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah, yeah.
girl, leave that
I don't,
girl alone.
I don't even like Cardi, but
I don't
Tasha.
like her
I
either,
don't
but
even
I was
like
just
Cardi,
like,
but Tasha definitely did too much. All she had to do was take the video down. That's all you had to do. But she cashed a check that she couldn't. She's still paying for it. So
yeah.
and the thing
But
is, hey, I used to be a big Tasha K fan, even though I didn't like how that shit happened between her and Lovely T. I still chose to support both of them, right? But the reason why, only reason I don't support Tasha K no more, because she voted for Trump.
because she did what?
She voted for Trump.
Oh, she's a Trumpster.
Yeah, yeah. When I found that out, I was like, gotta go. And so yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't watched any of her videos since she voted. I found out she voted for Trump.
Yeah, she's pretty strong about the
But
things that she sees a certain
I
way.
respect her hustle because she's a trailblazer. People with Tasha K
Yeah.
is the reason why a lot of these people influencers get paid the way they do off YouTube. That lady painted her own, and she did the damn thing. The only mistake she made was she played with the right one, and Cardi B got
I'm
her ass. You know.
I'm subscribed to Lovely T and Tasha K, but I do watch Lovely T more than I do Tasha K because I like her deep dives.
Hmm.
I like her deep
I just
dives.
love Lovely T, 'cause she's just so
Yeah.
real. You know what I'm saying? Authentic to herself. So she's my favorite YouTuber. And then after that, I probably say after Lovely T is a gay dude named Conscious TV, him, and then after that it's a white man named Mr. Baldwin, where he tell the spooky, scary stories and stuff like that. I like watching. Those are like my top 3 channels I watch all the time. So
Yeah. So before I, say whatever I had to say about this, most recent situation. So what did you come into YouTube through? Like I'll tell you, I came into YouTube through big shop hair videos because I first started embracing, even though I wear all kind of hairstyles, I'm all over the place when it comes to hair. But I started embracing my natural hair texture like in 95. Not because I was anti this, anti that, but because I did feel like in United States of America that Black women needed to be put on the map for representing our own
natural.
natural beauty, along with, the creamy crack community and all that. So it was a rebellious movement. So when YouTube came out and I saw those DIY videos with the big shops, so I came through the kind of the beauty, the Black, beauty community, the big
That's
shop
how you
community.
can, yeah. You know that's how
Natural.
Lovely T started off.
That's how I'm a day one. I
Okay.
don't mean to say
Yeah.
I'm a day one to everybody, but when I say day one, I'm a day one Lovely T. When she had the white wall in the background
Yeah,
and
that was it. She started off with yeah.
she was
I
sitting
wasn't
down.
watching her for that. I didn't watch her for that because you look at me, I'm not watching that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And
so
then the conspiracy, and then secondly, the conspiracy and DIY community.
that's how you
Those
came.
that's how I
Um,
into YouTube.
if I can recall correctly, I came into YouTube doing the religious stuff.
Okay,
Like
okay.
if I can remember, like me first uploading the video, I came in teaching the Bible, and then
Okay.
when I did decide to deconvert and denounce it, I went into reviewing music, hip hop, like talking about current events, and then my highest viewed video is a video of me reviewing something about Tory Lanez and his beef with Jordan Lucas. So I got like 200K. I came in doing that, and then I stopped doing that, and then I got into the conscious community thing. And then I think I took like a hiatus. Like I didn't make any videos for like 4 years, 4 or 5 years, or some shit like that. And I got re-inspired to start uploading videos when I was over there with Sonetta. Cause that's when I was like debating and then once I realized that environment was toxic as hell. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's crazy because even though not to mention Queen Throne again and not of course not shade her, Queen Throne fell out with Sonetta. So I don't even know the person who was mentioning all these people. Um, how you gonna sit up here and say I'm falling out with everybody, but two of the people you mentioned fell out with each other, right? And then she even fell out with Kevin, but wound up apologizing to Kevin. And I know that probably played a role in why another role why me and her kind of got into it back and forth. But it wasn't. I didn't want to fall out with Queen Throne. It's crazy. Just to remind you, because I know you wasn't around when all that happened. But do you know the
I think I
before
was.
before this? So a lot of people don't know that I actually was giving Queen Throne, making a video giving Queen Throne her flowers. I was making a video dedicated to her, where for her advocacy and work that she been putting in. Because she's a survivor. That's one thing that me and her connected, that we don't tolerate that bullshit when it come down to sexual assault with kids and pedophiles and stuff. Because she's a survivor, and that's how me and her like connected, right? For us about it, but we was not friends. Like we wasn't plotting to meet and planning to meet each other. We were just supporting each other content. And before the sisterhood or more and all them people knew anything about me, the day they met me, I was making a video praising a Black woman and giving her credit for the work she was putting in to to be a voice for the hurt. And Kevin, with regards to he go to day who's still trying to make it seem like I'm the problem. Because me and Kevin had fell out, and like I said, I left him alone. And so, after he told me how it made him feel about calling him gay, and after me and him had a little, small little splat, I actually left Kevin alone and didn't bother him for a whole year. Kevin came into my life, right, while I was talking to Queen Throne and giving her flowers, and threw shots at Amora, right, saying something about Amora supports a child rapist, and it later was revealed it was the dude named Maine. So that's how that, even as much as people still want to paint me to be the bad guy, you fall out with everybody. The video that got the shit rolling, the ball rolling between me and Queen Throne, I was actually celebrating her. But again, I'm the problem. What wound up happening is toxic people start coming around, toxic behavior, and the environment wind up interfering with what I was trying to do with her. I was just trying to be supportive, right? But I'm never going to apologize for standing up for myself, right? That's never going to happen. Good luck. But I will apologize if, like, how I cursed at the lady who was telling me how she felt about me saying, "Hey, you seen how I caught myself?" And I was like, let me just go ahead and I told her I was sorry, because sometimes I get caught up and I use words that is offensive. So you seen I walked that back because I was like, let me stop cursing this lady, especially if she's really truly trying to help. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but that's just how I roll. They can't make me, because I'm not the bad guy. That accountability bullshit. For me to take accountability, you got to show me what I did something wrong. Right. And the stuff that I opened my mouth and said I take accountability, real one. I took accountability for this drama that's happening now. When I told you I'm not going to cap and act like I was sweet, innocent Neo on that video call. Y'all know how I act online. Of course I wasn't sweet, easy Neo, right? Of course I was cutting people off, or yelling and telling people I don't want to talk or leave me alone. Cause y'all see me how I get emotional here, right? So I took accountability when I kept saying, yeah, I could have been chilled. I'll be the first one to say that. But just because I'm admitting where I went wrong, why can't they admit where they went wrong? Y'all accuse me of doing something I didn't do. Right?
Yeah.
So, why won't that be said? Why won't y'all acknowledge that if the people would have just gave me my space, this wouldn't even happen? If I'm hollering, telling you I'm not in an emotional state to do this with you right now, I'm too emotional to talk to y'all, why wouldn't you just let me go? Why keep pushing? Why keep pushing?
Well, just to trail back a little, I am a little bit familiar with Queen Throne.
And mind you,
Because
ain't no beef with her. And mind you, I'm not beefing with Queen Throw. I don't hate her.
yeah, I'm a little familiar with her only because um shit, that was somebody that she probably was cool with as well. And again, when content creators are cool with other content creators, they promote their page. So, I went over there and I checked it out because I knew I realized also at some point that you guys was talking about sexual violations,
Yeah, we was
you know.
fighting Sonetta's community. That's why whoever the fuck said that, I said, you brought a Sonetta? Queen
Yeah,
Throne didn't even fuck with that nigga, right? And she supported him. It's like,
we
it's cool. It's always cool when they do it. It's always a problem when I do it. I would never understand this, man.
we felt some kind of way because I'm having a brain fart, so enlighten me. That one con that
She don't
one
even fuck with Sonetta. Like, ugh, these people
that
weird.
one enlighten me. It's that one. Um okay, polite. That's who it is. We was just like a lot of people, we was really up in smoke about him and about how diabolical it is for him, people like him to act like they're so innocent, or for anybody to make that person sound innocent. So, you find these connections with people, just like, people who support, Romita versus Holly, and stuff, because people like to stand on principles, and stuff. So, Yeah, so that's how I was, familiar. But I only, watch her page for a short period of time. So,
She does good work.
that's
You heard me. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like she don't. She does good work. We just disagree
yeah.
on how to handle the Amora situation, and then when the Felicia drama happened, I didn't like how that was handled. But
And that's
I don't hate Queen Throne. Y'all don't see me diss her. Now I peeped, of course, because people messy. It's not like I went looking for it. But I peeped that, people show me screenshots that she goes where I'm being dissed. But I don't go where she's being dissed or anybody. I don't even know anybody dissing her. But I
so,
tend to see that, that it's been brought to my attention that people who collectively don't like me, they love when I fall out with people because they go run and support. And I just be laughing. I said, look at all the haters gathering together. I hope they all gather the one day when I surpass all their ass and get them something to hate on. That's why somebody said, what sector are you going to next? No. Why do I need to go to another sector when I'm finna be a sector my damn self? It ain't gonna be no another sector. Neo is gonna be a whole brand in itself. I'm gonna stay right here and build right here. I don't need to
so,
go nowhere else.
so do you see how that works though? When I told you how us supporters, how we become familiar with other content creators is because the content creators, they get bought up. Either they get bought up because you're cool with them, or they get bought up because you're not cool with them. Either way it go, that makes supporters curious and say, let me go check out that person and see what they talking about.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then when you go over to their platform
mhm,
and you see what they are about, some of us will determine, whether we like that content creator based upon what we saw once we went over there.
okay. Okay.
However, I do feel like some supporters tend to get well into the group think kind of thing where it's like,
Mm-hmm.
even if you go over there and check out that content creator and you digging something, but if your favorite content creator ain't rocking with that person, and I
That,
tend to try not to get, caught up like that. So I
mhm,
feel like the easiest way to not get caught up in that kind of stuff, especially from my lesson that I learned from that nature boy sector, because I used to really talking about be really invested. I used to be on the back end and
mhm,
inboxes and all that stuff, talking about what's the name, and you need to watch what's the name, and all that stuff. And I had to learn
yeah.
my lesson. You know what I'm saying? Whoever like me, whoever don't like me, keep all my stuff on the front end.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And
Right. So this is if you want to low key want to know how I feel about it. Sometimes I like regardless of how people try to paint me as the bad guy, Neil's the problem because I fall out with people, whatever. I don't want to fall out, real one. Like if you don't believe anything else I say to you on this live, please believe this part. Every last person who I've had a disagreement with, I never wanted to disagree with them. It was no hidden agenda. It wasn't, I didn't set off to attack them. I'm aware that some of them did that to me doing that fake love shit. But I like every person that they mentioned, even the three people, whoever that was trolling me, high regards to Kevin, giving Queen Throne her flowers, being a Sinetta supporter. Out of all the people I've been on the internet, Sinetta probably got more money out of me than anybody. Right? It's
oh
it's,
yeah,
it's,
he
fun-
got
it's
arrested for
crazy
it.
how
He
whoever this
got the
was
money.
is making it seem like I'm the problem, but they neglect the part that before I began to be an advocate or voice against these people, I was definitely heavily supportive of what they do. Now, if they did something out of pocket, it is what it is, right? But I don't want to fall out with people. And number one, I hate when that happens, right? Because now you have to put people in a awkward position where they still want to support the content creator you fell out with, right? But they want to be loyal to whoever I guess they known the longest or whoever they build a stronger bond. Because let me tell you, something that used to hurt me, something that used to hurt me. Hold on, real quick, sis, because I want to get this part out. Something
All
that
right.
used to hurt me but don't hurt me no more. When this first happened to me, when I first was getting my feet wet on how this content community stuff go, and my crew and your crew and my supporters, is that when I first used to fall out with Sonetta, when him start beefing, what used to hurt me is the people who used to support my channel, send me money, praise for me, saying they love me. As soon as this man and me and this man disagreed with each other, and even though it was blatantly obvious that he was in the wrong, right? They admit that he was in the wrong. They just felt like I probably shouldn't have responded or should just let Sonetta cool down or whatever. It was hurting me when I looked in the comment section, I never liked her anyway. But I got a screenshot of you saying you love the way I debate. I'm so smart. Oh, she's so beautiful. Soon as your content, like that's the weird shit. Cause like I'm from what I heard here, cause somebody sent me a screenshot. When the old girl was making videos about me, people who don't been over here, who don't send me money. Oh, Neil, I love you. You so beautiful. Even a person, one of the people, and I'm not even gonna call them out. One of the people over there actually got my phone number, reached out to me in the email, and wanted so we can talk more about the things I teach. Over there, and now in her comment section, now me and no girl no fell out, completely selling me out. And I'm like, so that's how you operate. Somebody has to tell you who to like or who to support. You get what I'm saying? Because there are some supporters who saying things like, I wish this didn't happen. I'm sorry this happening. Or this unfortunate. But they want to be loyal to who they support. So I know they're not going to come back over here. Or they're going to view, but they're not going to comment in the section. Because they know that these girls do this little weird shit, keeping track of who's in who chat. That's why when they ask me whose sector I'm going to next, this one. My own. I'm going to build my shit over here. Right? And I'm never going to put that type of pressure on my supporters that if I disagree with somebody and they over there, watching that person content or whatever, I'm not going to be doing that funny shit and feel no type of way. Because first of all, it depends on what we're disagreeing about. Right? But if you sitting under somebody's comment and they telling you that I R-word my brother, yeah, I'm going to feel some type of way if you supporting it and I see you laughing or speaking or saying, why somebody's saying I R-word my brother. If I don't see you in there defending me, right, or saying, hey, that's not cool, then, when you come in my comment section, when you start doing that fake love to me, I'm probably like, don't tell me you love me. Now, if you want to rock here, I'll let you rock. I ain't going to kick you out, but don't say you love me. You don't love me if you sitting up here supporting a person who's saying I R-word my brother when you know that's not true, right? So that's the type of stuff where I said back in the day, that shit used to bother me. Now it don't bother me at all because this is just what they do over here, right? So like I said, I've seen people one girl, I kind of wanted to call out. It's like, so did you think I was a devil worshiper too when you emailed me and we talked on the phone? Did you think I was now? Because now she's saying I'm evil. You think I'm evil? It's just it be things like that. And don't get me wrong, real one. I don't want supporters who can't think for themselves. If that makes sense. I don't want to be with no supporters that I can influence them to who they like and who they shouldn't like, and if they can't do it off of their own discernment, right? Like that's the type of thing I don't want. That weak-minded. I want really for supporters. I really want strong-minded people around me. So when I am doing too much, they can check me and I can trust them when they checking me because I'll be like, okay, maybe I am doing too much. Let me look into that. I'm not as stubborn as people think I am. I'm not going to tell y'all who. One of my number one supporters, I talked to her on the phone, gave me some great advice doing this shit going on. Told me where I went wrong as a supporter. Right, as somebody who cared for the channel, told me what I did wrong and how I should move in the future. Did not disagree with her at all. Right, so that's the shit.
As a content creator, as a supporter and stuff of different content creators, because I consider myself a content creator too, but I definitely don't make nothing like the type of content that is, known popular in this particular.
I don't know if you can hear me. Your audio is getting bad.
Oh, okay. Can you hear
Nah, you chopping up. You chopping up.
Okay, let me see if I get close. All right, can you hear me?
It's the audio. You might have to come in and go back out. It's your audio now.
Okay, let me. How do I go?
Let me see if I just kick you out and then, because I know y'all keep saying it's hard to get out of here. But let me kick you out and then I'm gonna drop the link and then re-click the link, okay?
Okay,
All
gotcha.
right. Well, why won't let me kick you out? I hit kicked out. Okay, there you go. I was like, why won't it let me kick her out? All right. Her boy said, never expect loyalty from YouTube supporters, even if you thought that you had a real relationship with them. It's all fake. I realize that now. But what be baffling me is like, it's not even if you withdraw your support, even if you want to be loyal to your support, the person you're supporting, the one you know me before, and the only reason why you watching me is because they introduced, even if that's the case, I be just getting annoyed because why is you dissing me though? Like, I ain't do nothing to you, you know what I'm saying? But now you in there dissing me, and I'm like, your supporter could be lying. There's a possibility that they could be full of shit. But if you can want to withdraw your support, you can do that. But why diss me? And so, that's the only thing that I don't be getting. I be like, why do they start dissing me? But again, because people think I'm a loser, but I'm gonna show them how much of a loser I am. Why they still arguing about what what color draws Brianna and Robert put on and who fucking who and all that shit. Why they still on that low vibrational shit? Watch what I tell y'all. They gonna be like, Neo called that shit. Watch what I tell y'all. Oh, I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna get out there for real. So, but all right. So I dropped the link. Hopefully she saw that I re-dropped the link. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, that's the link. Is that the link? Yeah, that's the link. But yeah, ain't nobody getting caught up in that. So that's like I said. But like you said, I know it's all fake. I seen the fake love and fake. That's why I said I don't know why these people get mad at me because I'm telling them that I don't feel like that shit was genuine. If I see all this fake shit happening now, people apologizing, switching sides, and changing up one video, and man, they sending money to each other, but they was just beefing with somebody last year, and this person was trying to get them and put in jail and caught. Man, that shit, all that shit fake. I'll be the first one to say that it's fake. I'm just going to let these people keep gaslighting me and saying I'm the problem. You fall out with everybody. And then have the nerve to mention people who got a history of falling out with people too. No, I was like, Queen Throne don't fuck with Kevin last night to her. Now I was like going, through a couple shots at her when she went on his show. But from what I heard, she don't fuck with that man. So, but anywho. But I'm not the problem. The environment's sick. Y'all ain't gonna be able to gas me up, bro. Y'all ain't gonna be able to gas like me. I'm too intelligent for that. I know what my problem is. My problem is I need to start giving people the benefit of doubt. That's what I need to. I'm gonna start believing. When next time somebody be like, "Oh, this person," I'm writing that shit down. Cause when I tell you, I ain't gonna give them away. Right. But when I tell you it was like, if I'm trying to think, I think it was at least 3 or 4 people, and one of them said it publicly, right? To the T wrote down how this, and I think even Nasty Nate predicted it, right? Her supporters, how it was going to go down because they all know each other. And I thought it was crazy how that shit happened between me and old girls, exactly how everybody said it was going to happen. That she was gonna get mad at something small and blow it up, and then I'm the problem. Now see, she got a little help because with the group thinking, now she was able to convince the ladies. They decided to protect the group, then protect me, right? They decided to do that, even though I didn't say no name, but they know that they could have handled that shit better. How the hell you gonna sit up here and say one moment acknowledge that I have mental health or whatever, according to y'all, but then say it ain't no excuse. That doesn't even make sense. It ain't no. She has mental health, but it ain't no excuse. That means I can't help it, dummy. That's why people who are insane and they go to court and the court deems them insane. That's why they don't go to the regular jail. They go to a hospital. That means is they're not responsible. I don't know how y'all think mental health work, but they can't control it the way y'all think it is. Only thing I can control is the triggers and take care of myself. So the triggers, I have to train my brain. That's how that works. So, but I don't know. I never known that people who got anxiety. I never knew people thought people who had anxiety is crazy, child. It won't let you come back in? Wait, it says that? Dang, why does it say that? I didn't ban you. Dang, sis, I don't know why it said that. I'll see. Why does it say that? I can Google it. Let me see. Because I'm using EV Mux. All right, so it says go to, you can generally manage this by checking your activity section settings. Okay, let me see what that's at. Give me 1 second, y'all. No, that ain't it. I'm trying to see where the settings. Okay, that's not the settings. Okay, let me see. So, I don't know. It says go to a settings, sis, but I don't see the settings. Right now, you know they'll flip that, child. I don't even know. Even though I had the, let me see. Maybe let's try this. Okay, let's see. Social. Okay, that's not it. I don't know. I'm under settings, but I don't see. I wonder when it had, cause but I kicked people off. I kicked you off last time, and it didn't block you. I have no idea, and I don't even see the settings where it says you're supposed to. I'm under settings, and I have no idea. I don't went on everything that's under settings, and I don't see anything else. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. Dang, I don't even know how to fix that. I ain't never had nobody say that happen. But I'm under all the settings. Let me see something. Let me try one more place. That's crazy that they, I mean, that ain't it either. Damn. That's crazy. Like, I don't even see anything else. I don't click all the different settings. And I went to Google and asked, how do you fix it? And based on available information, even once allows the guests and the speakers include a potential moderator by managing access with a live student. If a user is blocked or blocked from entering a speaker room, you can generally manage this by checking your activity section setting to remove them from the block list. I don't even know. Dang, that's crazy, man. Cause I'm a write support. I'm finna just send a quick message to support because there is a support thing right here. I'm finna type them a quick message and then I'm finna ask them how to unblock. All right, so I just asked it's an AI right here, support right next to it, and I just asked them how to unblock a guest. So y'all give me 30 seconds. It's an AI chat box right here. It says to unblock a guest, you can go to your setting preference section, the platform you're using, look for a list. To unblock a guest, you can go to the settings or preference section of the platform you're using. Look for the list, block users, guests. I did do that. Once you locate the guest, where is this? You can go to. Now they want me to do all that, send a ticket, send a request. All right, so I'm gonna do that another time because now it's telling me I gotta fill out this whole form to get this question answered. But I definitely make sure I do that before the next time. Let's see, where is it? I'm asking the AI, where is it? Okay, to unlock the guest, you can find the option at the dashboard under your project or session. So I know what that's at. I'm gonna go back to the dashboard, look for speaker button where you can manage the guest. Okay, under your project, dashboard under your project and session. Okay, so go to dashboard. I'm on dashboard, and it says projects and sessions. I'm in Studio 3. It's not saying, it's not showing you. It just says add speaker, but it doesn't show you how to. I don't see an unblock. This is pissing me off. I'm sorry, sis. We're gonna have to just talk another time to figure this out. We're gonna have to just talk another time because I don't see it. I don't went under all three, and where it says speakers, there's no names there. So all right, I'm sorry, sis. I don't know what happened. But I don't see you on the thing. But we'll talk. We'll talk. I appreciate you coming through. All right, I'm finna play this video right here. I know I went way off topic. That's what I'll be saying. I'll be I gotta get more discipline, bruh. This is, people want me to take accountability. This is why I'm taking accountability. My videos be too goddamn long, right? Number one, I need to get more discipline. I need to stay on topic, stay focused. When I say I'm not gonna talk about stuff, don't talk about it. Like, I gotta get better at doing that shit, bruh. But so I can get to, because I wanted to talk about this. Now we're gonna watch a video about how childhood trauma happens, and then right after that, I'm gonna play a black woman on TED Talk, and I'm gonna talk about so since I was told that the reason why I was bonkers is because of my lack of faith. Well, that's not what science say, right? When a child goes bonkers or and they carry that shit into adulthood, it's because of trauma. It has nothing to do with their belief in God, or if they mocking a God in your words, even though I don't think I'm mocking God, right? But things happen because people have nerve, that's the word. Damn. I don't fuck up the word. I hear the word, but I'm fucking it up in my trying to say it. People have issues. They have overactive nervous systems and neurology. Am I saying that word? That might even be a fucking word. But they have these issues where it comes over time, right? Your brain is something that you have to train. That's when they say train your brain, train your brain. Your brain is going to recognize patterns. It's going to protect you. It's going to keep you safe. It's going to have you perceive you to help perceive danger or whatever. So your brain, you just definitely got to train your brain. And there's just some people, when they go through life stressors, it's going to affect them differently. Everybody's not affected the same. And some people going to respond to the shit the same. Now, some people choose to self-medicate. Some people choose to, participating in the harming. Some people like myself who try to lean more on trusting professionals to help me with my anxiety and my PTSD or whatever. People just, you just gotta be, I think the biggest thing that first people need to do first when it comes down to mental health is to acknowledge it, know that it's a real thing. And just because somebody might seem like they have it all together, they don't, right? A person who's self-medicated is a dead giveaway that they don't, right? Right off top. But, just, not trying to excuse, what happened with, like I said, what happened with me and the girls and stuff in the situation. Like I said, I wish I could have done better, but I'm not going to beat myself up too much, because I know, even though what happened to me was like low key out of my control, because it was my anxiety acting up and me having a panic attack, I had enough, I think I still had enough control of my mental state that I should have just hung up that phone anyway and stayed going when I left the first time. Right, it just dealt with however they felt later. Right, that's the biggest. Every time I keep replaying what I could have did different, as soon as I was having a panic attack and start, going off and crying and shit, and going at them for accusing me of shading them and shit like that. When I hung up, I should have just stayed gone. But I came back, right? So, but I don't regret not answering the phone for fucking old girl, because I didn't do anything wrong. Because I didn't want to talk at that moment. I don't know why they still try to play that, where people try to commit suicide. I have a tattoo of one of my ex-girls. I think it's on this arm. I have a tattoo of one of my ex-girlfriends that I still keep here. And most of everybody I dated, even my ex-husband, everybody know that tattoo is there. The reason why I never covered it is not because I have some type of secret love for her or some shit like. It's nothing close to that, right? I actually saved her life. This is when I was like in my early 20s. I wound up dating somebody who didn't know that she was bipolar. I think she developed her bipolar condition as we were dating, because usually that shit manifests in their early 20s. And with her, there was no signs that she was going to hurt herself or try to unalive herself. She was actually acting pretty normal, like maybe a little moody, but up to the day when she actually attempted to take her life, there was no signs. I was playing my video game. Life was lifing. We was doing our usual routine. It wasn't nothing stood out to me. And she tried to take her life by swallowing pills, right? Because life was really hard for her. When she realized something wasn't going on right with her mind, she was depressed. She got injured at work, so she was even dealing with injuries. And then later I think she found out too, she had MS on top of that. So on top of her getting hurt at work, having MS, and then not even knowing that she might be, have some mental problems, she didn't know she was bipolar yet. She tried to take her life during her depressive start of, how people who bipolar, they have their manic stage, then they have their very deep depressed. She was very, very, very depressed, and I didn't recognize it. I didn't catch it. I was young, ignorant, didn't even notice. And she actually tried to take her life, and I saved her. I wound up just happened to go into the kitchen at the same time because my ass was hungry. Went into the kitchen to go fix me a sandwich while I was playing the game. I'm thinking she in there getting ready to cook or something. And she was just standing there, and, I found out she took a lot of pills. Caught on to what she did, rushed her to the hospital, and I saved her. And her family grateful for that. To this day, they, that's why they still rock with me. They still support me, whatever. I'm cordial with her. Nothing too, too crazy, because of course I have a fiance, so it ain't nothing too involved. She don't got married. She don't have kids. She's doing just fine. From what I heard, her family tell me she's doing great because she's on the medicine now, on the medication, right? But I remember that they always thank me for that. So suicide is something that I don't tolerate, like take lightly or act like it's something small and stuff. It is something that happens. Right, I've dated someone who attempted. This ain't no I was suspecting. When a person want to check out, if they make that decision to check out, they gonna check out. But fortunately, I was there. So now people trying to twist this narrative that she was so concerned with me that she thought I was gonna unalive myself and all that. I don't still to this day don't think I gave that girl any type of clue that I would get so down like that. That's what I would do. That's not what come across Neo's mind. I told y'all I'm gonna deal with the problem before I deal with the problem. you feel what I'm saying? Like not trying to laugh about it, but it's cause I know. I was like, nah, that ain't how I'm gonna handle pain. You feel what I'm saying? So, but I just kind of got annoyed with that when they was trying to insinuate that I was gonna self-harm. I'm like, that ain't Neo's. That ain't me, right? But I've been with somebody who did choose that. And you'll be surprised, right? But I just wasn't aware of the signs. Now that I'm educated, now I know the signs. I do pay attention to that, right? So that's why when I wind up being engaged to somebody who was bipolar, I was like, if you ain't gonna get no help, baby, I can't be with you. You know what I'm saying? Been there, done that. So, but I'm gonna play this video, to explain how this trauma and shit happened. And then before people were saying that, like I said, I think I told y'all also my fiance, the fiance that was bipolar, she was very religious, very Christian. She loved the Lord. You couldn't come between her and Jesus, okay? She was a bulldagger, but she loved the Lord. So I was like, well, did that make her bonkers because she was gay? Like how did that work? She had faith, She even really didn't like when I did my videos. She just didn't watch them, but she knew I was making them, But what ended us is because of the bipolar stuff. It wasn't even the religious stuff.
What we found in the ACE study involving 17,500 middle-class adults was that life experiences in childhood that are lost in time and then further protected by shame and by secrecy and by social taboos against inquiry into certain realms of human experience, that those life experiences play out powerfully and proportionately a half-century later in terms of emotional state, in terms of biomedical disease, in terms of life expectancy. In 1985, I first became interested in developmental life experiences in early childhood, really by accident. In the major obesity program we were running, a young woman came into the program She was 28 years old and weighed.
That's why I'm saying, real one, these people don't know me. They don't know me. When I tell y'all that the stories that I choose to share with y'all is the ones I choose. But the ones that my therapist, all of them that I had over time, all of them told me to write a book. Right? They told me to write a book. Write a book. Right? And now I haven't decided yet because I'm trying to figure out if I'm ever going to put in the book who it was. Right? But these people told me to write a book, real one. These people don't know me. They only know what on YouTube. But there's a lot of they might say I tell too much of my business. Hey, if you want to, y'all really don't know a lot. You don't know the surface shit, that the stuff I probably don't talk about to teach lessons, right? But I mentioned my ex-girlfriend, the one who I keep her tattoo here, not like I said to love her, but to also take mental health. Even this tattoo, I don't know, y'all can't really see it, but even that tattoo right there, right? The molecule, what's the name of this there? Serotonin. That show you that's my nerd side of me coming out. But even that the sign, the symbol for a lot of people get this tattoo who deal with anxiety or depression. That's a symbol that a lot of us get tattooed on our bodies, who've been, studied this and tried to get, help or whatever. You'll be surprised sometimes when I don't went out to eat, like maybe went to Chipotle where somebody probably saw my hand and saw that symbol and knew what it stood for. So I'm just sharing it with y'all. That's the molecule science makeup for the nerds out there of serotonin, to feel good. And I got that tattoo right here just to remind me what to do as I'm dealing with my depression or my anxiety, or when I have, my, bad days, or, when I'm feeling down or feeling low or feeling by myself. Like, I have these symbols all over my body that help me as reminders, right? You'll be surprised. I got a lot of tattoos. That's why when they was saying I was a devil worshiper for that, if you think that's the devil, then I can't help you for right now. But even the hourglass, I got the hourglass to show, remind me that that's an hourglass right there to show me that the most precious resource that we have here is time. It's not money or whatever. The most precious thing is time, because it's the only thing that you can spend and waste and never get back. I would never get back my time. I done wasted a lot of time building these fruitless, empty connections, or trying to build connections with people, right? That's why when people try to come in here and troll me and say I'm the problem, I don't even let it bother me, because I know with the time I have left, I can reshape all that stuff, all that negativity is really gonna be left behind in the dust. But I got a lot of symbols on me, and I kept her name tattooed it on my arm, and my fiance will tell you she understand it, she cool with it. I think I only had one girl who didn't like it, and I ain't really like her like that anyway. So, but I explained the story, and then Queen Ye met the girl. That's the one who I told y'all tried to kill me. The one I told you, the ex that tried to kill me. That's her ass. But I told her I keep that on there to remind me to advocate, take mental health serious. When I have friends or family of anybody who I see needs me, right? Even if they doing the most and stuff, I'm not going to sit up here and tell them it's their fault and they're responsible. If I'm having family members, because I had a family member that had a crisis right there for them, even though they was doing the most, right? That right there is to remind me to stay advocating for that, to stay strong, stay educated, and encouraging people to get that help, and pay attention to the signs. So, but I still got her name here, but it's like I said, it's not because there's no romantic feelings, because none at all. But it's for a reminder about taking mental health serious. And then, like I said, I saved her. So I definitely saved her, because at first when they was pumping her stomach and getting all that shit out of her, man, them doctors thought I was the reason why she, they thought she was going through a bad breakup, a bad relationship, toxic relationship. They was standing up there looking at me, questioning me, and I said, I didn't do this shit. She just randomly did this. And then once they got her stable and she was good, she told them people I ain't had nothing to do with. She told them I'm a good person. She just said she was tired. She was young, and she was too much hit her at once. She got hurt at work, had MS, and situation. Life happened. But she glad that I did go get her the help. And she was out of here. That girl was clocking out. She ain't care no more.
Weighed 408 pounds, asked us if we could help her with her problem, and in 51 weeks took her from 408 to 132. And thought, well, my God, we've got this problem licked. This is going to be a world-famous department here. She maintained her weight at 132 for several weeks, and then in one 3-week period regained 37 pounds in 3 weeks, which I had not previously conceived as being physiologically possible. That was triggered by being sexually propositioned at work by a much older man, as she described him. And in short order, she was back over 400 pounds faster than she had lost the weight. I remember asking her why the extreme response after.
Look, hey, honey, honey, look, you ain't got to worry about that ever again, okay? You say stay far away, you ain't got to worry about that. That's why I said her words ain't never gonna hear my ear. Yeah, they gonna have to tell me. You ain't got to worry about that. I already decided to stay far away from that. Because that was such I was like, you let these people be right about you. But nah, sis, I don't know if I'm gonna call her crazy. I don't think she's crazy. I think she knows exactly what she's doing. I just think she's not genuine. So she's not real. But I don't think she's crazy. She knows exactly. She knew what she was doing. She plotted this. I'm telling y'all, her ex-friend told me. Let me stop.
Initially claiming not to have any understanding of why the extreme response. Ultimately, she told me of a lengthy incest history with her grandfather from age 10 to age 21. Ultimately, it turned out that 55% of the people in our obesity program acknowledged a history of childhood sexual abuse. I mean, that obviously is not the only issue going on, but it was where we began. And as we went down that trail, then we discovered other forms of abuse, also growing up in massively dysfunctional households, etc. And the ACE study was really designed to see whether these things existed at all in a general.
Real quick before I let him finish, I was gonna show you this real quick, sis. If you decide to get the tattoo, I'm just gonna let you know what it is. I just wanted to show you real quick. Let me see if I can zoom in. So you can kind of see what it looked like. I'm trying to find the one closest to the one I got. I think maybe this one part the closest. If I can, that's the one I got right here. But yeah, that's the one. So that's the one I got. But yeah, a lot of people who, like I said, you'd be surprised. Like every now and especially young people, they catch it all the time. They be like, "Oh, you got the serotonin? Oh, I have anxiety. I have depression too." And I'm like, "Yeah, girl, me too. I actually have all of them. Well, 3 of them, but but that's the symbol, sis, just to let you know what it looked like." So that's the tattoo that I have on my hand. And like I said, I do that when I'm feeling down, feeling low. I look at it to remind myself that I have mental health and that I have to accept that and live with that for the rest of my life. And only way I can, only thing I can do is take care of myself, right? And if that has to do with not answering a phone, when I just don't want to, engage and stuff like that, then I won't answer a phone, But I'm always take care of me first. So I don't know why that's considered a sin to certain people. But again, when I was in that dark time, dealing with that shit on my own and dealing with that temporary psychosis, them people was not there. That's how I know that now that they left, I'm gonna be fine after they left too, because I was fine before they got here. You know, they wasn't there. They didn't walk me through that shit. You know, that's how I know. That's a big sign how I know I'm gonna be okay, because I got through that shit without them. Let them leave. I don't care. So, all right, maybe this not the video. I'm gonna play another video because I'm gonna go ahead and play. It's a black lady. I'm gonna play her testimony, and I just want to remind people. I'm gonna play a testimony of a black woman who went through similar things that I did. She gave a TED talk and stuff about it, and how her trauma led to anxiety, depression, how it shows up in adults. And I just want people to pay attention that there was no mention of lack of a belief in God. Right? There was no mention of, mocking God or anything like that. The reason why she's bonkers, according to what they keep labeling me, the reason why she's bonkers is because she was sexually assaulted as a child like I was, right? But it sounds like, she decided not to self-medicate herself, right? Sound like she got professional help like I did, How you gonna tell somebody to get help, but you're drowning? Make it make sense. All right.
Our lives as
I really like
to
her.
face our.
I really like this lady's video. That's why another reason why I want to play it.
We are here today to face our past and reclaim our lives as survivors of child abuse. We know intuitively or objectively we were physically, sexually, or emotionally abused as children. We believe our abuse affected who we are as adults today. We are determined to remake our lives by taking back what was once taken from us: our innocence, our power, our right to determine who we are and how we live in this world. The adult, while healing from child abuse, will go through 3 stages: the remembering, the mourning, and the healing. There are many steps to accomplish along the way. The hope being that we go from being victims to being.
Hey, what's up, Tootie? What's up, bye-bye? I hope all is well with you. I'm glad it stopped snowing out there, sis. I was worried about you and all that snow. But what up, Tootie? Shout out to Tootie, y'all. Make sure y'all go check out my girl channel. So, but what was I? You have multiple scores. Whew, girl. Honey, I'm energy, sending healing energy. Cause baby, that thing ain't no joke. But I'm sorry to hear that, sis.
Survivors to becoming thrivers. I am an adult survivor of childhood sexual abuse. Now, right now, I am healed, happy, and thriving. But it hasn't always been this way. Back in 2006, I was triggered. Now, a trigger is an emotional or physical sensation that you get that brings up past dormant memories. So back in December of 2006, a disheveled homeless man approached me and said to me, perform sexual act on him. I was scared. So frightened to death, I got into my car and I drove 45 minutes home shaking from the experience. Now, many of you may have had this happen and you would have just brushed it off and gone on with life. But within days of this assault, I began having dreams, memories, flashbacks, and nightmares of being molested as a little girl. Within a few years of that, I developed anxiety, depression, I became agoraphobic, and an alcoholic, a 6-bottle of wine a day drunk.
Now, did anybody hear anything where she mocked God at? Did we hear her she mocked God, or She didn't have lack of faith and she didn't believe in the Lord. Anybody heard her testimony? And even talked about even when a man tried to get her to do something intimate, how she kind of triggered her. Anybody? That's what I heard. I hear a direct connection. Like I've been saying, what my problem is, what happened to me, right? What happened to me? But again, I got black women on here mocking me for it. Crazy. Never understand it. But anywho, but I'm trying to see if there a connection with when she went bonkers, according to them, where she even started self-medicating and became a damn alcoholic, right? Even with me, y'all, shit, I don't even drink like that because of fear of becoming dependent. I know addiction runs in my family. So even with that, Queen Ye will tell you, I won't even drink if I'm feeling sad or down. She'll tell you, I purposely one time I said, nah, I don't want to drink nothing. I'm good. Give me the beet juice. You know what I'm saying? Like when I had my surgery, the doctors was like astonished that they kept trying to even give me opioids, and I was like, I don't want them. And they was like, you don't take that raw pain or whatever. I said, nah, man, I'm scared to be an addict. I don't want to be. I have anxiety about that. And then I explained to them about the history of my family and my mom and everything she went through. Even though my mom beat addiction, my favorite superhero, to my mother. Regardless how people say I hate that lady, I do not hate my mother. I love her to death, right? But my first God, my first superhero, my mother, strongest person I know. But anywho, I'm waiting for anybody to sit up here and say, where's her lack in belief is what made her go bonkers? Because we know that there's a connection. When I tried to tell them that I was going through it a lot, I'm stressed out, this happening, dealing with fun. Y'all remember I told y'all shit happening with my job. Now that's finna turn around, crossing my fingers. But that's finna turn around real shortly, right? But dealing with that, then Queen Ye, you know what I'm saying? I love Queen Ye, but Queen Ye, yeah, Queen Ye be bringing some stress to me too. Like, trying to get Queen Ye to learn how to save. But anywho, dealing with Queen Ye, but I love Queen Ye because Queen Ye is helping me a lot. Stuff like that, worried about baby girl, right? The best schools to put her in and keeping her safe and, so anxious around, man. They laugh at me because I won't even let baby girl spend the night. And she ain't even my child. I'll be like, I find a way to talk them out of it every time. Hey, look, nah. Who gonna be over there? You know what I'm saying? If it ain't no all girls, nah, baby girl can't go. She's a perfect victim. You know what I mean? So, but I'm being overprotective over her, making sure she good. Life was just happening. It's a lot of personal shit that was happening that I'm not gonna say on here, but I just wanted them to understand that, right? But I'm just waiting for the part, just when somebody deals with anxiety or PTSD or whatever, because I was accused that the reason why it was happening to me because I have a lack of faith. So that's what they said, why it was happening to me. I'm trying to see why this happened to this woman who, looked like she got her shit together. She said she did die. She said she healed. I'm not healed. I'm healing, right? But I promote healing to people who need to be healed. But I'm a damn show ignore people who, self-medicating, telling me to heal when they're drowning. I'm actually on the right track. I'm working with professionals, right? But I'm not going to tell people who bleeding just as much as I am, and they just holding they fucking holding themselves together. I'm over there getting surgery. I'm not studying people who clearly ain't got it all figured out themselves, telling me how to fucking take care of my mental health when I got out of temporary psychosis without them. Okay, that's what I said. They just be saying shit to me, and I just be looking at them like, okay, whatever. You want out? Out. Leave. False lights, I tell you.
I was drinking back the pain and the memories. I was a mess and devastated by the reoccurring thoughts and feeling once again a victim. By 2010, I was suicidal. Now, I only have a little while with you today. So it's difficult in that amount of time to describe how horrible it is for a survivor to remember the abuse and to feel once again violated, isolated, and alone. I can talk to you forever about my issues, relationships, promiscuity, some cutting, suicidal ships, about my issues, relationships, promiscuity. Talk to you forever. Violated, isolated, and alone. Feel once again violated, isolated, and alone.
Feel violated, isolated, and alone. I just wanted to bring that part back up, because that's what I told those ladies. Go ahead, babe. That's what those, like, I didn't say part of the exact order that she said, but that's what I told them ladies. That I was like, y'all feeling a little low. I gave them, y'all know I gave them, like, I was going through depression like 2 weeks before that shit blew up and happened. And I told them, I said, I know it's just me. I'm in my head, y'all. I'm just, opening up. Go ahead, babe. Walk past. Go ahead. Go ahead. Look out for, I wonder where my package at, man. I need it for my... All right, we'll talk later, baby. That's what I told them. That I feel like I'm alone, feel like I'm by myself, but I know what that is. This is the depression. Shit, I think I got triggered doing that Corey Holmes video with the shit that he was saying with it towards a child, because the shit was like fucking with me. Like because of what happened to me. I literally, regardless of how they tried to say I pushed them away, I communicated with these ladies. They can sit up here and play and like they have amnesia all they want. They know I'm not lying when I told them in that first, like 2 weeks before this shit happened, that I was going through it, feeling isolated, feeling alone. I was already being triggered because I had to, after I did that show, Tinkers will tell you that I was not feeling right after I did that show. I almost cried in that video. But I'm waiting for the part where I'm waiting for this lady to reveal that the reason why she has anxiety, PTSD, and feeling isolated and alone, and then turned to drugs and, became promiscuous and, cutting. And even though her stuff is way more extreme than mine, I think the creator above, I didn't get that bad. Right, I didn't do the cutting or self-medicating or becoming an alcoholic. Right, I didn't do none of that stuff. Now, did I get aggressive? You damn right. You ain't gonna. I wasn't no little scared little kitty cat. You growl at me, I growl louder. You know what I'm saying? Did I become aggressive? Very aggressive. Very. But I'm waiting for that part where she was bonkers. Because this happening because of her lack of belief. Because I find that crazy that me and this lady going through the same thing because we have similar childhood experiences. But I'm so bonkers. She's bonkers. But I'm trying to see where did God can do that to me and her. Right? And why do children, because I'm going to get into it, does God allow children to be bonkers? Is he over there just looking down? Look at my poor little kids. They so bonkers and crazy. Because I was told I was bonkers. Even though this the sad thing. My story ain't unique. I don't have plenty of women come and open up to me and tell me they went through this. Or some of them keeping it to themselves. Some I had snapped at somebody who felt like I shouldn't have never told the internet. I snapped at her about that, apologized for being snappy. But I just told her it was sensitive. But I said, but don't you ever dare blame me for bad people being on this earth. Yeah, I might have had women who mocked me for what happened to me, but I also had women who opened up or who kid heard me talking on the internet and after heard me talking went to their parents and told them, Mommy, I got a secret, and told them who their predator was, who their monster was. So sometimes I get a little triggered when people just act like this shit ain't. This is a big problem in our community. That's why when I start my organization and my Discord and the Niece's Heart thing, once I get that up and running, that's what I'm gonna be more focused on. People who understand that. I'm no more group thinking and who you like and who you support and who's all that bullshit. Fuck that shit. Even if you somebody who came from the saga and you want to join, and participate in all that stuff, only thing I ask, don't bring that stuff over here. If I see you trying to bring it over here, I'm politely, respectfully not going to go off on you, but I'm probably going to ask you to leave, because I'm going to create a safe place for women. I know how it feels to be safe, because I done been in too many environments where I felt unsafe or was unsafe. But when I start doing what I got to do, my space is going to be a safe place. But if you still trying to bring in old shit, I might ask you to go and come back when you can follow this basic rule. You feel me? But this lady's story, my story not unique, her story not unique. Some of y'all in this comment section, not unique. Hopefully we can get to a better space in society where people do a better job protecting their kids. But if they child do wind up becoming a victim, at least don't be blaming them if they grow up to be bonkers, in the words of Fake Room, right? Or, if they become promiscuous or if they deal with stuff. I told y'all stop calling teenage girls fast. I get on y'all about that all the time. Because they already don't scientifically prove there's a connection when a girl growing up and being promiscuous like that she was engaging in sexual activity longer than probably you even knew she was. 9 times out of 10, she probably was somehow sexually abused by another child or an adult figure. I know people get mad at me when I make little comments like when they talk about a child being fast in the church and all that, and then later find out that somebody in the church was abusing this child. And I said, how come the Holy Spirit ain't tell y'all this child was being abused? But you had the nerve to tell me the Holy Spirit spoke to somebody and said they was going to get a new car. Or they was going to get healing in their body, which they not usually don't, right? They take medicine and the doctors wind up healing people. But when I say little slick stuff like that, the church tell you that this person got a lustful succubus Jezebel spirit on her, but how come you couldn't see the spirit of the man that preyed on her? It's ridiculous. Now, I truly believe because it's not real. That's why it's ridiculous. But I said that now I'm demonic for making an observation. But I'm going to let this video play. I'm going to let another video play, and I promise y'all, nobody's going to mention they lacking faith in God on why they went bonkers after they was violated as a child. That's the point that I was trying to make. And then if that's the case, then how do you explain children being bonkers before they can offend God? Are they born bonkers? Is it the food? Is it society? Is the mama doing witchcraft? How does that work, believers? Your closest friend, child, is bonkers. I feel bad for her baby. That's how me and her allegedly, when I thought we was connecting. I thought we connected on that because I felt bad because what's going on with her son, because I been there. I just got out of it. I was able to get back into my mind. So I feel bad what her baby's going through. But according to the definition, the bonkers, he's bonkers too, according to your friend, because of his behavior. Did God do that to him? What he did? One day he didn't want to pray over his pancakes. How did that happen? So you people, when they be trying to hurt you and say ridiculous things, they offend the people right next to them. You was trying to offend me, but you're offending other people who out there who have kids that's out their damn mind. And I promise you, it ain't got nothing to do with what they believe in. It's psychological. And it's linked to, a lot of it is linked to trauma.
I can talk to you forever about my issues, relationships, promiscuity, some cutting, suicide attempts, as well as subsequent hospitalizations and psychological diagnosis. But I'm not today. But what I will tell you is that by the time we finish talking here today, at least one adult survivor of child abuse will commit suicide. There are over 3 million reports of child abuse each year. Physical, sexual, emotional, and neglect. Now, when I talk about sexual abuse, I'm including being touched, inappropriate, non-consensual sex, online predators, as well as seeing any kind of pornographic images as a child. So what happens to these abused children when they grow up? Well, in jail. 30% of women in jail report having been sexually abused as a child.
Give me 1 second, y'all. There's somebody at the door. I'll be right back.
Get up! Wipe the blood off your face. You're not done yet. Life hit you hard.
You ever notice? Some people bring you flowers. But the roses smell like shit. They smiling in your face while calculating your energy, money, loyalty. Neo X don't fall for that. They threw a shit rose love, I done chain my soul up. Sweet words dripping honey, but the thorns finna show up. Say we family loud till you finally say no. Been in love, turn venom, yeah, the real face show. I don't owe you my life, I don't owe you my peace. If your love got a price and your love ain't free, shit rose love bomb, yeah, the mask gon' fall. I protect my energy, I ain't answering the call. They started off sweet like syrup and tea, calling me sister, you royalty. Posting my name, fake loyalty talk, but the whole time they measuring what they can take from me. Love bombing heavy with praise and applause. Soon as you question it, suddenly claws. Group mentality, moo like a cold. Everybody smiling, but somebody bald. My sense of energy, watching my moves. Why you ain't answer? Who you talking to? Try to buy access with favors and cash. Now they mad cause I told them I'm good. See, I peeped the pattern, seen the trap before. Every fake bouquet, had a rotten core. They threw a shit rose love, I done chain my soul up. Sweet words dripping honey, but the thorns finna show up. Say we family loud till you finally say no. Then the love turn venom, yeah, the real face show. I don't owe you my life, I don't owe you my peace. If your love got a price and your love ain't free, shit rose love bomb, yeah, the mask gon' fall. I protect my energy, I ain't answering the call. Possessive voice talking slick on the phone. You ain't loyal if you moving alone. Trying to guilt trip, flexing that cash like the money mean they own your soul. The gift ain't love if it come with chains, and the favor ain't real if it come with claims. Soon as boundaries pop up strong, they turn a crowd and start throwing names. Mob mentality circling fast, trying to bully me back in the pack. But Neo X, built for the storm, I don't bow when they tighten the trap. No, watch the mask drop, say no. Watch the love stop, that's how you know it was never real from the start. Shit rose love bomb, yeah, I seen that trick. They throw petals on lies, trying to bury you quick. But I guard my peace, I protect my space. If the love feel forced, I'ma walk away.
All right, y'all, man, I had to go get that because Queen got some tacos. Some real Mexican tacos on top of that. But anyway, and what I was gonna say, I was gonna make a point. She said had multiple scores, 15 years. That shit ain't no joke. So I dated somebody with that. So I'm glad you see through that, honey. Like I said, I know you said you've been watching me from the bushes. And I kept telling people that I had silent supporters. I could tell by the likes, that I do tend to get, likes. Not like I don't got 200, 300 likes. But anytime I see my videos get more than 20 likes, that's a success for me. Because back is more than what I used to get, right? So if I get 20 plus, I'm always okay. I'm good with that, So. There you go. Girl said she used to be a cutter. I ain't, honey. I'm glad you. Did you wind up getting some help for that? So, because people who cut, they do that to control their pain. You know what? I'm not even gonna judge you for being a cutter, or anything like that, because when I went through the most pain and trying to control my pain, I never cut, but I did get a lot of tattoos because tattoos are painful. So that's why each tattoo, all my like even I have a y'all can't really see it here, but I have a tattoo right there with a dagger, with the word, it's a dagger that slams, that got the word family dag into it, right? So I used to get that as a way to control pain too. So I ain't even gonna judge you, sis, because I got a lot of tattoos, you know. So, but I'm glad you doing better, honey. I hope you're doing better. My heart goes out to you, you know. But that's crazy. So again, I'm just like I said, I'm just playing some of this video because I'm trying to see, is there a common denominator when a woman goes bonkers? And maybe because I do have a form of emotional intelligence, I was taught at one point, when somebody says out their mouth that you hurt them, you don't have the right to tell them that you didn't, right? Like that's not how that works, right? That this is how I was like taught and raised, and something I wisdom I develop over time. If anybody say out of their mouth that that I hurt them, I don't have the right to say no, I did not hurt you, right? Like for example, I'm not gonna give y'all detail because it's personal, but I remember I had one of my closest friends. I hurt this girl around my birthday. Didn't even know I did it either, because it happened when, you know, it's my birthday, so I was turned up on my birthday. Now, mind you, not a drinker, so it didn't take me much to turn up. My sister-in-law gave me a shot. You know, she was hosting my birthday party. I took one of them little Jello shots and 2 drinks, and then, you know, the rest I was out. You know, like I was lit. And one of my closest friends that I grew up with, you know, who was visiting during the party or whatever, I said something in front of somebody else that she didn't want me to say, something about her personal life that she didn't want someone to know about her because it's her business. And I was praising her for, you know, this thing, this personal thing. And I didn't realize when I was talking that I was saying it in front of somebody she didn't want to hear. And my friend was upset with me and mad at me, and I hurt her, and I didn't know, right? And she kept it, and she recently just told me what I did, like maybe 2 months ago, right? And y'all remember my birthday in July, so she's been mad at me since then. Just 2 months ago, when we talked on the phone, she finally just said, I got to tell you something, and she let me know that I hurt her for what I did, and she was mad at me, and she just didn't understand why I did that, and I told her that, girl, I was drinking, and I'm so sorry. Right? I didn't find a way to get defensive and make an excuse. Well, I always had your back. Well, I'm the reason why you did this. And well, the only reason why you even made that decision because of me, because I played a big part on what in the situation that, you know, she was dealing with. I played a very big part. That's why we so close to this day. But I ain't going to like, girl, you mad about that? Well, it ain't no bitch. I ain't mean to. Why you mad at me? You act like I did that shit on purpose. I wouldn't do that. I was a friend. I cared for you. I love you. I didn't go through none of that shit with her. Because as my friend, soon as I heard my friend say I hurt her, I instantly apologized. And what can I do to make it right, friend? I'm sorry. I was drinking, and I ain't even know I did that to you. But for the future, don't ever go this long feeling some type of way towards me, and don't say anything. If I fuck up, let me know. You know I love you. I'm going to make that shit right quick. Right? I have plenty of people. If anybody tell me I hurt them, I'm not going to tell you I didn't. Because 9 times out of 10, being that it's Neo, it was not unintentionally. Probably didn't even realize I did. Sometimes I want to put duct tape over my damn mouth. You know what I'm saying? I don't be knowing if you don't say nothing. But when she finally said something, I made it right. And I told her, I from now on, now that this happened, it'll never happen again. But I remember I learned that a long time ago. When somebody tell you you hurt them, you don't why would you go on the defense? Why instantly go on the defense, especially if it's not intentional? That's the only thing I don't understand. Why go on the defense if it's not intentional? If it was not intentional? That's not the first person who told me I made a mistake and probably said something that they didn't like or did something. Slipped of the tongue, forgot that I was supposed to keep a secret, forgot to show up for something or whatever. You can't tell people they don't have the right to, if somebody, because all I did, y'all, was say, man, they hurt me, bro. Oh, shit. You know, and I felt let down and abandoned. Humiliation ritual. Hop online. She's crazy. Not that we didn't mean to hurt her. I'm sorry she perceived it that way. She got it wrong. Nope. We the good guys. Neo's crazy. She the bad guy. We didn't do nothing wrong. Well, I'm going to let them keep believing that until it happens to them, until they in the same situation. One day I hope, if karma could do me a favor, each one of those ladies, I hope karma put them in the situation when they the odd man out. And feel and see how it feels to hear people who say they love you every day for months. One day just start lying on you or misrepresenting your character or trying to tear you down. I really want them to I don't even want nothing bad to happen to these ladies. I just want them to feel what I felt the day they did that shit. That's it. I said, they hurt me, mind you, never mentioned no names, never told y'all the group. I said, they hurt me. They responded, it's your fault. Toxic. That's a toxic environment. And I know that. So all that gaslighting, girl, please. Show me where I fell out with somebody who ain't problematic. If anybody can put, and I put a $50 challenge, and hell, fuck that. I'm a triple, quadruple. I will put a $200 challenge. Show me where I fell out with somebody, anybody, your friends, content creator who don't have a history of being problematic already on their own. Show me an innocent person who never fell out with anybody else, no beef, never, because I forgot to tell y'all, not fucking with Queen Throne, but Queen Throne used to be called in the group called the beef sector. Show you what type of energy she used to be on before she went towards the advocacy stuff. Now, again, I don't have no problem with her. I ain't hating with her. I ain't fucking with her. I'm not beefing with Queen Throne. I wish her the best, and I left that lady alone a long time ago. Right? But she used to be in a group called the Beef Sector. But I'm willing to put somebody tweet, y'all get in y'all little private groups or the little secret haters, the bushwatcher who watching me, still trying to say Neo the problem. $200. I put it out, and I will pay it the fuck out. Show me somebody I fell out with who ain't already known for being controversial. An innocent person. I ain't fall out with no damn Sweet Ma. Sweet Ma just one day just said, fuck Neo. And I was like, God damn. I thought you liked me. Well, I'm just going to let it go. I don't know why. I didn't do nothing to it, but I let it go. But show me. I ain't even beef with that lady. I ain't starting. No, I ain't go after her. I ain't say nothing. There's some weirdo right now, some girl, another content curator, her name Paris. Y'all keep telling me somebody named Paris keep talking about. I don't even know who that is. But they keep saying she don't told y'all that I went on a date with Katisa. How I went on the date, my girl was right there. Even the first time we met, who you think took the picture? It was Queen Ye that took the picture of me and Katisa. She took the picture. Right? But show me. If anybody can show that, I will humble myself. I will announce to the world that I'm the problem, and I will pay out $200. Y'all spread the words. Go somebody come out here and make some easy money. Because y'all ain't going to gaslight me. The problem is not me. It's the culture. It's not the culture. It's the community. It's this shit. It's the toxicity among these people. Now, maybe the universe was like, they don't want me associated. Maybe, because the way that shit went down was so petty and stupid. I would never end a friendship or cut off a friend because they won't answer the phone. Especially if they texting you, friend, I'm good. I'm going through a lot. I love you. Hope all is well. I'm glad your husband doing better. I'm good. I would never cut off a friend because they did not answer the phone. But texting me, talking to me, because they said, I just not right now, not today, I don't want to talk. I would never cut nobody off. That's just ridiculous to me. She quit the group, y'all. Cause all I said, I said a boundary, she ain't respecting the boundary. Boom. Everything else started coming out, how she really felt. Well, this day you came in, you ain't speak. And this day you ignored everybody. And this day you ain't do this. And this day, what the hell did you even talk? What? Are you talking about, did I do this around the time when I first opened up and told you I was feeling depressed? Did it happen in that time frame? But I would never. Just like when my friends, people who I've cared about, who said I've hurt them, even if I didn't mean to, even when Kevin said I hurt him, I recall telling Kevin, I'm sorry. Hey, I wasn't trying to hurt you. That was just a joke. I told Kevin that when that happened with the first time me and him engaged with each other. And then I even reassured him that I would stop doing that. And even when I left the man alone, he came back with the bullshit. So then the bullshit started up again. But I don't go through that shit with people. When somebody tell me I hurt them, I don't tell them I didn't. I ain't even dismiss Break Room's feelings when she said she felt hurt that I didn't answer the phone. I ain't even do that. I just said, well, Break Room, look, I just don't want to talk, man. I'm sorry, but not right now. I need space. Even when she said that was hurting her, and I told her I wasn't trying to hurt. I literally said those words. I'm not trying to hurt you. But you're not respecting my boundaries, man. I told you I was fine, but you keep pushing. There wasn't no damn misunderstanding. You on some crazy shit. That shit was wild. They could sit up here and say I was immature, but she quit the group. Nobody's saying she was immature for leaving and quitting the group. Nobody said Flo was immature for telling me I'm throwing shots, but can't even repeat the goddamn words I said that allegedly was the goddamn shots. I'm so disappointed in these ladies, but I'm immature.
That number is 62.7% for men being abused as children, 7% for men. That number is 62.7% for men. That number is 62 in jail. So what happens to these abused children when they grow up? Well, in jail, 30% of women in jail report having been sexually abused as a child. That number.
Honestly, I think that number is way higher than that. That must be women who was willing to admit it.
Number is 62.7% for men being abused as children, which is twice the frequency that's seen in the general population. 60% of survivors in drug rehab programs have reported being abused as children. And psychological damages, 80% of 21-year-olds who were abused as children have met the criteria for at least one psychological disorder. Now, some sexually abused children grow up to be sexual predators. And some abused children grow up and abuse their own children, continuing the cycle of abuse.
Facts. Because I'm going to play y'all a video that I saw on TikTok today to show you how toxic, when I say every child deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves a child. I'm going to show you something that's crazy that I came across today. But this lady, she's speaking facts, man. Some of these people grow up to be predators themselves, or they wind up abusing their own kids. It's just some sick shit. It's a cycle. But I'm just waiting for the part where she said the lack of faith in God is why people doing this shit and becoming bonkers.
Now, how did we get there? How did we wind up in those circumstances? Well, there's a stigma. And because there's a stigma, we don't tell you. And because we don't tell, you may think this is not happening in your world. But the adult survivors are living with the pain and the guilt and the shame. They are internalizing it, questioning why did this happen to us, wondering why no one helped us, and living our lives with the devastation and impact the abuse has had on our lives. Now, you know what it's like. You go and tell someone some sad, dark, secret, or devastating news, and they say to you, "Oh, it'll be okay. Time heals all wounds." Or they act as if you're supposed to just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and move on. Well, back when I was 13, the summer when I was 13, nature called and I became a woman. So I went into my aunt's room, unsure of what was going on, and I shared with her. And she gave me the sex talk. And when she finished, I said, then so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so had sex with me when I was a little girl. And this favorite aunt of mine said to me, "Girl, you don't go around telling folks stuff like that. You keep that to yourself." And that's what I did. I kept the secret. Now, not all adults.
Now that's how a lot of people are raised. Don't say anything, because I'm telling you, one person when I told her that I was, going back and forth with somebody, and it's somebody who I care about who said this to me. So that's why I cared when I offended her, when I snapped at her a little bit. I kind of got annoyed because I was like, "Girl, that's the problem now. People won't say shit. We won't talk about it. We need to talk about it. It's the only way we're gonna make the world a better place." It ain't my fault people decide to weaponize that shit against me. Only thing now I can do is be stronger in how I respond to the shit, right? Now, but look what she said when she told her aunt what happened. Instead of the aunt, getting to the bottom of it, or probably putting whoever, depending on who it was, because it probably was of course, maybe another family member. They will protect predators, right? She told her, don't talk about it. Don't speak on it. Like, that's the culture. That's why I told y'all when I read that article and told y'all that they said the average age that a woman would come out and actually admit that she was raped or abused as a child or anything like that. The average age, I think they were saying it was like 40 years old for them to actually like take a breath and say, I was abused. Right? So when I get ready to make Niece's Heart, when I get ready to get that together, like I said, I'm going to be reaching out to women, working with them, how to write their story down. It's going to be a collective of books. And it's going to be women who talk about the pain, the hurt, the mental health issues. You got Honey in here supporting, saying that she definitely went through a lot, right? Then I'm playing this black woman from TED Talk. I'm very transparent about what happened, right? I'm going to, like I said, when it's time for me to build my space, it's going to be a safe place. It has to be a safe place, right? It's going to be. Regardless of what they say about me. The truth eventually going to catch up to the lies, and people going to really see my true colors, right? And you're going to see it's just hurt people trying to hurt people, right? So I'm looking forward to that. I'm telling ChatGPT, even that idea, like coming up with that, kind of like it gave me something to do.
Survivors are in jail, on drugs, beating or molesting their children. In fact, most often you will find us in your everyday life situation. We are your siblings, your co-workers, your close friends, your teachers, your doctors, and your neighbors. We come from a diverse background of race, gender, nationality, religion, and socioeconomic status. We are you. The thing that most adult survivors have in common is that we just want to heal. Oftentimes, it takes a trigger to happen in the adult life, and it all comes rushing back. A jingling of a key, a smell, a sensation. And some of us would go and Google adult survivors of child abuse, child sex survivor, seek a therapist, or have the therapist refer to them as support group. That's what I did.
Let me give y'all something real quick, because like she said, it can be anything, like little thing. Y'all remember the live action movie, The Little Mermaid, that came out a few years ago? I probably wanted to take baby girl to see it, or watch it with baby girl, or take one of my nieces to see the movie. But y'all know it was hard, even though I still didn't wind up haven't watched the movie. It was hard for me to actually want to go watch. Like, I wanted to watch the movie, but I was scared to go watch the movie because I didn't want to have flashbacks from my abuse. Because I remember I told y'all when I was a kid, my favorite movie at the time was The Little Mermaid. Right, I used to love the crab Sebastian and knew all the songs and Under the Sea, you know, the same little songs and stuff. I used to love watching I was obsessed with that movie when I was a kid. Right, but there's now some trauma tied to that, because every time I think of the movie, if anybody mentioned the movie or whatever, I have flashbacks on what was happening. Because one of the things that my abuser used to do is, as soon as, you know, my great grandmother left that house, you know, and she was gone, you know, as soon as they knew the house was empty and my cousins and them were gone, and they left me alone with this motherfucker, right? After he knew the closest was clear, the first thing I knew what was about to happen, what time it was about to happen, when he went right up to that VCR and take the movie out. And I remember I used to start bawling, crying, because I knew things was finna get ready to start happening. Right? I knew it. Because he walked right up to that VCR and take the damn tape out. I'm watching Little Mermaid, and I just instantly just started crying. Because now I know he finna put some shit on the TV that at that time I didn't understand. Force my head, turn my head, and have me watching, had me staring at the screen, and told me to look what they're doing, look what they're doing, and want me to do what they're doing, mimic what they're doing on the screen. He used to put on the porn. Sick shit. But again, people get mad at me if I'm not convinced that there is no government God keeping track of the people he favor and he love and all that stuff. Because even as an innocent child, I had no protection when that motherfucker was doing that shit to me. And then again, a family member, so somebody I trusted. But I couldn't even go watch the adult live action movie, right? Can't even go see the net, because I was thinking about that. I was like, ugh. I want to see The Little Mermaid, but I definitely want to enjoy my time with my niece if I decide to take her, or if I decide to take baby girl, and I don't want to be thinking about what the fuck that nigga did to me. Unfortunately, intrusive thoughts, you can't make them stop. When people say they healed, well, some healed. Me, sometimes it come back to me. Sometimes I get mad. Sometimes I get angry. Sometimes I get re-triggered. Sometimes I tell a bitch, hey, I will fuck you up, bitch. You keep mocking me about this shit. Keep playing with fire if you want to. Don't your Bible say keep holding fire to your chest and see you not get burned? Keep playing with dangerous territory, because I'm trying to tell you, I know I'm not right here. Why are you trying to push me? I'm controlling my shit. Lucky for you. But now you mocking me. You playing, girl. I will fuck, like, okay. Everybody on the internet not playing. Right? But then I had to catch myself. Okay, Neo. She ain't worth it. Ignore this hoe. Blah, blah, blah. Let them tell the world you crazy. Let them tell them you the bad guy. Let them. We didn't do anything wrong. Coming from a group of people who participated in cyberbullying for over 3 years. Believe that, y'all. Who's trying to convince y'all not to? Again, I don't even want those type of people over here. Let them leave. If you truly believe that that's how that shit really went down. That's not what pattern says. Loyalty. That's what I said. Hey, loyalty. Y'all know what I say, what loyalty is, right? I mean, not loyalty, real. When people say keep it real, well, if you real like I'm real, and real like real one in here real, we know real is realizing everyone ain't loyal. So group thinking is very dangerous. That's why I'm okay with being the lone wolf for right now. So, but I'm never gonna let a bunch of women who engaged in that shit for 3 years judge me. I ain't gonna never let nobody like that ever judge me again. Y'all flip flop on your friends. Friends, not content creators. Friends. And some of y'all were the backstabbers. I'm never letting you judge me again. Crazy as hell.
I saw a therapist, I joined a support group, and I did the work. In fact, I started a support group in Atlanta for adult survivors of child abuse, and I've been facilitating those meetings for 5 years. And what I have found is that the #1 frustration amongst survivors is the not being believed when they told. That happened to me. A few years ago, I told, and I was not believed. And remember, at 13, I was told to never tell. So, oftentimes someone would bring you some issue or problem and they don't offer you a solution. Well, I'm not going to do that to you today. In fact, it's my intentions.
I done heard plenty of stories where family and parents don't let their kids down, where the child came out and actually said what happened and they got in trouble. They got in, people said they were lying. I remember I had somebody tell me I was lying when I told what happened when I was 15 with my great granddad. I remember that they kind of divided some of the family. Some people to this day still don't come around me, and I don't give a fuck because it happened. And before I said it happened, it was already rumors that this motherfucker was on that type of time anyway, right? But I don't be giving a shit. I know the truth. It happened. That ain't on me. That's on him. So, but I've been in a situation like that. I remember when I told. When there was another kid trying to be doing some inappropriate shit. I remember when I was trying to tell what that kid did, I remember the first thing that parent said was, I was lying. I'm like, why the fuck would I make that up? I'm sitting up here looking like, this shit make you not want to tell ever again. But I've developed a relationship with my mom that over time I built that trust with her. So when it did happen, I told her, so that's why that nigga wound up going to prison. I mean, he didn't go to prison, he went to jail. He did jail time. I don't think he did. I can't remember how long. Did he go to prison? I can't remember. But he got in trouble. I remember that. He damn sure did some time.
To have us on the same page, where you can look to your left, look to your right, behind you, and in front of you, and have a positive, powerful impact on another survivor's life. Since 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 6 boys will be abused by the age of 12, in a group of 5, this talk is about at least 1 or maybe 2 of us. So I want you to think about the adult survivor of child abuse that you know, or that you've suspected all along was abused. And if you are the survivor, I want you to think about yourself. Now, what support can you offer to the survivor? 5 things. First, believe the survivor. Believe the survivor. And if you are the survivor, trust your memories. Second, do not say, unless you also are a survivor of child abuse, that you know how they feel.
Now, I know that's hard for some people to understand, but I often tell people, look, I know sometimes it might be hard to believe that somebody in our family, our brother, our cousin, our daddy, our uncle, somebody we close with would do such an act, right? We don't want to believe the males in our family or women, because women can be predators too. It's just rare. But there are some women predators out there too. We don't probably want to believe when these predators are revealed to be people we love, right? So I told somebody it's better for you to believe a liar than to defend a rapist. You got to be careful with that. And even if you're not sure, at least get that person comfortable enough so the facts can come out and prove who's telling the truth and who's lying. But to flat out to say, my granddad wouldn't do nothing like that, or he wouldn't do that, how the fuck you know? You ain't at the tip of his dick. You don't know what he would do. Who do predators? Predators don't have a fucking sign on their forehead that say, I'm a predator. That's not how they work. Predators hide. And they prey until they ready to pounce when they find the victim that they want to prey on. You don't see the predator. They hide. But I told people sometimes people need to be careful with that. I played a video where a girl recorded saying she finna go up to her mama and tell her mama that her boyfriend comes in her bedroom and feel on her at night when they get drunk and come home from the club. The mama told her to go on somewhere. She didn't want to hear that shit. Cause he a good man, he paid the bills. And she said, but you ain't got nothing to say about this man touching me? And she's like, he ain't touching you. And she was like, he is. He does this every time And she even told her, like, the next time y'all go out, pretend like you drunk, get wasted. Pretend that you drunk, act like you pass out, and then come to my room to see where the fuck this man at. Right? Of course, the mom ain't want to do that because she didn't want to see the truth. But I remember she completely dismissed her child because she wanted a man in the house because he paid the bill. She had no problem knowing that this man was in her touching her child. So that shit happens. This lady giving this TED Talk is not lying. That shit happen way more often than y'all know. Because I'm telling you, I'm flipping tables. If baby girl even insinuate that something happened, yeah, I'm getting down to the bottom of it, right? If my baby girl even hint that something happened, Queen Ye know I don't even play about her. I'm flipping goddamn tables, till we get down to the bottom of it. But we know that shit happened, so people need to stop doing that. Oh, that person lying, and they made that up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Prove that person a liar before you say they lying. Now, if you prove they liar, then call them a liar all fucking day. Shame them. Shame, 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 shame. But until you have proof that they're lying, stop. Don't just run to say they lying. That's what I say. I'm one of the people, I believe them first until it's proven that they're not. Especially when kids. Especially when children, man, kids don't be making up shit like that. They don't even be understanding what the hell be happening to them. Oh, she just made that up because she don't like him. Cause he be disciplining him. Okay, but then look into it. Have the professionals look into it. There's people out there who specialize to find out if your damn child lying or not. They can get down to it. Hey, baby, when I tell you your baby done came up to me and chin checked me, not chin checked me, but she swole up me. I gotta go back and catch this if the camera caught her face. I ain't seen nobody in the live say she did, but she came right here and she, you know how she do that little angry thing with her hand? She did like this. She ain't hit me, but she was like, and I told her, I said, what did you want? She was like, chocolate pretzels. She did that Arthur, I don't know if anybody seen Arthur when Arthur do the little, because y'all know my baby girl autistic, so she communicates different. But that baby hit that little Arthur fist on me. She ain't hit me. But I turned back. She was right here. And she was like, chocolate pretzels. And I said, chocolate pretzels. And I got up and gave it to her. Because she was like, girl, you don't lie to me like 3 times saying I'm going to get these chocolate pretzels. You give it to me. But yeah, I don't know if anybody noticed that. But when I got up at first for a little bit, I went to give baby girl chocolate pretzels because she did that Arthur hand. And she made a face like you don't, how many times you don't say it, you're going to give me these damn pretzels and you ain't give it to me yet. And she probably like, I've been good too, wait for you to give me these pretzels. Because that's me and baby girl snap. We love us some chocolate pretzels. But I'm telling you, anything happen to my baby girl, I'm flipping tables, boy.
Because you don't. But what you can offer is this. It was not your fault. Third.
The talk, her mom does that. I don't do that with her. Her mom, but y'all remember, baby, we baby girl's autistic, so we got to communicate with her different. But that's her mom talks to her. Somebody asked, did you have to talk with her? But I think you told her enough that I think she knows bad touch, good touch, no squares and areas and stuff. So I think. Yeah, and even the special school that she goes to, they do that too because they know them autistic kids be the perfect victims, right? I seen one video where I wanted to hop through the screen and knock a nigga head off, right? When there was a man, his job was to transport the patient. It was a child. It was a person who was disabled or whatever. It was a child with disability. A teenager too. She was like, and his job was to transport, and he got caught actually raping her, right? Had her in the back of the van, raping her, and a black dude was outside, just happened to be outside, and he pulled out his phone, recorded, walked up on the dude and checked him. He was abusing it, and that's why I said it's sick. That's why I said they be knowing, they be patient, they be praying, right? So I remember I wanted to hop through that fucking screen. I said, man, I wish I could kick that motherfucker in his head, because he was doing it all the time. They later revealed when they wound up locking his ass up, they found out he did that shit every day. Every day he transported her, he always pulled off to the side somewhere and raped this teenage disabled child. So people sick out there, man. I'm telling you. So that's why I'm telling you with her, I'm flipping tables. They already know. So I be trying to like, it's a fucked up world outside, but let them tell it. God's governing it, right? God is governing. God is blessing people with new cars, new keys. I don't know why he won't keep these people from raping on people. I don't know why it don't work that way, right? I don't know why they go bonkers after it happens to them, right? So, but I can clearly see it don't sound like nobody saying it's a lack of faith in God, right? So.
Third, become the love, the support, and compassion that all survivors deserve. And fourth,
No, sis, the one I'm talking about, it was I think this was a white girl, but I think I do remember hearing that with the situation with the black girl. But the video I'm talking about, it was a black man that recorded, but the teenage girl was actually a white girl. So it was from, if I can remember the video, because he caught him. Like on the video, you see him on top of her, like aggressively pulling on her and thrusting himself. He was, doing what he was definitely, assaulting her, right? And he was so aggressive with it. And again, she can't fight back because she's a child. And then she's disabled on top of that. Then it's not like once they drop her off, right, that she can say, hey, this person, she was nonverbal too on top of that. So shit's sick.
encourage the survivor to get help and to heal. And lastly, the fifth thing, understand that healing is a journey. In fact, I kept a journal through the stages and steps of my healing. And by the time I finished writing the journal, I had written 636 pages. And I call this book Journal of a Suicide Failed. I encourage all survivors to keep a journal so you can look back over your accomplishments and see the progress you're making. One of the things I say to survivors when they come to their first meeting is this: this is hard work. But I always add, but it's worth it. I am Fire Brown. I'm an adult survivor of child abuse. I'm healed, I'm happy, and I'm thriving. Thank you for your time.
So, like I said, I was just waiting to see if I got to this part where she said it's because of her lack of faith in God why she dealt with mental health, or did it have anything to do with her childhood trauma and her her rape and her molestation? Just curious, because it seemed like that's what she said. But according to them, the reason why I am the way I am is because they said I made fun of God. I guess. Don't even make no sense. I was saying, when y'all just let people talk, you just realize they just be saying shit. But again, self-medicating and judging me, we not doing that. I was trying to find, I don't know if it was in the short. It shouldn't have been in the short. I was trying to find. Okay, there you go. Boom, I found it. Right, what I was looking for. I want y'all to listen to this real quick. It's a short video, but I just want y'all to listen to this real quick.
can early sexual trauma affect you later in
Yep.
life? Hey, Jim, so how can early sexual trauma affect you later in life?
Well, it can lead people to developing things like anxiety, depression, and PTSD.
Look at that, y'all. Y'all caught that? Y'all heard the question. I'm finna repeat it again. I thought this crazy. When I came across this video, it came up in my algorithm when I was looking for the TED Talk lady story, right? This came up in my algorithm and as a short. Listen to the question and listen to what Jim say.
Hey, Jim, so how can early sexual trauma affect you later in life?
Well, it can lead people to developing things like anxiety, depression, and PTSD.
Boom. What my condition is, now mind you, I don't know this man. What did I tell y'all when I did, much as people keep hollering, Neo, go get healed. Oh, go get help and do that because I'm transparent and I tell people what I'm doing. And when motherfucking toxic ass people do me wrong or hurt me or do the most or, you know, whatever, as soon as I expose their bad behavior, that's, oh, she's crazy. She going. And I was like, why do y'all keep calling me crazy? I actually seen a psychiatrist and a psychologist. Remember my stories, they trying to put it in the book, right? I already been diagnosed. I know it's crazy wrong with me. I'm not narcissistic, bipolar, none of that shit. Anxiety, mild form is a mild. They said it was mild. Before it's by what they seen, the depression was kind of mild, and then PTSD. This man just named all three, the three things I got diagnosed with. But they telling y'all I'm narcissistic. Now that shit, I just wipe my ass with that shit. I'm like, I'm me, narcissistic. Right, okay. Y'all just throw that word out to anybody, right? But I just thought that was crazy when I came across this video. I paused it and I said, oh, wow. That's all three of what I was officially diagnosed with when I was getting help for what my anxiety and stuff. Look what it was connected to. Early sexual childhood trauma.
Hey, Jim, so how can early sexual trauma affect you later in life?
Well, it can lead people to developing things like anxiety, depression, and PTSD because it's trauma that stays literally in the cells of your body. You can develop a struggle to really trust people, even to trust yourselves, and it has very negative effects on developing relationships. Often people internalize the abuse and blame themselves or shame themselves because of it. People can develop intimacy disorders where you don't feel safe being intimate with an adult partner. Sometimes people develop eating disorders as a result of it, or body dysmorphia. And sometimes people can develop sexual compulsivity. Lots and lots of ways that type of trauma affects a person, and treatment is actually helpful for many people.
Hey, Jim, so
I just thought that was crazy because, again, ChatGPT did not diss the girls in the group, like diss them. It just let them know what they were not being honest about. But ChatGPT, when it analyzed and gave its final summary of what went wrong between me and the group, they just said, ChatGPT basically just said the group was just not equipped to handle me. And instead of them recognizing that, they just chose to demonize me and protect the image of the group instead of admit that they just did not have the emotional intelligence or knowledge or equipped to deal with my type of trauma, right? Instead of them just acknowledging they could have handled it better, they just went out and just told y'all I was crazy. I just got a message, she going live right now. I'm not surprised, but who the fuck cares? Not gonna watch it, right? So who am I trying to convince? Who are you trying to convince? Why do you keep making videos about every little thing I say? But it's all good. Let her do her, right? Because she been wanted to do that, just like her folks, her ex-friends was telling me she was gonna do. She been wanted to. She didn't have nobody to beef with anyway. It was dry with her. She been wanted to do this shit. So let her do it. Let her get it out. I won't be the last first and I won't be the last. You know? But that's what ChatGPT said. That's what they need to realize if they gonna talk about accountability and how can they make that group of safer group for women. That's one thing they're gonna have to put on the books. That they're gonna have to, if they have somebody in their group, that has mental health, they're gonna have to be able to handle that shit better. You know? Even though I'm not the only one in the group with mental health, obviously, right? It's a few others if I would start pointing some fingers and pointing some shit out, but I'm not gonna do that, right? I'm not gonna tear down, I ain't gonna tell nothing. Everything I've learned about them, I'm never repeating that shit. I ain't even do that shit, So, but I just thought this was like it's a short video, and he just sums it up. Like, that shit does affect people in their adulthood.
Hey, Jim, so how can early sexual trauma affect you later in life?
Well, it can lead people to developing things like anxiety, depression, and PTSD because it's trauma that stays literally in the cells of your body. You can develop a struggle to really trust people, even to trust yourselves, and it has very negative effects on developing relationships. Often people internalize the abuse and blame themselves or shame themselves because of it. People can develop intimacy disorders where you don't feel safe being intimate with an adult partner. Sometimes people develop eating disorders as a result of it, or body dysmorphia. And sometimes people can develop sexual compulsivity. Lots and lots of ways that type of trauma affects a person, and treatment is actually helpful for many people.
Hey, Jim, so how can early sexual trauma affect you later in life?
Well, it can lead.
Yeah. Again, honey, I'm sorry that happened to you. One thing I've learned that when through a professional, that usually when they diagnose somebody with a mental health issue or whatever, I noticed that it's not one diagnosis. It's usually be multiple things, more than one. It's usually like a dual thing. Like if somebody has anxiety, usually they have PTSD, right? If they have depression, it might be linked to bipolar disorder. I noticed that they was telling me the difference between why it seemed like people have more than one official diagnosis, because the PTSD one was the latest one that was discovered, right? Because I guess because I didn't fully tell, and then I guess the more I kept getting help, the more information I kept revealing. And I remember it was the psychiatrist who noticed, the person who's going to determine if they're going to put you on medication or not, realized that I did have a form of PTSD and didn't know it the whole time, right? Especially, and was surprised that no one else caught on to it. And I told them maybe because I didn't fully explain some stuff, or they didn't get a chance to fully examine my behavior or what. But I just remember it was a person whose job was to put me on medication. And after we talked about that in the medication, this is how I keep telling y'all that medication did not work for me. The ones that they was trying to use, it actually made the condition worse. And then once one of the medications caused me to dissociate, once that was established, we decided the best way to treat me is through cognitive behavior therapy, right? So that's how I get through my stuff, So regardless of, go get help, you need healing, you need help, bitches, y'all need healing. Do you see yourselves? I'm actually doing the work right now. I'm sorry if I'm, open about it, but do you see yourselves? Like, boy, projection. Just self-medicating every day, drowning out her pain, child, to keep me from acting out. Y'all see, I go just shoot some people in the video game. Let me stop for them people come and try to lock me up. I'm like, man, I'm just talking. Them people mad, man. Just piss me off. I ain't doing shit. They ain't worth it. They ain't worth it at all. So, so you said when I was in my mid-30s, I met a man who confessed a sex addiction. I learned that it was part of his. Yeah, that's a thing too. Yeah. There's some people who deal with that. Ooh, feel sorry for people who do. I feel sorry for them because they be trying to, be faithful and stuff like that, but they can't even, and that's usually connected to some underlying trigger. A lot of those, especially the men, you find out later on, they were abused, right? Sometimes by a woman, But I don't know why God designed us this way, right? For us to have these psychological problems. It ain't, and as you can see, it ain't nothing linked to no disobedience to what you believe in or whatever. It's how our body is designed. The brain is designed to try to keep you safe. And sometimes your brain just get overwhelmed and the nervous system get overwhelmed, right? So these unnatural connections in your mind happen where people become the predator, right? Because it's their brain training to be or whatever. I'm glad I didn't develop anything like that, right? I don't want to hurt no damn body, like, for my own sexual gratification. The only time I ever wanted to hurt somebody is because they was causing me pain, you know? But I'm glad I didn't become a predator. But unfortunately, some people do, right? And it's because they were victims, not excusing them, because sometimes I get even more madder at those type of people, because I be like, but you should know, because you remember how that shit made you feel. But some people, when they brains go to rewire and the shit, they brains just make bad connections, So my brain was trying to get me to escape out of here. Like, it sucks down here. But why don't we just go in another world? You know what I'm saying? Like, my brain was trying to get me to check the fuck out of here. You feel what I'm saying? Let's just exist somewhere else. But I'm glad I was able to come back, like, because that shit was terrible when I was going through that shit, y'all. Like, I remember sometimes I used to be shaking, like just shaking. Like, and they just sitting up there trying to hold my shit together, and I was nervous system just fucked up. So, and I ain't take no drugs, I ain't smoke no weed, I ain't do no, I ain't just taking that shit, dealing with that shit, just shaking. You said the earth is very ghetto. Like, cause I'm telling you, I be like, man, I ain't in no rush to check out, but I'm really hoping, I'm praying, whatever's on the other side, please let it be better than this place. Like, cause there's some people, I was supposed to do a lesson on that real one, but I never got around to it. But I was supposed to do is Earth, what was the name of that video? I think are we inmates or initiates? That's what I was supposed to talk about. I'm gonna get around to it, but I was gonna talk about the prison Earth theory, because when I went and did some research about that, I was like, okay. Let's see, I can see why some people believe it, why they go with that narrative, I'll be like, so how long am I sentenced? How long is my sentence? You know what I'm saying? Because the only reason why I enjoy being here, because I love being an auntie. I ain't really nothing else why I enjoy life, So you said good title. That was the name of it. I scheduled it, sis. I just ain't get around to it. Right? But it was called, the name of the show was called Are We Inmates or Initiates? Prison Earth Theory. So Earth Prison Theory. So, because I was like, man, if I wasn't the world's greatest auntie, I probably would have just checked out of here, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie. It's not funny. It's not funny, but I probably would have been like, So, even though, Black women are most likely not to, for some reason, our code is a little different. We tend to not self-harm. It's rare. If my girlfriend at the time would have had self-harm, she would have been a rare commodity. But like I said, with her, it was no signs, right? That girl just took them pills and she was just hoping to go to sleep and don't wake up again. She swallowed the whole bottle of pills and was out of here. She was ready to go. You said the truth is a lot of men was abused by women. That's what I hear, honey. I hear some people saying that now. I'm just saying, like, until that's more proven, because personally, from what I studied, there are women predators, but I heard that it's just rare. Like, not saying it don't happen. So my understanding, the biggest predator in community is still more men, because they sexual urges tend to be more impulsive. Right. Not saying it doesn't happen, but I heard more men seem to be saying that. So maybe once men start opening up more and talking about that, and that shit is being documented, I would believe you on that. But from what I understand, from what I done studied so far, it's very rare that women do that. But they are sick bitches out there that do that shit, And it's crazy. I be like, how you do that to a little boy? Like, sick as hell. And I remember I covered a story. It was a rapper. It was a famous let me see his name. What was his name? Um, wow. YG, that was his name. YG made a song called 2004, and I covered that song over here where he admitted it, like this is what happened, and it was some fucking girl preying on him when he was a fucking preteen slash going into a teenager. So it happens, sis. You know, I'm not saying it don't, but according to the database, the way it's worded, they said it's rare. But then it could be because of the lack of men actually reporting what happened to them, sis. But it's just crazy. It's sick. That's why I say you can't trust nobody. Protect your kids. You know, you got to keep an eye on your kids. You just can't lead them everywhere because a lot of this abuse be happening in the homes of your families. You know, I have a home girl who said straight up that her kids are not allowed to do sleepovers. She got little girls. They're not allowed to go to sleepovers. Right? Definitely. And she says this out of her mouth, especially if there's an adult male in the house, married, not married, brother, cousin, uncle. Kids can't do no sleep. She said the only place her kids are allowed to sleep at is at their grandmother's house. And because it's only going to be them and the grandmother. But she don't even do sleepover. That's why when they was trying to do slumber party sleepover, who going? Nah, baby girl. That lady got like 4, 5 sons in the house. That don't mean they gonna do. Look, if I ain't there to make sure nothing happened, she can't go. I remember Queen gave me got into a little back and forth about that shit. But after they listened to me, I won the argument, right? It wasn't an argument, but I won, you know, because I had to break that shit down. Like, look, that is not how that worked, baby. So, and it ain't even some of them little boys. The little boys just get curious, you know, and we don't know what type of how they raising them kids over there. If the boys acting up, it's because somebody taught them that shit, you know. People got to do a better job on their kids, and they need to educate them and talk to them. Let them know what's good, bad, touch, and what is appropriate and what's not appropriate. You got to coach your kids. Got to raise them. All right. So I did want to show y'all something real quick on TikTok when they was talking about toxic parents and shit. I seen this shit, and I just, this shit drove me bonkers, right? Even though it's allegedly the reason why I'm bonkers because I don't believe in God. But this made me bonkers, feel bonkers. This video right here, this shit right here, y'all watch this and tell me if this isn't low key. Damn, what happened? Why did it? Come on, I hate when that shit happen. Why did that? I moved the screen and it went to a different damn screen, but can y'all see it? Hold on, let me see if I can fix this real quick. There it goes. I was like, why did it do that? All right. Y'all watch this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go. I don't think I have any more videos. I do, but I ain't gonna play them. But I definitely wanted to show y'all this because this shit was crazy.
No physical discipline. Don't mom me. No. You had your warning. You had your chance.
No, why won't play? Play.
I told you to listen. I told you stop disobeying my rules. I told you being cute ain't shit. If you have no education, I told you stop disobeying me. I told you to listen and do as you're supposed to. I told you to do good in school. I told you to do your daily routine, and you yet to even do any of it. And you thought you were disobeying me today and I was not coming to cut this hair off. You're sadly mistaken because you thought being pretty was so much better than being educated or listening to your mom, right? Yes, this is what happens when you don't listen to your mom. Hi. Do you feel traumatized?
No.
Do you feel like I abused you?
No.
Do you feel like this form of discipline was a lot better than any other form of discipline, like physical abuse that I could have used?
Yes.
You know I love you, right?
Yes.
You know I got your back, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm doing right now is to make you a better person, right?
Yes.
So today when I did what I did by cutting off your hair, you understand why I did it, right?
Yeah.
And you're learning from it, right?
Yeah.
And what did you learn?
I learned not to disrespect you and to listen to you.
And also?
And to do my homework.
Right. So cool. Do you hate me?
No.
Why is TikTok saying that you hate me? That you're traumatized? Yo, you guys don't know the bond me and this kid have, eh? You guys don't know. So understand that my kid knows I love her. I did it out of love. When your mom's a personal hairstylist. Is TikTok okay? Can they think you're some type of like victim or something? Like they don't understand
I'm
that
not.
it's really this easy to put a wig on. Like
It's so pretty.
you learned your lesson. Like the lesson was learned, no?
Yeah.
And I warned you before I even put it on TikTok that if you continued with this behavior, because you like the app so much, that I'm gonna cut your hair off, record it, and post it. I
Yeah.
told you this from 3 months ago, and I've been telling you every week, right?
Yeah.
So this didn't come as a real shock to you. You were just shocked that I actually finally did it, right?
Yeah.
This is my baby. This is me. This is me right here. So yes, she had to learn a hard lesson today. What I'm doing to and for my child is definitely for her better, and it is installing strength into my child. My child is not a victim. She doesn't have a victim mentality. Girl. No physical
That shit made me piss me the fuck off when I watched this shit. Like, is you really think your child gonna sit up here and say, "Yeah, mom, yeah, I'm traumatized. Yeah, mom, you do be doing it here, doing too much." Do you think she really? Of course, she's gonna not say that shit while her abuser is asking her, "Am I abusing you?" You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. And then some of them, it's sad because in my mind, I said, "Damn, this damn little girl might grow up to be just like her damn fucking sorry ass mammy for doing that shit." Cause usually, sometimes when them women be doing that shit to their daughter, they be jealous of their own goddamn kid, especially when the daughter be prettier than them, right? Or the daughter look like daddy, the nigga they hate, right? But I don't know what the little girl did to make. I think she said something about she didn't do her schoolwork or some shit. But I hate when people humiliate their kids publicly like this online to get them to correct behavior. That shit does not work. Humiliation doesn't. The only thing you just did was cause trauma, right? But I was like, when I was listening to this, I was like, "Are you a victim?" No, bitch, she's not gonna say yes, but she's clearly the victim. Everybody else that saw this saw that she's a victim. And this is the stuff when I be getting mad when I say, "Why do God be letting y'all have kids when y'all be fucked up your damn selves?" Pisses me off every time I think about it, knowing that you evil motherfuckers are raising kids, or broken narcissistic women are raising kids. And I say every child deserve a parent. I mean, who wouldn't? Nobody asked to be born. But when they when the universe give them fucked up parents, that shit be fucked up. Fucked up. And then some people, they just wind up repeating the cycle and then they become fucked up shitty parents themselves. Right? Because I'm telling y'all remember when I told y'all the first time a group of black people disagreed with me because I say, "Hey, I don't, our ancestors didn't beat their children." Like they came for my neck, so I had to show them the facts on that. Like, if you believe that you are a descendant of an African slave from most likely from the west coast of Africa, right? If you believe you from shoreline people, like I believe I am, what my folks say that we are from, that our ancestors, the group of people that we came from before they colonized us, before they brought us the Abrahamic religion. Traditionally, they did not believe in you didn't spank your kids. You didn't even strike them. Why? You don't want to know why they didn't strike their kids? If anybody wants to know why they didn't believe in beating their kids, because they believe that when kids are born, they are returning ancestors. They truly believe that that was one of their spiritual practices. When people used to say but when you do a black magic and shit, blah, blah, blah. One of the spiritual practices that they used to do to discipline a kid, if a kid get out of line and is doing too much, having behavior problems, they straighten them out by playing a song that they wrote when the child was born, and then you gave them extra work duties to do around the village. You assigned them more tasks to keep them from having an idle mind or to conditioning them to straighten up their behavior, right? You sent them off to go, go hunting with the dad or the uncle or whatever. You gave them more physical work to do to strengthen them, to get their behavior under control if a child is being disobedient. But the people that I believe I come from, most of us who do believe we're descendants of African slaves, the culture we came from did not spank our kids. But I got wailed on when I brought that shit up. Well, my parents beat me and I'm just fine. Yeah, you beating the shit out of your kids because you was beat the shit out of. Not to judge you for it. I know you doing what you think was right, but it's already been proven that that shit is trauma too. And some of that is connected to, they kept saying your brain don't even understand the different traumas. The whoopings and the spankings and stuff. That's why some people grow up and they can't communicate good, or they wind up unaliving you, or these black men wind up unaliving their wives and girlfriends stuff because that trauma is always associated to some type of pain, associated to them even getting beat as a kid. I know people just want to protect their kids and raise their kids right, but science is saying that that's actually not a good thing to do. But I also remind people, like, if you want to go back to go way back, well, I think our ancestors was on to something when they didn't spank their children, because they didn't strike them. They felt like they were ancestors returning back to the village. That's like somebody spanking their granddad or some shit. That's how they truly felt. So that's why they didn't do it. You know, we come from a group of peaceful people, regardless of how savage they try to make it seem like we are today. But our ancestors were very peaceful people. That's why it was so easy for them to come in and conquer the way they did. You know, captured and you know, enslave those people because they was peaceful people. So, but anyway, that's another Bible study. I don't want to go too far. Yeah, that's what you said. That was so sad. She had to deal with social media. I want to see how anybody would do that. So, I don't see how anybody would do that. I want to play her video real quick. I didn't see it today.
When I saw this,
y'all know that she one of my favorite. This girl, Queen Erin. Queen Erin, one of my favorite black person on the internet that deconverted for Christianity, and they be coming for her. Man, I didn't see her video today. I just want to click to see what this was because I did heart it but didn't watch it to remind me to go back and watch it. But I just want to see what Erin talking about, and then I'm gonna leave. Because I seen she got Jesus is coming back, and it's the comment says Jesus is coming back, and the air on the white horse. Wait, in the air? No, Jesus is coming back in the air on a white horse for us believers. We would get the dead out of the sea first, then the grave, then those that are alive. Unbelievers will be left behind with Satan and etc. Know this world. Like, I guess somebody somebody said that to her, and I want to see what she said because you ain't gonna never know how she gonna respond to this.
I mean, at first I thought it was a joke, but because it sounds like a joke, but she's not joking. When I saw this comment, at first I thought it was a joke, but because it sounds like a joke, but she's not joking. Jesus is gonna come on a white horse and collect zombies from the ocean and from the ground, and then take everybody who's alive to heaven, and we're going to be left here on the earth with Satan.
That's a nice color. That's a nice color on her head.
If I'm hearing the church correctly, God decided what was a sin, okay? Loosely based on where you go to church, what time period you live in, what race you are, what country you're born in. But other than that, the sins don't change unless you move to a different church. Okay, so sin. He hated it. And the only thing that could stop it from being in everybody's hearts, God decided that the only way you could get rid of the sin is if he has a child and the child is killed. So he got a 14-year-old girl pregnant. And this little girl comes and says she's pregnant with God's baby. She's giving birth to it. He's going to save the world. We don't follow him throughout his life. We don't know what happens to him from like 12 to 30. We don't even know what he's doing, where he's at. We just know that this little boy is the savior. He doesn't want to die. He asked God to please not do this. God's like, no, I'm murdering you. That's the only way that I'm going to be appeased. God, why can't you just be appeased? I can't be. I'm murdering you. It's the only way. We kill children around here. We kill our sons. We sacrifice our kids in order to say, and then if after I die, then everyone else is saved and no one else has to die. Wrong. If they don't accept you died for them, that haven't even been born yet, and the other 300,000 years of people who've already lived and died. If they don't accept you, then they're also going to die too. Then why do I gotta die if they gonna still die? Because it's the only way that if they do accept you, I will accept them. So you gotta go. You gotta go. And so when Jesus dies, he wakes back up like 3 days later. So he's alive, but he don't stay on, even when he comes back to life, he don't stay on earth. Okay. He's like, I'm going
That's
to
not
heaven.
me. That's not me, y'all. That's TikTok. I hate when that happens. But Aaron asked me the way she be responding to this shit is
You know, I'm back alive. Don't worry, I'm back alive. But I'm going to heaven where the dead people are. But no one dead is there yet, because I got to raise their bodies out of the ocean and the ground later. But they're with Christ. But I'm Christ. They're not there yet. I'm going to get them. Some of them are already in heaven. Some of them are in the ground, in the ocean, waiting for me to come. We're going to work all the logistics out. My kids, my crew, let's go. Okay? So he gets on a white horse, breaks the sky open, gets on a white horse, starts pulling zombies out of the ocean and out of the ground. Okay? We don't need their bodies. We're just pulling their zombie spirits, I guess, out of the ocean where they have been since they died. But they're also present with the Lord. But he's back. So he has to pull them out of the ground to bring them with him, to meet in the air, because we're having a showdown and there's an air show and there's a white horse and flaming swords. It's going to be crazy. You don't want to miss it. Be there or be square. If you get left behind, all the strippers, all the gamblers, all the people who drink, the homosexuals, the people who listen to rap music, the people who wear gold chains, everyone who's brown, anyone who voted for Democrats, they're all going to still be down here. Prostitutes, strippers, drug dealers, preachers, car salesmen. Everybody, they're all staying down here. They will be down here on the earth with the devil, and things will go crazy. It'll be amok. It's going to be Studio 54 all over the earth. But the people who go with me, my crew, you're getting a mansion off the top. The streets, gold. You're going to be singing Holy, Holy all day, every day, for the rest of eternity. There's going to be a girl playing a harp. There's going to be clouds. There's going to be milk and honey.
girl.
This is totally true. This is 100% true, and you should live your life based on it. Because if you do not, you're going to be down there with the drug dealers, strippers, preachers, and car salesmen. Make a choice. Free will. Quickly. When I saw this
I'm sorry. I know something for people who find this funny, it's because the people who actually know the Bible, like you got, because some of this part went over a couple of head, but if you know what it actually says and teach, that's why it was funny. And she's telling the story the way to let us, the person listening, to let you know how it doesn't make sense. How that shit, like, it's most likely that this stuff ain't real, man. Not to try to mock it and make fun of it, but, because I remember when I did a debate with somebody where I showed somebody that God, Jesus forgave sin before he died. So did he have to die on the cross if it goes by faith? Like, he forgave someone's sin and there was no blood sacrifice needed. He forgave them off of faith. I wrote that shit down before. And I said, it's little stuff that people ignore, the contradictions. But I'm just being nosy now to see what she been posting. But every time she do that shit, when she be reading they comments and responding to them, this shit do be funny. Her and it's another young black girl that be doing it. I wish they had I'll get sleepy. It's time for me to eat my tacos too. Even though I want to play my game. What time it is? It's late. I wanted to play my game. I might play for a couple hours. My bad, y'all. I'm just being nosy. See if I can play something. Let me see this on the true Hebrew. Let me see what this
This is
is.
the last thing I'm gonna say, because I'm tired of talking about this. Now all y'all are Hebrew.
I clicked this because this is the cult that I used to be in. So
Last week all y'all was indigenous Americans. This week now everybody's a Hebrew.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Last week y'all was just indigenous Americans. I'm telling you, they get so mad, man. They get so mad when I make fun of them about that shit, man. Oh God, they find one ancestor that.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say, because I'm tired of talking about this.
This shit is wild.
Now all y'all are Hebrew. Last week all y'all was indigenous Americans. This week now everybody's a Hebrew. Y'all be so lost. And this is what I'm saying. Black and brown people is everywhere. Okay? Every black person wasn't a Hebrew. Even if y'all felt like the original Hebrews, the original Israeli Hebrew people, the Jewish people that are spoke of in the Bible, even if you felt like all of them would be considered black today just by looking at them, every black person was not a Hebrew. Y'all keep talking about the Ethiopia Bible. Y'all aren't reading the Ethiopia Bible. For one thing, the Greeks brought the Bible to Ethiopia.
Exactly.
The Council of Nicaea put the Bible together. After the Greeks and Romans appropriated, the Greeks brought it to Ethiopia, and the Ethiopians preserved that original Bible, and that's why they have the oldest version of the Bible. But the Greeks still had already touched it. Even if y'all felt like the whole Council of Nicaea was black men, y'all felt like all of them was black men, and y'all felt like every scribe and author was a black man. As y'all trying to tell it, we was the Hebrews. You saying the Hebrews Bible, we the Hebrews. Even if y'all felt like that, every single black person was not a Hebrew, was not Jewish. Jesus was Jewish. Y'all understand that? Jesus was a Jew. Every black person was not Jewish. If I say us, everybody wasn't no Hebrew. Like everybody was not an indigenous American. And when I talk about African Americans or the transatlantic slave trade, y'all act like, no, we was already here. Everybody wasn't here. It was thousands and thousands of Africans were brought to America from Africa. Did that mean that there was no brown black people already here? No.
Oh my God, I love this girl. Cause I be literally telling them this. I be like, just because you might find a Indian that's dark skinned, don't mean your black ass is a Native American. That is not how that works. And then it's well documented that the Africans that they brought over enter into these Native American tribes. That's why the ones on the East Coast are darker skinned, and the more west you go, they're lighter skinned, because Africans didn't take their ass over there. They weren't allowed. They was enslaved on the East Coast. Nobody was having slaves over there in the West Coast. They ain't even discovered that shit yet. I was trying to tell them it's obvious. You can see the migration of the people. The more west you go, the lighter skin they got.
If y'all felt like they were Hebrew, like the black people were Hebrews, y'all keep talking about the Ethiopia Bible. Y'all not reading no Ethiopia Bible. Y'all reading the King James Version and derivatives of the King James Version. And King James was the king of England.
Fact.
You might as well say the Queen Elizabeth version. Y'all are reading the Queen Elizabeth version of the Bible. So y'all keep trying to say the Ethiopians got the original Bible. Y'all don't read that. Y'all are practicing colonized Christianity that was brought to you by slave owners. And people don't want to talk about that. And when I was deep in church and I used to hear that, I would be like, they're so ignorant. They don't realize we were the original people and da-da-da-da. It's not really even so much the origins. It's how it's once King James took the Bible and dissected it and took out what he wanted to take out and added in what he wanted to add in. And then later on in the 1800s, they added in the whole rapture situation and the you'll burn in hell forever, because people was turned off by Christianity by that time. Things have shifted and changed throughout the time to keep Christianity relevant. And y'all keep trying to threaten people like, we can't wait to see what happens to you on Judgment Day. I feel bad for you. I'm scared for you. You live your life in fear. That's what's keeping you there.
Exactly.
Your fear of what happens on Judgment Day. But if I'm not scared of that, why are you scared for me? Because you're scared. And you're projecting your fear onto me. I'm not scared of Judgment Day. I'll take my chances. And I bet you if you do have a Judgment Day and you stand over God, he ain't gonna ask you shit about me.
Exactly.
Lucky for you. So you ain't got to worry about because y'all so scared about me spreading information. No, y'all so scared that what you have believed your whole life, that what your grandma died believing ain't true. And what that means. That's what you're scared of. It ain't me. You're not so scared that I'm going to turn so many people. You're scared that you have lived your life in fear and not did what you wanted to do and denied yourself and lied to yourself. And then you're scared that at a certain point it's going to be obsolete and you will have wasted your life waiting.
That's another reason why people be liking me when they be coming at me with that homophobia bullshit. Some of them are just gay people pretending to be straight and they won't act on what they truly prefer or they real preference because of, they believe the Bible condemns that or whatever. Some of them be coming at me because they be so mad and jealous because I'm living free and they can't. That shit happens all the time because they always talk about sexual things or what I'm doing in the bedroom, right? It's one chick who always projecting. She keeps putting little sexual things pertaining to me anytime she made fake AI videos about me to the point that she even wind up sexualizing the child, right? But I think it's a lot of people out here that they do that because they live in fear. They, the Bible condemns it, but the Bible condemns shrimp eating too. But like I said, they cherry pick. And working on the Sabbath, they cherry pick. They be projecting like a motherfucker, and they be trying to take that shit out of you. You gonna be scared. You going to hell because you gay. I'm not afraid of that. I'm taking my chances, like she said, right? Because it doesn't even make sense. A person who went around and sold drugs and destroyed their whole community still and graping on kids and, or eating shrimp or not keeping the Sabbath, why they ain't going to hell? You feel what I'm saying? Like, why would, somebody go to hell based off who they love? Don't make sense.
On the afterlife that is not coming. Let me do it. Y'all keep acting like, who am I? Wasted your life waiting, denied yourself and lied to yourself, and then you're scared that at a certain point it's going to be obsolete and you will have wasted your life waiting on the afterlife that is not coming. Let me do it. Y'all keep acting like, who am I? Let me give you a little bit of background. I have 2 bachelors and 2 masters. The 2 bachelors is in psychology and Pan-African studies. The master's is in social work and marriage and family therapy. I'm not saying that makes me expert or whatever, but I'm saying I have a degree in Pan-African studies. Not a lot of people do. I think that's pretty rare. But what that is the study of the spread of the African diaspora throughout the world. The spread of black and brown people throughout the world, okay? To have a degree in that, not from Bohunk University, but University of Louisville has one of the leading Pan-African Studies departments in the country. But to have a degree in Pan-African Studies and Black Studies, do you know how interested I was in that, how much reading that required? I'm not just some Joe Schmo off the street, and so I understand that some of you might believe that the ancient Hebrews who wrote the Bible were black people. That still does not mean that every person was a Hebrew that's black. And y'all feel like, okay, Father Abraham, I've already done videos on how they colonized. They were the original colonizers. Go to my youth group series on TikTok and do more research and just on. I digress. I always have to digress with y'all because y'all won't never let me regress. I always have to digress. The world used to be a Pangea. The land was closer together, so there was a lot of spread of a lot of different things before the land started moving apart. There was black and brown people already indigenous to America before America was America. And even if y'all feel like some of the Hebrews, some of the Israelis, the ancient Jewish people were black, all of y'all were Hebrews, all of y'all were like, It's too far. Everybody wasn't that. People were around for thousands of years before the Council at Nicaea got together and decided they were going to start a new religion based on Jesus. Jesus was a Jew. Every black person was Jewish. Like, quit playing. Y'all just be saying any rhetoric that y'all heard in church that got y'all fired up during church and then keep saying it back to people who are rational, logical thinking. And it doesn't make no sense when you're rational, logical thinking because y'all are spewing stuff from the vestibule that doesn't make no sense in the real world. This is the last thing I'm going to say because I'm tired of talking about this. Now all y'all are Hebrew. Last week, all y'all was indigenous Americans. This week, now everybody's a Hebrew. Y'all be so lost, and this is what I'm saying. Black and brown people is everywhere, okay? Every black person wasn't a Hebrew. Even if y'all felt like the original Hebrews, the original Israeli Hebrew people, the Jewish people that are spoke of in the Bible, even if you felt like all of them would be considered black today just by looking at them.
Oh, my bad. I ain't realized it started over. So, my bad. But I'm just saying, I had to just block somebody. Why do these people keep saying I don't understand when people keep saying I mock God. How am I mocking God if I'm calling out y'all behavior? I don't get it. Y'all just want me. I don't get it. Somebody was just trying to write a whole dissertation talking about my mocking God. I just deleted that shit. I ain't read that shit. Got time for that shit. So I was like, they always just say that. They say I'm mocking God, but they never give you an example of how I mock God. So I don't mock God. Clearly I'm making fun of the religion in this teaching. I don't believe that's God. So I'm not mocking God. You believe that's God. So, but I'm not mocking God. You don't know if your God is the real God of the universe. I believe in a different ideal of God. And from my understanding in Greek, the word Jesus means, I ain't heard that one. So that's different. I ain't get that one. So, cause I think, I'm trying to think. I might have to look that up, sis. I just know that the J, there's no J in Greek. There's no J in, I think there's no J in Greek or in Hebrew. I know that it was, if you find an old Bible, Jesus was spelled with an I, and I think they was calling him Jesus or something like that, Jesus. But it wasn't Jesus. Jesus is the most latest name, modern name. But if he actually did walk the earth, his name wasn't even Jesus. So it probably would have been, according to if they following Jewish culture or custom, it would have been something similar to Yahshua, Yahoshua, or Yeshua, right? It would have been most likely spelled with a Y. The J is an English letter. And I think that letter came into our language, or their language, our language. I'm speaking my oppressor's language, the colonizers' language. It became into their language. The letter J, I think they say came about maybe 300, 400 years ago. So, I said, I don't know about that one, but if it's true, then you just taught me something I didn't know, sis. That's why we all of them tried to go up north. Once they moved, my family went up north, went back to a great grandmother in the border or North Carolina. I must have missed something. Like, my family is Nigerian and they were in North Carolina. They have a plantation and a mansion still there. Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. North Carolina got a lot of that stuff. The fact that these people are comfortable practicing a religion that the KKK practice is crazy work. Girl, you better preach, honey. Don't let me find out you woke, honey. honey. Let me find out you woke, girl. let me find out. Honey. Let me find out, girl. They ain't ready. I just wanted to see what she said about the music because that's the one that, I can tolerate the Native American stuff. I can tolerate them because it's not a religion they pushing, it's a identity. Even though I do believe that they are not being fair with the evidence that's out there. the Hebrew Israelites is the ones I can't stand the most. Cause when I tell you when I say stretching the truth, they be cherry picking and making up stuff and can't critically think and everything, and then on top of that they be racist as hell. They probably be the ones I can't stand the most, man, because if they actually would take the time and do the research, you can debunk all that shit that they believe. So, all right, y'all, I'm finna go ahead and end this live. I can watch her videos all day, but I just wanted to see what she said about what she was saying. So, but all right, family, if you got any questions, y'all already know how it go. You can just ask them. Well, I don't even think, because I pretty much got the same people here talk. I mean, y'all can ask, and I'll stop it if I can answer it. But I'm just gonna play one song. I'm gonna just play that song I just made called the Shit Rose Love Bomb. I'm gonna play that song, and then
You ever notice? Some people bring you flowers.
and that shit just started playing on its own. I ain't even mean to do that. I'm gonna just play that song, but I catch y'all in the next one. Make sure you like the video. Remember, your life is your holy book. And again, I don't understand when people want to cherry pick their logic. When it come down, when they want to use their Bible, their religion to weaponize against me or whatever. At the end of the day, I see it for what it is. A lot of these people are full of shit. This girl know majority of the people who support her or from the saga, the sisterhood, majority of them are Christian. So it's obvious, a blind man can see that she's purposely trying to turn Christian women against me, even though I don't care because they already heard me say stuff before I even was cool with her. I never hid that from the sisterhood or the saga, anybody who's been watching my content, they know how I feel, right? It ain't even about mocking. I have not, I want to see where y'all say I mock. Like, are you in your feelings because I made a false image of Jesus playing DJ? It's a false image. It's not even Jesus, but you're saying I'm mocking. You know what I'm saying? I already said if Jesus actually existed, he taught some good shit. And so fortunately, y'all are not subscribing to his religion. But I mean, his teaching. But one of my favorite things that if Jesus did exist, that he did teach his followers to do is to take care of the homeless and feed the homeless and stuff. That's my favorite thing to do. I actually have a good heart. I think Jesus just might let me in just because of the things I've did over time, like feeding the homeless and helping people that's less than, and helping people who got mental health, who struggle with mental health like myself. Right. So I think I'm good, regardless of people think I hate God or whatever. Right. I just don't believe in your God version of God because how y'all keep weaponizing it against me and how logically it doesn't even make sense. That's why I wanted to ask when Fake Room made that comment about me being bonkers. I'll be like, your friend got a crazy child. Is the child bonkers because she don't believe in God? Because she clearly does believe in God. Did he do something to offend God? That's not how that works. People have trauma, and it leads to, unfortunately, mental health issues as they develop into adult. Unfortunately, even with some people who might choose to deal with it, they might have problems socializing, and some people might suppress it. Some people might self-medicate, right? But that doesn't mean there's something wrong. It's like weird that you said that because I know what she's trying to do. And I don't care because, like I said, anybody who could convince to not support me no more, let them go. Let them stay over. I don't want them over here anyway. I don't want weak-minded people who can't think for themselves. She's playing on that because she knows that people underlying fears that. But again, even with my teachers and stuff, I'm going to surpass all that stuff. Eventually, I'm going to find my right tribe, and the right algorithm is going to find me, and the right people is going to support me, and I'll be just fine. Just like Kevin Weston said when he told y'all that no God can kill him. He's fine. He's going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. So y'all the ones that are disobedient. You worrying about me not believing in your God. Y'all don't even obey your God. None of y'all do. None. You don't even obey. But you worrying about me because I don't believe. You might want to go back and reread that book again. Because you in more danger than I am. So, but anyway, you said I always appreciate Ivan. I always appreciate you, baby. I'm glad you come in here and still support, even though you across the ocean. If I could give you a hug, I would. You a solid man, right? I appreciate you still being faithful, and even when I let you down and be doing too much, or whatever, going back and forth with this low vibrational shit. I'm just telling you, Ivan, be patient with me, and I promise you, Ivan, I'm gonna get back to it. I know I keep saying I'm gonna stop myself, but I'm going to get back to it. Actually, the universe don't put me in a situation that I'm telling, I'm crossing my fingers, I'm hoping, but I'm gonna be forced. Whatever I got going on next week, if things work out the way I'm hoping it does, I'm gonna be forced to have to change my content, right? And to do what I'm supposed to be doing. So, but y'all just stay tuned and look out for that. But with that being said, I love you, Ivan. Always love you. You know, you my day one of my favorite supporters. I love you. Thank you for being faithful. Thank you for being consistent. To Honey, thank you for falling out the bush, supporting your girl Adrian. If you catch the playback, thank you for being solid. You know.